All knowledge that the world has ever received comes from the mind. The infinite library of the universe is in our own mind. Swami Vivekananda. Good morning, respected dignitaries on the dais and everyone assembled here. We welcome you all with our warm greetings and regards to the land of the Holy Trio, to Vivekananda Sabhagriha, to Belud. We all have assembled here today and will do so tomorrow to proceed with our two-day international conference on Koha. It has been jointly organized by the Bengal Library Association and Ramakrishna Mission Vidyamandira. The financial assistance of this conference has been provided by Raja Ram Mohan Roy Library Foundation and Indian Council of Social Science Research. Let us proceed to the primary program. Our first session, the inaugural session, will be presided by Dr. Bimal Chandra Chatterjee, the President of Bengal Library Association. Before we begin with the session, we will have the Vedic chanting by our brothers of Ramakrishna Mission Vidyamandira.
Shri Gurubhyo Namaha Hari Om Sahana Bhavatu Sahana Bhunaktu Sah Viryam Karavahai Tejasvinavadhe Tamastu Ma Vidvishavahai Om Shanti 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 Om Medha Devi Jushama Shri Ramakrishna Arpanavastu.
We shall now receive the dignitaries on the dais. Our brothers of the Vidyamandira will first felicitate Professor Ashok Ranjan Thakur, our inaugurator for the session. We shall now provide our token of honor to Swami Shastragyananda, Principal of Ramakrishna Mission Vidyamandira. Now we shall receive Dr. Bimal Chandra Chatterjee. We shall now felicitate Swami Ekachittananda, Vice Principal of Ramakrishna Mission Vidyamandira. We shall receive Mr. K.K. Banerjee with our token of regards. Okay, he has not arrived yet. We shall now receive Sri Arup Rai Chaudhary. Our brother shall felicitate him. We shall receive Dr. Joydeep Chandu with our warm greetings. Our students shall felicitate him now. We have with us Mr. Gautam Goswami from Bengal Library Association. Our brother shall give him our appreciation tokens. Now, proceeding to our inaugural session. We will have our welcome address from Swami Ekachittananda, Vice Principal, Ramakrishna Mission Vidyamandira, Belutmont. Please, Maharaj.
Dear Ramakrishna, respected Dr. Bimal Chatterjee, respected Professor Ashok Ranjan Thakur, Sri Arup Rai Chaudhary, revered Swami Shastraganandaji, Sri Joydeep Chandu, all other dignitaries of the dais, respected participants in the seminar, beloved students, and all other delegates. Pranams, namaskar, regards and good wishes in due places. I feel privileged to have got a chance of meeting this august gathering on this wonderful morning. On behalf of Vidyamandira family in general and college library in particular, I welcome you all to the two-day conference on Koha software organized in collaboration with Bengal Library Association. The proposal for hosting this international conference came nearly 2 years back, though I am not exactly sure based on which parameters Vidyamandira was chosen as a possible venue. But from our end, we can ascertain that it was a grand decision. For this is the place where the educational thoughts of Swami Vivekananda first took shape, and since then they have been meditated upon and are being implemented in day-to-day life. Among the innumerable dimensions of the multifaceted personality of Swami Vivekananda, the world mover, a rather less explored domain is possibly the realm of his educational ideas. So Swamiji, as he is popularly known, emphasized on 2 or 3 essential points in his discourses on education. First, a man learns by his own potential. What we call education or learning is merely an expression of his inherent potentiality. Second, for bringing out this power and perfection, one has to form a sound moral and ethical foundation of his life. For that, direct contact with a teacher with blazing character is essential, who can, so to say, transmit spirituality and illustrate morality through his life. Third, considering the need of the hour, a synthesis of the East and the West, a harmony of the Eastern wisdom and Western science and culture, technology is necessary. To translate these thoughts of Swamiji, the authorities of Ramakrishna Mission established Ramakrishna Mission Vidyamandira in 4th July 1941, the day of Mahasamadhi of Swamiji. The very name Vidyamandira as well as the location where the college is sited at present were suggested by Swami Vivekananda himself in course of a discussion with one of his beloved disciples. Thus in that sense, Vidyamandira is verily the vision child of the patriarch prophet. Naturally, it was the propounders, Swami Devasananda ji, the founder principal, and Vimuktananda ji, the founder secretary, and their associates to carry the legacy out to the next generation. So, they dreamt of a residential college where in a serene atmosphere in proximity to Belur Math, the headquarters of the Ramakrishna Empire, students can manifest themselves to the fullest extent, both in their inner and in their outer faculty. Thus started the journey of Vidyamandira as an intermediate arts college, which was upgraded to a 3-year degree college in 1960. The postgraduate section came up in 2006, while Swami Vivekananda Research Center, the research wing of the college, came into existence in 2013, the year of the sesquicentennial celebration of birth anniversary of Swami Vivekananda. The University Grants Commission conferred the autonomy status to the college in 2010, which was renewed in 2016. The National Assessment and Accreditation Council re-accredited the college with grade A in 2013. In course of its 77 years of journey, Vidyamandira has achieved a number of feathers in its cap, which includes the CPE College with Potential for Excellence status, declared by the UGC in 2016, as well as the rank 9 at the national level, declared by the NIRF, the National Institutional Ranking Framework, in the college category in the previous academic session. In its march to eternity for attainments of its coveted goal, every effort has been made to nourish and enrich the college library. Gratefully, we remember today the contributions of all the members of the library staff of the past as well as the present ones, led by Sri Krishanude. The outcome is the current stature of the library, which is a completely automated one, using Koha software and RFID technology for cataloging, searching, and issue return of books. The library provides free access to all the teachers, students, monastics, as well as to all the members of the staff. You will be happy to come to know that the library has got more than 65,000 printed and 35,000 e-books available right now, and the students and teachers can procure books for more than 11 hours per day. And the outcome is pretty encouraging. On an average, 375 card holders make transactions daily in the library. The library department organized an international seminar in 2017 on RFID applications, which was well attended by a large number of dignitaries from different parts of Bengal. The huge and enthusiastic participation in the current conference is yet another indication of the fact that the department is young, energetic, and vibrant. Let us all pray for the all-round success of this conference. With these few words, I once again extend a most hearty welcome to all the dignitaries on and off the dais and to all the participants in the conference. Hope you would enjoy your stay in this temple of learning. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Hari Om Tat Sat. Shri Ramakrishna Pranamastu.
We now have the rest of our honorable guests. We shall receive him with our honorable tokens. We shall first receive Mr. K.K. Banerjee. He is our guest of honor at this moment. Now we shall receive Dr. Arun Kumar Chakraborty. He is our chief guest for right now. Now we shall receive Professor K.P. Majumdar from Bengal Library Association. Coming back to our inaugural session, we shall now have the welcome address from Professor K.P. Majumdar. General Secretary of the Bengal Library Association. Sir, please.
Namaskar. Very good morning to everybody. Respected President of the conference, Dr. Vidyamandira, respected Professor Ashok Ranjan Thakur, inaugurator of this conference and eminent educationist, Vice Chancellor of Sister Nivedita University, former Vice Chancellor of Barashat State University, respected Dr. Arun Kumar Chakraborty, a librarian of Ocean Institute and former Director General, Rajaram Mohan Rai Library Foundation and National Library Kolkata is the chief guest of today's conference. Respected Sri K.K. Banerjee is our man of library movement of the state, as well as he was the first Director General of Rajaram Mohan Rai Library Foundation, and also he was the Director General of National Library Kolkata. Respected Swami Shastragananda Ji Maharaj, Principal of Ramakrishna Mission Vidyamandira Belur. Respected Sri Swami Ekota Shastra Ekachittananda Ji Maharaj, Vice Principal of this college. Respected our Dr. Arup Rai Chaudhary, our Conference Director, my friend Gautam Goswami, and also our Organizing Secretary of this conference, Dr. Jaideep Chanda, respected dignitaries and participants, students, and the members of the organizing committee, subcommittees, and also the members of the different students, teachers of this Ramakrishna Mission Vidyamandira. It is really a happy occasion for me to address this August gathering. It is also, we are also happy to organize this conference, today's international conference on Goa, in this eminent institute, the reputed institute, one of the old colleges of our state, this Ramakrishna Mission Vidyamandira, and also we are now in this Sabhagriha at present, which is the name of our great son of India, Swami Vivekananda. Now, you know the theme of the conference today. So, about the theme that is on Goa, our experts, our participants, they will discuss today and tomorrow. So, I am not want to say something on it, though I want to say something, but I don't want to say something because so many experts and students are there, they are equipped personalities. I want to say some words about the Bengal Library Association with kind permission of the chair. You know well, the Bengal Library Association was established in 1925 in the name of All Bengal Library Association, and it was renamed in 1933 Bengal Library, the Bengal Library Association and Bengali Bangya Granthagar Parishad. Poet Rabindranath Tagore was the first president and Sri Sushil Kumar Ghosh was the first secretary. Till 1925, we are organizing Bengal Library Conference from different parts of Bengal. The last, in 2018, we organized 53rd Bengal Library Conference in Purulia Nistarini College. Besides that, we are organizing regularly from 2016 this in Koha. This is the third in Koha. So we are organizing it from 2016. We are organizing many workshops, many refresher courses, many lectures, and also other conferences. You know well, last November we organized a conference on digital resource management technology in S.N. Bose Institute of Basic Sciences, Salt Lake. We are also organizing different memorial lectures. So 6 memorial lectures we are organizing regularly in every year in the name of our leaders of library movement. Besides that, we are publishing a journal, Bengali journal, and that is Gronthagar from 1956. And it is now a referred journal, which is declared by the University Grant Commission in regional language. We are publishing many books in English as well as in Bengali. At present, 24 books are available in print, though you can purchase it from Bengal Library Association, especially on library science and services. We constructed already 2 buildings. You know, first building was laid down. The foundation stone of our CIT Road building was laid down by S. Ranganath in 1967, and it was inaugurated by Prabhat Kumar Mukhopadhyay of Vishwa Bharati in 1968. We are running our training courses in that place till 1968, but it was started fast. Since 1937, Library Science Training Program was started by Bengal Library Association, and it is one of the oldest training courses of India. Besides this, we are now constructed another building in Salt Lake. It is daily under construction. We have already completed ground floor and first floor, and in the first floor we have started a free public library, namely Bengal Library Association Public Library. So we are now in different activities, engaged in every year. We are engaged in different activities. So it is one of the active library associations in India. Association regularly, we are now regularly we are publishing, we are providing 5 awards, including 5 medals and 2 other awards. 5 medals to our students and 2 awards to others. One of them, those who are the best article writer of Gronthagar Patrika, awarded Tinkari Datta Sharak Padak. Once again, I hearty welcome to you all, and especially to our guest who has come from the abroad. And I pay our gratitude on behalf of the organizing committee and on my behalf to you. Thank you very much.
We now request the inaugurator of the conference, Professor Ashok Ranjan Thakur, Vice Chancellor, Sister Nivedita University and former Vice Chancellor, West Bengal State University, to deliver his speech.
Good morning. Respected Dr. Vidyamandira Chatterjee, President of Bengal Library Association as well as President of today's inaugural program, Principal Swami Shastro Ganandaji, Swami Ekata Chittanandaji, former 2 Director Generals, Dr. K.K. Banerjee and Dr. Arun Chakraborty, my colleague in Jadavpur University, Professor K.P. Munjundar, and we have the director, and others in the dais, Mr. Gautam Goswami, and my dear colleagues who are over here, as well as my dear students. Perhaps I'm the least qualified to be present over here because I'm not a librarian, but the only thing that connects me to library is that I've been a regular library user throughout my life, both as a student as well as a teacher in Calcutta University and elsewhere. However, I had the good opportunity to have an interaction with the librarians who seem to be very keen to spread the message that unless one gets familiar with the handling of the books, the knowledge cannot spread. And because of their presence, which is continued in the remarkable activity of Bengal Library Association since 1925, we have a network spread all over. However, as I find that in recent times, although the statistics over here presents a different picture, there's a slight decline in the attitude of the students in actually making use of the materials in the library. It must be admitted, in this digital age, information is much more readily available than perhaps it was so 50 years back, when the only source of information would be the library, and that is where the students would flock. Now that the students can get access to information from a variety of sources, it becomes a very competitive process in making sure that we can maintain the attention for the general public as well as for the students of schools, colleges and universities in flocking to the library. I'm a very lucky person. I was introduced to this library management system software, Koha, about a decade back when I was associated with West Bengal University of Technology. We were a small university at that time, small in terms of the administrative structure, but we wanted to reach out, and this is the digitalized system that attracted us most, because the first thing that it offered, being open source, one could develop these things into an even better thing. I remember the initial stages when availability of the source code made all the difference, because at that time we were using another library management system software, and I was in Yadavpur. Since I'm an avid user of open source softwares in my computer, I was rudely told that although that particular software could be put down in the server, working in both the Windows and the open source operating system Linux, but they could not assure us of any client service. This was sometime in 2003. We had a debate because using a software for your own computer should be your free choice. But at that time that was not being given. So when Koha came to us, it immediately offered us this important opportunity. Now, why do we feel that this is important? It is not because it is less costly or practically free of cost, but it's the freedom that is associated with it that is most attractive. It permits us to develop ourselves. And I'm so happy to see the release that is going to take place called Into Koha. Because what it tells us that you can customize it to your needs. There is always a standard software given to you. But then each individual, like each country, has its own flavor, own goals to pursue. And in order to reach that goal, you need to customize. You need to tweak the software so that it serves your purpose based. That is what freedom is all about. And Koha to me spelled that freedom. I'm sure there are experts there. I can see people from abroad who have been contributing heavily to the development of Koha. I remember I was once told that in the director's office of IIIT in Bangalore, there was a very apt frame which said, "So how many kilobytes did you upload today?" You see, all of us are busy downloading material. We seldom pause to think that somebody has to upload that thing before you can download. And this is the collaboration that all of us need to do. So having a system which is amenable to this, which can be tweaked, which can be customized, and having the desire to contribute to the vast repertoire of knowledge to which I can access, adding to that, perhaps will form the basis of our education. There have been even more development when you are connected with any university system or college system. What you would like to do is to have your students utilize a learning management software as well, because it's available to them. In fact, Sister Nivedita University happens to be the youngest university of this state, perhaps only a year old. What we have done there, we have started using a learning management software called Moodle, Modular Object-Oriented Distributed Learning Environment. And the beauty of the current version of Moodle is that it is accessible on an Android platform, which essentially means that students who have an access to a smartphone don't need even a laptop or a desktop to access. They can access it over their smartphone itself. And the way the smartphone practice is spreading, it becomes an easy to access tool for a large number of students. What we have been also able to do is to integrate Koha into the Moodle. Now the Moodle offers our students an opportunity to not only know about the syllabus, but the lecture notes, the assignments. They can also get through the examination system through Moodle. And because whenever they sit for the exam on a Moodle, before they leave the examination hall, they know their results. So this is something which triggers a curiosity in them, something which triggers their imagination, and something which forces them to share or enables them. I wouldn't use the word force, I would use the term enable. That is something which most of us teachers surely crave for. Because unfortunately, over the years what has happened, the ability to corner education through private access has created a mentality where the necessity to share knowledge is perhaps receding. Now, if we have to change this trend, then we need to have in place systems which will make the students feel the necessity to share their knowledge. Because as the old African proverb says, if you have an apple and I have an apple, we share, we still have one apple each. But if you have a knowledge and I have a separate understanding, and if we share, then now both of us have two sets of knowledge. So, Koha is unique in the sense that it permits us to customize itself. It permits us to share things. It permits us to open ourselves to a larger audience. But the only thing that needs to be done, that the customization has to be joined in by a large group. Quite often the proprietary softwares are used not because they always provide you the best, but because a lot of people question, where is the helpline? If I have a proprietary software, if things go wrong, someone might be helping because it's a proprietary thing. But what about the open source softwares? Now, how can you build a helpline if we don't join it ourselves? So build a Koha team, build people who can share knowledge, and make sure that whenever someone Googles how to do this thing in Koha, pop would come the answer. That is how we shall continue to learn in 21st century. It's a great occasion. I wish I knew more, but I'm absolutely sure with the large number of experts who will be delivering their lectures over the next 2 days, we shall learn more. With these words, I have my best wishes for this conference, and I'm glad that I'm here to say together with you, let us inaugurate this session. Thank you.
Let's pause for a moment here. We are now going to release the IND Koha 2019 conference proceedings. I request Swami Sastagyananda, the principal of Ramakrishna Mission Vidyamandira, to release it. Now, another release, the release of IND Koha 2019 souvenir. It will be released by Dr. Arun Kumar Chakraborty, the librarian of Bose Institute, Kolkata, and former Director General, Raja Ram Mohan Roy Library Foundation and National Library. Coming back to our primary proceedings, we shall now hear it from our chief guest, Dr. Arun Kumar Chakraborty, librarian, Bose Institute, Kolkata, Raja Ram Mohan Roy Library Foundation and National Library. Sir, please.
Namaskar, good morning to all of you. Respected Dr. Vimal Chatterjee, President Bengal Library Association. We gave Principal Swami Shastinaranjan Maharaj, Ramakrishna Mission Vidyamandira, Swami Chittananda Maharaj, Vice Principal Ramakrishna Mission Belur Vidyamandira, and then Professor Ashok Thakur, our dearest Vice Chancellor, we have been knowing him from long time. Then K.K. Banerjee is my senior and mentor, we always share. Then Arup Roy Chaudhary, he is also our senior and he is also a very good friend of mine. And Sri Gautam Goswami, Gautam we are also teacher, and then we enjoyed Chandra and other all seniors and different colleagues from other states who were places are coming here to inaugurate these programs, 2 days international conference. I'm really thankful and grateful to the organizer for giving me opportunity to come here. Actually this Koha, all of you know that you have been using as a free source software, and actually I happen to be used the Koha maybe from since 2007 onwards. Actually I came back from the Fulbright Fellowship in 2006. There we used to, in a digital research lab, Professor Edward Fox was there, where we used to work on with him, the DSpace lab. And then after coming back, we thought that we should use this open source software in every places. So we have implemented in our Bose Institute, in all this, even in the RFID gates and everything is on Koha. So we have implemented all, so since long time. And because we find that we should be using the open source software, and then we have organized several programs during that time also for the implementation of the Koha or promotion of the Koha. And then I had the opportunity to become the DG of Raja Rammohan Roy Library Foundation and also National Mission on Libraries. So Raja Rammohan Roy Library Foundation was also already using the Koha software since long time. And then we also introduced this Koha in National Mission on Libraries in the National Virtual Library of India, creating in the Koha software and then DSpace software. So these platforms we have been using it. So we want to have all public libraries should be using the Koha. That's the motto of the National Mission on Libraries, and they've been working for that. The Raja Rammohan Roy Foundation work towards that. So that's what we are using the Koha, and then there are a lot of experts are in Koha. So that means there is a Koha team. So we should not have a fear of because there is a fear psychosis of all of us that if you want to use the open source software, there are a lot of hitches because once it comes to the library professionals, librarian, because that's if you use this commercial software, it is onus is somebody else. It is very easy to handle. If we say that it's a commercial software, the software is not working, we can easily say that it's not working. I have just called the vendor and the vendor will be doing it. But if we do the open source software, it's onus on us. See, if something is difficult or something is not able to fix, then we have to do it. We have to spend a lot of time during that time. So that is why open source software and commercial software, the benefit and advantage. But joy of doing this and the free of this, unless we feel that we will not able to do this. So that is why we should always think of the open source software. And now, initially when we did it, there are a lot of very less people. Now we have a huge number of persons who are acquainted with the Koha. So there is a Koha group. So if there is any problem for any of working in this, so anybody can fix that problem easily. So that's kind of strength we are creating, and the BLA is also giving a platform for us to give make the all public libraries to come together. So that's what I feel, that if we all together work for the Koha and open source software, then it will be good for the public library systems and for the other library systems. And thank you very much for giving me opportunity.
Our guest of honor, Mr. K.K. Banerjee, former Director General, Raja Rammohan Roy Library Foundation and National Library, to deliver his speech.
Respected Swamijis and other distinguished guests in the dais, my colleagues, friends, good morning everybody. What happened We are a little bit late for the inaugural time due to some traffic jam in the Kolkata that bridge. So whatever may be, I think that we will finish it, the inaugural session at 11 o'clock, which is that scheduled time is there. Let me first offer my heartfelt thanks to BLA, an organization who is working in the development of the library service since 1925, and the joint organizer Ramakrishna Mission Vidyamandira. The BLA, who are running among other programs, playing an important role to organize regular training courses in programs in Koha. It also take an important role in to customize Koha to a software for different types of libraries. As far as my knowledge is concerned, till now they have customized more than 100 libraries in the country, and presently they are providing technical support to the Ganbandi, the State Central Library of Government of Sikkim. Created in 1999, Koha is an open source software, you all know. But what my paradox was there, when I came into the library service here in Kolkata in the Raja Ram Mohan Roy Library Foundation, at that time we find out so many proprietary softwares are there, like Lipsys, Virtua in National Library, that was installed in National Library. And so there was no uniformity to start and computer application methods in the libraries. Then in 1999 came Koha, and we decided at that time itself that since it is an open source software, we are going to introduce this into the public libraries which are under the control of the Raja Ram Mohan Roy Library Foundation. However, this has become popularized, and it is a very active project throughout the world, even in India, that they are using the Koha software, application software in the library field of India. But I have not that problem for whether this complication, whether this Koha software is applicable or not. My thinking of after servicing so many years in the public libraries, that library and information science as a subject, quote unquote, as a subject, depended more and more on computer application, and it has now become a computer application service subject. And many theoreticians working in this field has a doubt that in future the computer application will overtake the computer in information, quote unquote, as a subject in the later run. Because this computer application has helped the librarians to work very properly, to provide the service and support to its readers. These computer applications give the readers and give the library users and the library clientele to have a very fast approach in this technological explosion subjects. But my thinking is that this always debars the academicians, library academicians, to build the theories and other subject development in this regard. So I hope that this INQA conference will give some lead in this way also. The conference people is there, Arup and the conference director is Arup, who was the pioneer of applying computer applications in ISI the library. What I think of, that this library in Koha seminar gives some lead to this how it could help the academics portion of the library science as a subject. I offer my heartfelt thanks and give thanks to Ramakrishna for offering this thing. Thank you, everybody.
Request Sri Arup Roy Chaudhary, former Deputy Librarian ISI Kolkata, the director of the conference, deliver his speech.
Good morning, everybody, and I welcome you all to INQA 2019. INQA is a platform created by Bengal Library Association around 2016 to give Koha practitioners a platform to share their experience, achievements, and also failure. But unfortunately, none reports any failure. And without any reporting of the failure, I think we cannot achieve much success. So next today, I think all of you will take a very active part in the deliberations and make this conference successful. Thank you all.
We now request the President of the inaugural session, Dr. Bimal Chatterjee, President of Bengal Library Association, to deliver his speech.
Respected dignitaries on the stage and the invited guests from different parts of this country as well as delegates from foreign countries, especially of Bangladesh and someone from Ceylon. It's a happy privilege for us to have this organization, this international seminar here, again under the help and directions of the Ramakrishna Mission Vidyamandira at Belur. First, why we are organizing this international seminar. That is, what is the objective of the seminar? You know, a few objectives of the seminars may be mentioned over here, over which you can deliver your deliberations throughout the 2 days, namely to create awareness for the benefits of using open software. Number 2, to popularize Koha as an integrated library management system. And then to exchange in information, knowledge and experience of Koha for library management. And then to bring together Koha developers in Indian subcontinent to share their expertise and to act as a common platform regarding any issue on Koha. This system has been introduced to different organizations, especially the college libraries and other technical libraries. And this Koha has been organized by Bengal Library Association, and especially I mentioned our key man behind this Koha project is Dr. Joydeep Chando, who is also the organizing secretary of this international conference. And I especially mention his name because for his undying personality and efforts, this conference is going to become a successful one. Otherwise, it would not have been so successful as it is today. I express my thanks to Joydeep Chando, especially for this. Though the Bengal Library Association is organizing wholeheartedly in a united form, still one person should take this steer to run the show, and he is Joydeep. I request all of you to share your views and exert your expertise in this field so that the other people know the project very clearly and especially the disadvantages of introducing Koha. This should be given much importance to discuss, because without knowing the defaults, we cannot make it a success, and that is our goal. That is the purpose of this conference, and that is the purpose of this international conference. And I think all of you will be here to deliberate and to participate in this organization, in these deliberations, and the well thought out plans to be taken in your own libraries or in your own institutions, so that the Koha project is taking its shape in the future course of libraries. Because it's not denying the fact that printed books are still to exist, are still to remain, still for the development of the technical field in the world. We must take share of this technical field, that is the Koha or the computer application in the libraries, and we have to take this technical project very seriously, and in course of time maybe that printed books may not be so much useful, but the e-books will take the place of it. Let us hope that for the development of knowledge and for the expression of knowledge, we must take the fruitful, either technological or the printed books, whichever is applicable to us, whichever is available to us, that we will take that much help from that source to encourage our knowledge and to expand the development of the country all along. Okay, I congratulate you again to come over here and to participate for the organizations, and there are invited lectures as well as panel discussions, and there are very expert people who know it very carefully, very sincerely. They can take part in the panel discussion as well as they will deliver their speeches and will be enriched by their development, by their diversions. And I request all of them to be here to express their views very clearly to us, so that we can encourage our knowledge, we can expand our knowledge by their deliberations, and for that we are giving them very much thanks for their painstaking works they are taking to deliver their speeches. And I request all of you again a very good morning and very happy weather, as well as to be here and to enjoy it. And especially thanks to the Ramakrishna Mission Vidyamandira principal, who has taken much initiative to organize all this seminar, and in collaboration with the Bengal Association, I request all of them to be here to make this conference a grand success. Thank you all. Thanks a lot.
What has this inaugural session been? Not statistics, information, not much. Rather, it was more of a subjective, eye-opening insight to those pivotal points which needs to be discussed in our times, right now, standing where we stand now. It's time for this inaugural session to end. We will have few words, rather the vote of thanks from Dr. Joydeep Chandu, Organizing Secretary of INT Koha 2019. Sir.
Namaskar, respected dignitaries on dais, participants, audience, guests, my students, my teachers, and my principal madam also. Actually, our first president, founder president Rabindranath once told that if you want to know India, study Vivekananda. So, on behalf of association founded by Rabindranath Tagore as well as the main place of work of Vivekananda, we both together welcome you all in this prestigious conference of INT Koha 2019. Being an NGO to organize a conference is such a difficult thing, because there is a very much fund crisis. Last year the budget was actually about 4.5 lakhs and this year is more than 5 lakhs. So we have applied for grant for different institutions and we are very much thankful that, grateful to ICSSR as well as Raja Rammohun Rai Library Foundation. Last moment they sanctioned some grant. When we just selected or took decision to jointly collaborate this program with Vidyamandira, actually this is actually a tough decision, because to combine a single place the Grihis like us with Tagis like Maharaj, it's a very tough decision. But actual we are very much grateful to Principal Maharaj sir, Vice Principal Maharaj sir, as well as their total team, faculty members, non-teaching staff members, and especially head clerk sir, as well as the library staff, especially Krishanu, Shumanto, my student, Shomu, and other persons from library. We are grateful to Professor Ashok Thakur. He told that he is outsider, but actual thing is that when you don't know what is Koha actually, he has been engaged to popularize it. So we are very much grateful to you, sir. We have two former DGs on dais, Dr. Arun Chakraborty and Mr. K.K. Banerjee. We are grateful to both of them. Grateful to our conference director sir, our president, our general secretary sir, and our actual editor of the Granthakar Patrika. Grateful to resource persons from all around the country as well as abroad. Grateful to keynote speaker Bimal. Bimal is present here. Our panel speakers, chairperson, resource person and participants from all around the country. We have resource person and participants from Kashmir, from actually Mumbai, Kerala, Assam, Tripura, Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh, Bihar, Odisha. I think more than 10 states present here, as well as resource persons and participants from abroad. We are very much grateful to Ms. Jennifer. She told me that she is excited to deliver something, so welcome her also. We are grateful to the team Sri Lanka. There are 3 persons. Kids is there, and Mrs. Thibba, Mr. Kupeshan, and grateful to also the team of Bangladesh. There are I think more than 20. সবাইকে আমরা স্বাগত জানাচ্ছি আপনাদেরকে। রাজশাহী থেকে এসেছেন প্রফেসর শরীফুল, মাহবুবুল এসছেন, রফিকুর এসছেন, মাহফুজ ভাই এবং তার ম্যাডাম। খুলনা যশোর থেকে কাশেম ভাই এসছেন এবং তার সঙ্গী এসছেন, এবং ঢাকা থেকে টুটুল এবং তার সঙ্গী সাথীরা সমস্ত, চট্টগ্রাম থেকে আনোয়ার ভাই, সবাইকে আমরা স্বাগত জানাচ্ছি। আপনারা এই দুদিন আমাদের সাথে ভালো করে শেয়ার করুন, আপনাদের ওখানে কি কাজ করছে সেগুলো নিশ্চয়ই আপনারা শেয়ার করবেন। Grateful to different guests from different LIS school from West Bengal, as well as guests from outsider also, and we are also grateful to our sponsor Stallion Systems, Rapid Radio, and Asiatics, Publication Secretary of Asiatics, he just come here. Grateful to them, and specially thanks to my volunteers, students. আসলে কি মানে একটা কনফারেন্স করতে গেলে এই কদিন ওদেরকে আমরা যা অত্যাচার করেছি, কালকে রাত্রি পর্যন্ত সুমন্ত রাত একটার সময় আমাকে ফোন করেছে যে শ্রীলঙ্কার লোককে আনতে পারছি না, খুঁজে পাচ্ছি না। সুতরাং এটা হচ্ছে আমাদের একটা দাবি আমাদের স্টুডেন্টদের কাছে, অ্যান্ড দে হ্যাভ গিভ দেয়ার লট, মানে কথা আমরা যা বলেছি এটা করতে হবে, করে দিয়েছে তারা। সো উই আর গ্রেটফুল টু অল অফ ইউ, অ্যান্ড ইউ মে বি, অ্যান্ড ইউ জাস্ট নো দ্যাট ইনকোয়া ইজ নাও এজ এ ব্র্যান্ড, quote unquote a brand, because you may be happy to know that till now there are 4 institutions, including 1 university, have applied for us to organize in Koha 2021. So that's the beauty of the conference. Okay. So again and again, thankful to all of you. সবাই ভালো থাকবেন, সবাই দুদিন খুব ভালো করে কাটাবেন, and thanks again to our Vidyamandir team, total Maharaj, Principal Maharaj, Vice Principal, and others. Thank you.
Some time to clear the stage and prepare for next sessions. Thank you.
আপনি রিকোয়েস্ট করে বলেছেন আমি আপনি এইটা একটু আপনার
Can we start?
আমি ফোন করে
I think the audience went for a break.
আর আমি যাবো না হলে আপনাকে সঙ্গে নিয়ে আমি চলে যাবো হ্যাঁ আপনাকে সঙ্গে নিয়ে আমি কাজে লেগে
I am Vimal Kumar from Kerala. I presently work with Mahatma Gandhi University Library. I would like to share with the present status of Koha in India. The observations based on few surveys organized in the last few years, and my contact with the Koha users and my participation in different Koha users online forums. Koha is actually a gift to developing countries because in developing countries, library automation was a dream because the price of the software was very high and we have no ICT infrastructure poor and a lot of licensing problems. So we can say that Koha is a real gift to countries, especially in India. We have a lot of public libraries, academic libraries. We can just start with how library automation start in India. In 9 databases for library purposes. One of the popular databases is CDS ISIS, DBase and Foxtrot. And there will be some modules for the library automation purposes. They mainly make use the databases to store their metadata. And they add some programs to issue and return of books. Later, proprietary legacy softwares, Elixir, Nirmals and a lot of locally made softwares then came and they slowly roll out the market. This situation exists till 2010. And these advantages automating the Indian academic libraries. They made a good impact on the library automation in Indian libraries, academic libraries, especially in college and university libraries. They released Sol version 1 in 2000 and they released some few updates during the period 2000 to 2007. Sol version 1 was very popular because they get the Sol either free or with minimal charges for colleges and universities. A lot of libraries automated using Sol and implemented, given them funds, training and other assistance. And very few updates available during the period. The software progress was very slow. And the users tired of waiting for the updates. In 2009, Sol 2 released, but it could not much popular like Sol 1. At that time, people became tired of Sol software. These are some reasons behind why Sol washed out from the Indian academic library scenario. One is slow development process and a weak technology platform. In developing countries, we are not users of licensed software products. Sol platform is Windows, MS SQL, and most of the libraries using pirated copies of Sol and MS SQL. And software had many problems during these reasons using software without license. And Sol 1 only for automating the traditional library activities. They have not Koha started its development on 1919 and in 2000 they released the source code. They made it available in internet and people began to use it. In Kerala, Devagiri College, I think this is the first time in India installed Koha in Devagiri College. they installed Koha with the help of an engineer. They maintain their metadata details in CD sizes. The person who assists the migration created a Python script to migrate the details from CD sizes to Koha. The script is still available. They share with the Koha wiki. The script is still available in the internet. And the same script useful for many libraries could migrate from CD sizes to Koha. In Indian subcontinent. It's a big library with 39 plus branches installed Koha. This incident noticed among library professionals. Then other libraries follow the Delhi Public Library and gradually libraries started to use Koha. And in the initial stages, library without any choice, without any software, moved to Koha. They have no other choices, so they selected Koha. Koha is not easy to install in the initial stages. Only a person with good Linux knowledge install Koha, and there are libraries with the assistance of good Linux expertise could install the software. At that time, such libraries could survive with the Koha. And most of the libraries still maintain Koha with the help of community support, and they are very reluctant to go for paid support. A lot of companies and service providers offer paid support, but most of the libraries maintain Koha with the help of community support. And many academic libraries move to Koha, but in case of public libraries, they are not in a position to adopt Koha because the reasons are public library volunteers are much trained, they are not tech savvy, and they have some ICT infrastructure problems.
1 or 2 100 years old library English
we have not much progress in Koha, but we have something like free software or premium software, easy to download, freely available. But the real meaning is free like free speech. The free software give you freedom to change, alter, use. And so, as it is authorities think that it's a free of cost, so easy to install, easy to download. So no fund for Koha installation and maintenance. But Koha installation need a technical expertise assistance. And for Koha installation we need the help of a Linux expert. And we cannot install Koha like any Windows-based software. In Windows-based software, just to download the exe file, double-click, it will work. But the same way, Koha will not work, we need some external support. For library, we need some external support to install Koha. And the full responsibility is the librarians. Many librarians, someone will install Koha, they will do it, some problem happens, they will help us. They don't know how to do it. Another thing that we are not aware about how much effort to develop or maintain an open source software project. The open source software is the hardship of many software volunteers and many people working behind it. We cannot calculate the actual amount, value of the software. That's a hardship of many people. We have to respect it. And if people think that this is too easy, we get the software, easy download, so it's an easy thing. Another fact is that install Koha and maintain Koha is not the role of the library. Now people install Koha, librarians install Koha themselves and maintain it, but librarians are always busy, especially in colleges. Librarians are always busy with some other work, but they cannot find time to maintain the Koha inside the library. So librarians face many problems with the Koha maintenance. For example, a bug appears, an error, technical error appears. If he could not solve it, his day-to-day activities will be stuck. And suppose a problem happens, if we call telephone a person with the Linux expertise or Koha expertise. Some occasions he cannot help over the phone. He needs a remote access. Otherwise, he has to no internet connection. He has to visit the library to solve it. And the maintenance of Koha required the assistance of an expert. In Indian context, we have our libraries have a very poor ICT infrastructure. Most of the libraries, the Koha run on an ordinary desktop PC, not servers. Whatever may be the size of the collection, the Koha run on an ordinary desktop. The result is that no library has online catalog. Another main problem is that the desktop specification do not match with the number of records in the library, number of word runs, and number of transactions. We have to be more careful about the hardware specification while choosing hardware for Koha installation. We have to consider the RAM size, the memory size, the speed of the processor, the other devices support for Koha, for example, scanner or printer. Certain printer models does not work with Linux. We have to be careful while select a particular print for Koha. For example, you have to print ID cards, barcodes with the printer. Your printer has to support with the Linux operating system. In the case of the hardware specification and ICT infrastructure, we have some problem. The main reason is that our libraries are not concerned about these things. We are not aware about the ICT infrastructure or ICTs. So we are helpless in the case of make available OPAP outside the campus for library. Majority of libraries maintain their OPAP inside library or inside the campus. The main reason of these things are many mistakes from our side. We are not keen to update with the latest developments in Koha. As it is an open source software, lot of people work on it. So development is very fast, not like Sol. Sol take about 10 years to release a new update or new version. Every 6 months, Koha releases a new version. And we have to keep in touch with the recent activities and developments. We have to read out the website to know these latest things. And we are very reluctant to participate in the online communities. We have a very active Koha users community in Facebook. So many people put a post to seek the assistance when they get an error. Otherwise, they will not look on the, they will not participate in the Facebook or other forums. If we are not active in the forums, sometimes we will not get the answer. If people active in the forum, they are very keen to answer others' questions, keen to help others, they will easily notice. Suppose if they get any trouble, people will be very happy to answer these problems or solve these problems. And so we have to keep in touch with the community and be active in the online platforms. And most of the libraries do not use all modules with Koha. Koha has acquisition serial modules, very comprehensive in all features and functions. Most of the libraries do not use all. Many libraries use only transaction, circulation module and catalog and report module. They do not touch other modules. So the developers fail to know what are the bugs, what are the problems with the new version, a new update. We have to use all modules, then only we can know the drawbacks and report back to the developers. And still libraries follow manual methods. The software using for save the time to automate the works in the library to justice is the fourth law of another law, save the time of the users. But We still maintain card system for circulation. At the same time, we use Koha for mission return. And we have to acquire some Linux skills. We cannot be expert. All people cannot be experts in Linux, but we have to know what are the things working behind the system, and we have to tell others, or we have to, when we report a problem well, describe the problem well, we have to know we have to acquire some basic background. We need to acquire some basic background on Linux and some other things. Another thing is, when they install Koha, they have a lot of passwords. For example, one password for Linux login, one password databases, one password Koha login. They only remember Koha login ID and password. When the trouble happens, a person will come, he know what is the username of password of the database, he forget it. They forget to note down the passwords. This situation is very not good. We have to aware of, we have to take care of these things very seriously. This era is very much competition put forward to librarians. We working with an interdisciplinary domain. We have challenges from various fields and a lot of developments in computer, mobile phones, everywhere a lot of things happen. We have to grab all these things. We have to try to know all these things. Otherwise, we will wash out from the field. For that, what we have to do? We have to accept these changes and walk with these changes. And then we have to keep in touch with the latest developments. Not only Koha, we have to keep in touch with other developments, Android, mobile phones, computing, artificial intelligence. Then only we can successfully maintain these technologies in our life. Then only we can enhance our services from our libraries to users. These are some recent changes striking in our mind while we deal with the Facebook forums. Lot of queries regarding Koha upgradation. For example, many people cannot log in after upgrade to 18.05 version of Koha. Since 18.05, Koha removed login using database username and password. Earlier, they provided login using database username and password. And after login, we have to create a staff client. Then we have to log in using username and password of staff user. Then we can do day-to-day activities of the library. Instead of that, Koha will show the warning. You have to create staff user and ID and password. Using that, then only you have to do other things. Instead of that, librarians every day log in using the database username and password. They did not create any additional staff user. After upgrading to 18.05 from older versions, they cannot log in into 18.05. And very difficult to create a staff user from 18.05 without entering into the Koha. The main reason is that we are afraid to know the recent developments with Koha. These things they mentioned in their release notes, but nobody read out it. Another recent change is MySQL acquired by Oracle to maintain its open source nature. The community started another platform or project called MariaDB. Most of the open source projects moved to MariaDB, but many of librarians didn't know the reason. They see install MariaDB in the installation manual. They wonder what is MariaDB. And we started with Ubuntu to install Koha, but Ubuntu really for desktop PCs. And the default desktop, Unity desktop or Genome desktop, very heavy. And very heavy for our PCs in our library. They are very low computer profile, very low RAM, very low processing power. So Ubuntu is very heavy for our desktop. So we can use Debian, very lightweight, very fast. And Koha developers prefer Debian for Koha installation. And these kind of changes we have to know in advance, and we have to keep in touch with these things. At the same time, open source software offers us a lot of learning experience. Learning these things give us fresh and keep in touch with the latest developments. It helps us to maintain Koha well in our life. And at the same time, proprietary software do not offer any learning experience. It also endorses or inculcate open source culture among us. They encourage, share the knowledge with others. And it means we have to help others. If any problem with others, we know how to solve the problem. We have to help him, assist him by phone or using remote access like TeamViewer to help others. If you learn something new, you have to share with others using social media like Facebook or put into Koha usage. Then only we can excel in this field. A lot of new developments in computing field, and such developments are very, very advantageous or very hopeful for us. One is emerging of cloud computing, and no need to install Koha in your unstable hardware. We can hire any good cloud service like Amazon, Microsoft or Google. They offer cloud service. Earlier, cloud services in India do not offer debit cards. Most of the Indians have no debit cards. Sorry, they accept only credit cards. Most of the Indians have no credit cards. Now they accept debit cards, ordinary debit cards for billing. Same like electricity billing, based on the usage, we will get it. For example, if we install Koha in a cloud environment, we will get a monthly bill. This is more convenient for us. If you are not ready to adapt or borrow these private services, there is an MHR initiative of cloud called Badal. I am not sure about they started the service. They will give a free of cost cloud service to Indian academic institutions. You can approach with the MHR Badal service. You can hire a cloud service and install Koha. Then you can worry free maintenance of Koha. A lot of people have a lot of confusions. What I have to learn to maintain successfully Koha or other open source software in our life or in-house support. I will just point out what we have to learn in my experience. One is Linux basics. Second is database basics. How to deal with databases. Bit of computer networking. And then we have to keep in touch with the latest updates. We have to visit websites to get the latest trends or latest developments. And some copy and paste skills. If we get the installation manual, you have to know how to interpret the commands, and you have to identify which is the commands to apply, then copy and paste into your terminal and just press enter till once. And you have to acquire the knowledge to identify or interpret the installation manual, and lot of curiosity to learn new things. What are the things? Lot of things with the Linux. It's like a C. We have to learn minimum things in the initial period. We have to know how to open a particular files using terminal in Linux. Lot of editors there. For example, leafpad editor. Using leafpad, you can install a particular file, which is a repository information. How to open a file and add some things, how to save it. Then you have to learn how to copy and move the files and folders from one place to another place. Not like videos, you cannot easily put copy the files and put it in, move to another place. It will not allow lot of security restrictions there. You have to apply some commands to move and copy and move files and folders in various places in Linux. And we have to know how to schedule the tasks. For example, you have to take backup regularly at 4 o'clock before closing the library. You have to know cron jobs. These things are common with any type of Linux. It is same with CentOS, Fedora, Ubuntu, Debian, same. Then you have to learn some Debian or Ubuntu specific things. Debian is a special derivative, special branch of Linux, and not like CentOS or Red Hat. Indians are very familiar with the CentOS or Red Hat. And it using a separate package management system called apt. We have to apply how to apply the apt commands. For example, you want to update the Linux, you can apply sudo apt update. The second command is sudo apt upgrade. We have to familiar with these commands. No need to by heart all these commands. By experience, you will by heart it. First, initial stages, you can copy paste it. Later, you can easily type it. And second is, most of the software is available in the Ubuntu repository. If you have internet connection, just apply the command activate upgrade. New packages will download from internet. Your system will update. In certain cases, this will not work. You want to install TeamViewer in your Koha system. Suppose an error happens, you can connect with the remote friend and he can solve it. In such cases, for some third-party applications, we have to visit the TeamViewer website and download the package. Same like in Windows, the package individual Windows package called exe, in Debian and Ubuntu, the extension ending with the deb. So we have to install a third-party application for my package and a separate command available. Then we have to apply some permissions, basic Linux commands for file permissions. Permission part is very important with Linux, we have to know about it. Here, chmod -r produce our image. This the file called tom.exe is open to everyone. After making changes, we can restrict to read our user. There are some security concerns regarding this basic permission commands. We have to be careful about such commands. Then our Koha or whatever is software data stored in database management system, MySQL, MariaDB, lot of databases available. We have to know the basics of database management like create and delete database. And not like file deletion, just press the delete button. We have to apply command to create and delete databases. And how to take backup and restore the command. Suppose your Koha collapsed, you have a backup with you. But if you want how to know the restoration commands to restore the old backup to the newly installed Koha. And there is another good graphical interface available to manage MySQL or MariaDB, that is called PHP MyAdmin. Using PHP MyAdmin, you have to familiar with such tools. You can manage MySQL or MariaDB without any commands. And we have to familiar with these things regarding database management. And we have to learn gradually lot of things. We have to brush up, always we have to brush up our knowledge. Otherwise, we cannot stand or we cannot fight in this profession. We cannot do well services to the users. The main problem is that users are more tech savvy. Libraries are not tech savvy. They can overcome us. We have to brush up our knowledge to maintain our identity in this domain. Any questions regarding this?
is your suggestion regarding specific hardware and software requirement? Second question is, do you suggest cloud-based Koha installation or in-house server-based? Which one is cost-effective? Cloud-based or in-house installation? In-house server-based installation. Which one is cost-effective?
Cost-wise.
No. Which one is least cost? In-house server or the cloud-based installation of Koha? And minimum specification of hardware and software for installation of Koha. Your suggestion regarding minimum hardware and software requirement.
Yeah.
Or do you suggest in-house server-based installation or cloud-based installation? Which one is less money cost?
We have to take it separately, but we have if you maintain server in our library, we have a good power backup. For example, a place where electricity problems, we cannot maintain server. Without any UPS backup, we can.
Initiative of the Mechadi project. I'm leading the systems team over there. I will be mainly talking about like how libraries could be or the services of the library could be made available to the user community using a cloud interface or virtualization interface. So before going into the library aspect, let us first understand what is actually virtualization. As we know that we have many of you might be working on cloud, Amazon Cloud, might be heard of Google Cloud, may heard of VMware, so a lot of things, VirtualBox. So what are all these actually? What do you mean by virtualization? So there is a difference between a real and a virtual thing. I think many of you know, but let us get some examples before that. This is a football match. This is a real football match. You can see the players, you can see the ground, you can see real players playing in the football match. But what about this? This is a virtual game which can be played on a computer only. If you have a desktop, if you have a gaming PC, you can play football. Many of you might have heard of EA Sports. There are a lot of games with EA Sports company. They have football matches, they have racing cars and all this. So this is a real world racing car, which we all see on the television sets. But this is a virtual thing. So what is the difference? What is the difference between a real and a virtual? The real is which we see on a television. It may be a live telecast. It may not be a live telecast. It may have been played somewhere, recorded, and again shown to us. But the match has happened actually. If you see for the cricket match, the players are played actually in the ground. That is the real. But once you are playing a desktop, a computer, a laptop, they are not real players. They are only a form of the real player which are playing. You can stop, you can pause at any time. But the real cricket match, the real football match cannot pause. Now, physical server versus virtual server. So many of you might have seen physical servers like this. We have seen a tower type server, we have seen a rack server, we have seen a desktop PC, we have seen laptops. They are real physical servers. They have their physical existence. But if you go for virtual servers, they don't have a real world existence, but they exist. Just like in the game. Yeah, we know that we are playing a game. we enjoy the game. We know that football has been dribbled from somebody and taken to somebody else. We know how to hit a shot using some keyboard key sequences. But here, the virtual server does not exist. But it exists. Okay? Now let us see a second example. Now what will happen to this? If a virtual server doesn't exist, what will happen to this? Processor, RAM and everything. Does they exist? Or they do not? Yes. This is a physical server which is open, and you can see the RAM and processor. Once you open up the server and you see that the processor is being very much guarded by a lot of heat sink and everything. RAM is also guarded. You'll see that some big RAMs are there. You know what is RAM? Random access memory. The primary memory which we talk about. So these are all the physical objects. But once we go for virtual, what happens is it all goes virtual. So what happens? What will be the difference between a physical server and a virtual server? The physical server we can see, we can feel it, but the virtual server, we can only feel it, but we cannot see it. Just like God, isn't it? Now comes the definition. So this virtualization. So what may be called a virtualization? Virtualization is somewhat which works on the physical platform. In games or in virtual games, in computer games, this does not happen. The physical games are played on fields, and virtual games are played on computers. But in case of servers, these physical servers actually host the virtual servers. The virtual servers reside on this physical server. So there may be a single physical server. You have a big high capacity physical server having a lot of RAM, 256 GB RAM, 1 TB RAM. You have 4 processors. Four processors, motherboards are available. So you have 4 processors. They are a lot of cores. So now you can host a virtual server or maybe one or more virtual servers in a physical server. So this physical server is now divided into several virtual servers. So how does it help? Initially the structure was like this. We had a physical server, we had an operating system over there. It may be Windows, it may be Linux, maybe Unix, whatever it is. And we used to run applications over there. We used to strain a single physical server for all our applications. Just like we have a laptop, we have a desktop. So within that laptop we have Windows. We have only Windows. Maybe somebody has made it a dual boot. But dual boot, at a single point of time, only one operating system can be accessed. Not two. You have dual boot operating system. You have Linux and Windows both in your laptop, in your desktop. But you cannot work with 2 at a time. How can you access 2 at a time? If you go to a virtual server. See this virtual server? If you look at the layout of the virtual server, the same physical server is there. What is the difference? I have included a virtualization layer over it. We have included a virtualization layer. So this virtualization layer helps you in having more than one operating system or more than one virtual machines. Virtual machines. Have you heard of virtual machines earlier? Where have you heard? Java virtual machines? JVM we say. Isn't it? What does it do? Takes some amount of resource, keeps it within. And once Java is running, as per requirement, it shares the memory and resources from there. Okay? Isn't it? Java virtual machines work like this. Now there are various types of virtualization. So we need to understand like what are all the things we can virtualize actually. What are all the things we can virtualize? First is obviously the server. We have got a server. We can make several operating systems or several virtual machines out of a single server. Isn't it? As here it is being shown, as you can see that you can run more than one applications. One is Oracle, one is an SQL, some other application servers maybe running some Koha and Space and a lot of library-oriented software can run. You can have email, you can have a file server, you can have a print server. So all these things can run on a virtualized server. What else we can virtualize? We can virtualize the network. So how do we virtualize the network? We have a single port in our laptop or desktop, or maybe servers maybe having 4 ports. That's all. But in our server, we have 100 virtual servers and one single port. So how will it help? How will it help? Have you seen network switches? Network switches installed in several places in our institute or maybe organization. So similar to that, we can have several layers. We can have several layers. We can have a single network port, but that may be connected to several layers, just as server. Just as server virtualization, this is also a kind of a virtualization. So this single port can be shared into different layers, where we can have different kind of network infrastructures. What else can be virtualized? Desktop virtualization. What is the desktop virtualization? Our desktop is there. I need to have more than one operating system, or I have a server. I have say maybe 20 students. The professor has 20 students with different requirements. One of the students wants to work in Windows, one of the students wants to work in Linux, one of the other students may be working with some other operating system, maybe he's experimenting. So what he wants? He wants to give individual privileges to all the students. So what he needs to do? He needs to create 20 desktops from this server. 20 different desktops. So each of these persons will feel that they are working with their own desktop. Okay? This is also a type of virtualization. I think many of you have heard already some of the technologies like NAS, network attached storage, SAN, storage area network. Many of you might have heard about this kind of technology. But this is a virtualized storage. So what is a virtualized storage? I have several servers, I have several desktops, I have a big lab having say 100 desktops. Each of these desktops have their own hard disks. Each of these desktops have maybe 500 GB hard disk, maybe 1 TB hard disk. So this all, say I have 50 desktops in a lab, and all these 50 desktops have been connected to a LAN is there and everything is there, and each of these desktops have their own hard disks. So maybe a 500 GB hard disk. So I want to use the hard disks of all these computers. So what will I do? Earlier I used to make several servers from one, isn't it? From one server I used to have several servers. But here the problem is the other way. I have several desktops. Now I want to connect them to a single storage. So this is also possible in virtualization. That's called storage virtualization. We call it a vSAN, virtual SAN. Okay? Now here, the concepts of virtualization, once if you want to understand what is virtualization, you need to understand some of the concepts. One is guest OS and a host OS. Okay? Guest OS and a host OS. OS is the operating system. So what is a host OS? Host OS is the OS which runs on the physical server. If the operating system is running on the physical server, it's called a host OS. And if the operating system is running on a virtual server made from this physical server, so that is called a guest OS. So we can have several guest OSs within a single host OS. But again, that is decided by somebody else. Who is that? This is the hypervisor. This is another concept that's called the hypervisor, which decides which is the host OS and which is the guest OS, how to make the guest OS and how to make the host OS. So there are two kinds of hypervisor available. Hypervisor is the thing which I have told you earlier, that's a virtualization layer which is just above the physical system. So this hypervisor actually consolidates all the information from the server, directly from the server. So like once we install an operating system in a server, maybe it's a desktop machine or a server or maybe a workstation. So once we install an OS, the OS understands what is the processor, what is the RAM, what is the hard disk present in your system. So all these things the OS understands. Now there are two kinds of hypervisor. One is that which runs on an OS, just like an application. I'll give you examples. Just it runs on the particular operating system, maybe a Windows, maybe a Linux. It runs on that. And there are several other hypervisors which run directly on the physical system. It works itself as an operating system, just like Windows or Linux. It doesn't need an operating system to work upon. It can install. In technical terms, we say it can be installed in a bare metal physical server. We say the bare metal means the physical server without any drivers and without any operating system. We call it a bare metal. It can be installed on a. So there are two kinds of hypervisor. One is which can be installed in operating system, which needs an operating system to work, and which can be installed in a bare metal server. So first of all, this is the physical layer. There are several layers. So this is the physical layer, where we have, what are the things we have? We have the CPU, the processor, we have the RAM or the primary memory, we have the hard disk, and we have network. Okay? Now over this, we can have a type 1 hypervisor which can run on the bare metal, which can be installed on the physical server directly, which doesn't need an operating system. From where we can make a virtual machine which can have a virtual CPU, RAM, hard disk, and network. These four things are needed to run a server or a virtual machine. We need processor, RAM, hard disk, and the network. These four things. So these four things are taken from the hypervisor, and a single physical virtual server is prepared. We can have several like this. Second type of hypervisor first needs an operating system to be installed on the physical server. So what is an operating system for? Host operating system. So this is the host operating system. Over that you have a hypervisor which actually takes the resources. Now over that you can build virtual machines. These virtual machines are again the empty. Don't think that this comes up with the same operating system from the hypervisor. Hypervisor is simply sharing the resources, nothing else. It's not sharing the operating system. Again, over this, in these virtual machines, they are individual virtual machines. They are individual machines. This doesn't have anything installed in them. So what you need to do is, you need to install the operating system. Over that, you install the applications. So, how it helps? Say maybe you have a big server in your office, or maybe your desktop is kind of a workstation. It can support a lot of connections. It can handle a lot of. It has a lot of memory. It has a lot of CPU. So you can make this as a physical server. You can install a hypervisor. Over that you can make several virtual machines. In one of them you can use for experimenting, one you can use for some desktop computing or TTP purposes, one you can use for library services. Maybe you can install Koha and work with that. They have different, that they are not intervening into any other, they will not intervene into any other OS or any other applications. You can host a library portal in that. You can host several other library services. You can avail digital library services from there. Now the benefits of virtualization. First is that it reduces the cost. How it reduces the cost? You need to buy a single machine. You need to protect a single machine. You need not protect the whole lab. You have a single server with a lot of resources. You need to put a UPS to that. You put it in a room. That's all. You can take out several virtual machines out of that. You need not buy maybe 6 to 7 desktops or maybe 5 to 8 workstations for them. Isolation. Isolation is they are physically separate. They does not intervene into any other. Like one virtual machine, maybe virtual machine 1, virtual machine 2, virtual machine 3. So they will not intervene into any other. They will not intervene. Like virtual machine 1 is dependent on 2. This will never happen. This will never happen. Encapsulation is, it has all the power of computing. All the power, as much as power you can use. Hardware independent it is independent of the underlying hardware. That means if you have 2 to 3 such servers in your library and you have made a cluster of these servers and made several virtual machines, and suddenly one of the physical server goes down or crashes. So what happens? All the virtual machines hosted there will crash, isn't it? What we understand? If my operating system, if my cell system crashes, so all my work is gone. No, but here it will not happen like that. Your virtual machines will have a capability to shift to other physical machines. Your virtual machines will be shifted to other physical machines. That's why we say it is a hardware independent. It may happen like your server, it's a big server, it doesn't support Windows 8 or Windows 10. We know that Windows 10 or 8 cannot be installed in servers. But yeah, obviously you can make several virtual machines that Windows 10 can be installed or Windows 8 can be installed. But it is running on the same physical server. This is also a kind of a hardware independence. Portability. Just a few minutes back I told, it can be migrated from different servers. Now, say you have visited a library. You have been said that, okay, I have developed an application in my virtual machine and now I want to deploy it in your library. It will be deployed in seconds. You just take the image of the operating system from it, put it here in your virtual machine. Immediately it starts working. There is no question of installing the operating system, installing the applications with a lot of libraries, a lot of dependencies and all these things. Those things are not needed. Simply take just as we do for installing a CD, installing an operating system. We install Windows. It will be as simple as that. So these are the pros and cons of virtualization. It will reduce the capital expenditures, IT costs. How it reduces IT costs? Reduces the, say, for a big server room, you have 10 odd servers. So in this 10 odd servers, you need to have, employ special IT manpower, trained IT manpower to manage all those things. But here, you make a single server to host all the machines. Business energy efficient, obviously, because servers radiate a lot of bad energies. So at least you are saved 10 times. If you are buying 10 servers, you are buying now one. Reduce hardware. You not making a room with the proper temperature, having 10 odd servers is quite difficult. But obviously, if you can make a single server with a small AC, that will fit. Test and development is also very easy. Yeah, there are some cons also. One is upfront expenditures are high. Yeah, that is high. Comes with some limitations, like you cannot say a physical system is there with 256 GB of RAM. You cannot use the whole 256 GB of RAM to create virtual machines. You cannot. You have 12 port processor in your server. You cannot use all those 12 ports. You cannot use. Some needs to be used by the hypervisor or the machine. There are several tools available which lack some. That is somewhat related to most of the management by the IT manpower and all those things. Latency of the virtual disk. If you know latency means time to access a record in your hard disk. So those things, yeah, it is obviously reduced in kind of virtual hard disk. There are some security issues as well. Some hardware compatibility issues are there. They are not so prevalent. But as the list of pros are more than the cons, so I should always suggest that go for virtualization. There are some commercial and some open source tools. Commercial tools are much popular, I think you know, because Ellipsis is much popular than Koha. Isn't it? So, we need to make we have the responsibility of making the open source tools most popular. We need to build up a community which can support open source tools, which will work with open source tools. We have VMware as a virtualization tool that is very popular. We have Zen, which was our open source earlier. Now it is having a commercial aspect as well. We have RHEV from Red Hat, that's also a commercial tool. Hyper-V from Microsoft. Overt and KVM, they are very much popular nowadays for virtualization. So in National Digital Library also, we in some of the cases we use VMware model, but we are very much in use with Overt and KVM both to support open source movement. Now for Zen virtualization, this is a kind of a virtualized platform. We have several features of Zen, like multi-server management. You can manage from the dashboard. Actually, what all these have is they have a dashboard kind of thing. You know what is a dashboard? In the car, we see a dashboard. So that dashboard is actually the controller or maybe a guide for the user to like what is the speed currently, what is the speed your car is running, whether it is out of fuel or it has sufficient fuel in it. So all these things information can be gathered from the dashboard. So these softwares also have some dashboard kind of thing by which it monitors and helps in creating several virtual machines. Say you have a physical system where you have installed a hypervisor. From that hypervisor has this kind of a dashboard. In Zen, we say it's a Zen server. That's for the application which runs. So in this dashboard, you have a lot of features. You can implement. You can suddenly start a new virtual machine. You can create a new virtual machine. You can delete an existing virtual machine. You can change the resources of a virtual machine. Initially, you have given a virtual machine 2 vCPU, a virtual CPU, 2 virtual CPU and 4 GB RAM. Now you think that your virtual machine requirement has increased. You need some more RAM. What you need for a physical machine? You need to go to the market, buy a RAM, fix it up here. Now you need to understand the compatibility, whether this RAM compatible with your system or not. Whether the earlier RAMs which were fixed were is compatible with the system or not. So all these things you need to think about. But in a virtual machine, if you have a hypervisor installed, you just simply go and increase the RAM. Just shut down the system. Go on increasing the RAM. No installation of operating system, no installation of reinstallation of the drivers, nothing else is required. You need to increase the hard disk. You need to get a more partition power. It's a half an hour business to increase the size of the partition. It's a 5 minutes business to increase the size of the RAM and number of these CPUs. This is the architecture of Zen. Mostly it is same. There will be very less difference between the open source virtualization. I have selected Zen because Zen has much more features than Overt has. I just compare one open source virtualization platform with a commercial virtualization. One is this Zen which I am talking about. This Zen is having some hypervisor which will be installed, which we call a Zen hypervisor. Over that you can have several operating systems. Over that you can have applications installed. There are some pros and cons in Zen. I will not go into very details in that because there are very less difference. If you just look about like what is the difference between Zen and VMware, if you just measure it point to point, then you will get a lot of difference. But that while working with Zen or while working with VMware, you will not find much of the differences. There are very less amount of differences. So I will not go into this. I will share the slides, so we need not go into that. This is a kind of a dashboard which you have in Zen. This dashboard actually it manages the resources as well. Like you have 10 virtual systems, 10 virtual machines running in your physical system. So all these 10 virtual machines will be using their resources. using their resources. Suddenly, say maybe your library environment, you'll see that you have made 10 virtual machines, having installed several applications of the library. Now you find that 2 or 3 of them is using up their whole resources. You find that while monitoring in this dashboard, you find that 2 or 3 systems, virtual machine systems, they are using up all of their resources. Maybe you have allotted 16 GB of RAM, they have used up all 16 GB of RAM. So now you can increase the RAM size or CPU size over there. And in some of the virtual machines you find that they are not using up the RAM. Their resources are not getting used up. Because we don't know like while working with the applications, how much exactly our CPU and RAM is being eaten up by the application. But from this dashboard, you can find like which are all the virtual machines which is using up a lot of your RAM, your CPU, your hard disk. From there you plan like this system I need some more RAM, this system I need a less amount of RAM. This will help. So to plan all these things, you need a dashboard. This will help you in plan. This is a VMware virtualization. VMware has a lot of features. The operating system, the bare metal hypervisor which I was talking about. Here it is ESXi, there it is Citrix. In Zen it is called Citrix, and VMware is called ESXi. Each of the physical system is loaded with ESXi, from where it works as a virtualized platform. So there, once this ESXi is installed, you can build up several virtual machines out of it. The main dashboard of VMware is called vCenter, which will be helping you, assisting you in developing the virtual machines. There are some pros and cons for this VMware. In this VMware, one of the most important things which I have noticed in my experience, I've been using VMware for the last 10 years, more than that. So, what I've noticed in VMware, why it is so popular. You know, why Windows is so popular than Linux? You know why Windows is popular? It is very much user friendly. The interface is very much user friendly. So the first is that vCenter interface is very much user friendly for maintenance of the VMware hosts or the ESXi hosts. Another thing, VMware, as I was telling you some time back, you have gone, say maybe some applications have been developed somewhere else and it is working there. Now you want to bring the application to your library. So what will you do? Install operating system, install the application, install the library, it's not working. Again you contact that person. Hey, it is not working, please see. So that person comes, sees. So this lot of iterations are there. So don't bother about that. Take the VM from that person. Take the image of that virtual machine. Just install it. It will start. Nothing else to do. It's a half an hour business too. In VMware, first is the user interface is very good. They have a high availability. So what is this high availability? Say, you are running mission critical applications. Say your library portal is running, say your Koha application is running. And you don't want, in your peak time in the library, there are a lot of issues and returns are going on. And suddenly the server crashes. So all your data is lost. Everything is lost. Again, you need some time to recover from it. But VMware has a good feature. It transfers from the physical system, from one physical system to another physical system automatically without asking you. It will never ask. It will say that our one physical server is down and it is shifted to somewhere else. And you do not bother that whether your application is in server 1 or server 2 or server 2, but it is done. It will never stop. It will, one physical server, even if the physical server crashes, and that was at that time it was running there, you will not feel the difference. Immediately it will be transferred to somewhere else. So it keeps the copies of your VMs in several places. Right? So this is a very good feature of VMware. Even the VMware has a good feature like what I was telling, that if you have a lab of 50 of our desktops, from there you can take the hard disks of all and make a cluster called a vSAN. vSAN is a feature of VMware. It's a good feature of VMware. There are many open source systems. They also work with these features nowadays. They have implemented. Zen has also implemented, but that is not so powerful as VMware. Yeah, Overt has this kind of feature. We say it's a cluster address. That is actually cluster all the hard disks. This is a dashboard of VMware. Overt is another virtualization thing, similar to Zen. The architecture is more or less same for all. Only there are a few differences, like once it is getting installed, like in Overt or RHEV, they need this hypervisor needs an operating system to work on. Just this type 2 hypervisor which I was showing you, something like that. This is a type 2 hypervisor which needs an operating system to get installed. Now let us come to cloud computing. So now we were learning what is virtualization. So cloud is also a kind of virtualization. But this kind of virtualizations were very small scale. You are having 1, 2, 10, 16, 32 physical servers. But in cloud, you can have n number of physical servers. You can run n number of services. Cloud is mainly cloud is a kind of service. It's a kind of a service. As you think, like we all know that we need to have a cloud installed. So what is that? It will serve us. It will serve us with a lot of applications. So that is the model of cloud. It's a kind of a service. We say that basically step on utility computing, collection of group of integrated network hardware, the same as virtualization. Using internet communication for transport provides hardware and software, and networking software to clients. So this is a service model. This is the architecture of cloud. We have several kinds of service model in cloud. One is infrastructure as a service. Infrastructure as a service. We say IaaS. What is that? I have a lot of infrastructure with me. I have a lot of servers with lot hardware resources. So now I want to give it as per requirement to the user community. So I will take out something from that server and give it to the people. Just as in virtualization we were doing. Now whether the person wants to install Windows, person wants to install Linux, whether the person wants to install a hypervisor over there, that is up to you. This is called infrastructure as a service. Now, the second level of cloud is platform as a service. I give a platform. What do we understand by a platform? It can be a operating system platform, can be a Windows platform, can be a Linux platform. Isn't it? What else? It can be a software development platform. I can give a software development. I can give some, I installed operating system, Java and everything over there. It's a software development platform which I can give it as a library services platform. All the library services can be hosted from me. Any kind of library services. So I can have the instances of Koha, DSpace and all the library related softwares, open source, maybe commercial, whatever it is. I can install everything and then give them as a platform to develop on this or a platform to use this service. This is called platform as a service. Now I can give software as a service. I have software installed here. I give out the instance of the software. I have Oracle installed here. I give out the Oracle software. They just install clients and work. So this is called software as a service. Koha is already installed there. You just go on using the software as a service. The same model, software as a service. National Digital Library of India is also hosting one of the cloud infrastructure as a software as a service. We generally give out the DSpace. If your institute doesn't have a 24/7 support or infrastructure to support the institutional repository, National Digital Library gives out the instance of a DSpace free. You just nothing to do over there. Just go on. Login ID will be created by us. You just go on entering records, entering items into the system. You just go on use the software service. You don't need to install DSpace, don't need to maintain DSpace, don't need to take a backup of everything. These are all not. So this model Indian is also some common characteristics are there. Massive scale up. Scale up. You can have a physical server, one physical server. Tomorrow you buy some more physical servers. You can add it to this resource. Next, you buy some more physical servers. You can add it to the resource. It will never end. So we can scale up to a massive level. Homogeneity. It's called this kind of the service will not vary. It maintains a homogeneity between the services. Like if you are offering Koha, you are offering if you are offering something else, Oracle, you are offering Oracle. Virtualization is also there. The software cost is low. Why this is low? Because I bought a single instance of Oracle and I am sharing between so many people. So naturally my cost reduces. You know what is geographic distribution? That means some servers are located at Kolkata, some servers may be located at New Delhi, some servers may be at Chennai, but all these servers form the cloud. It is not necessary that all the servers need to be located in a single place, maybe in a single lab. Yeah, a lot of securities are required, advanced level security is required. Resource planning is one of the essential characteristics. Resource planning, network access, rapid elasticity, because you need to be elastic over this. You have asked me for a service I have given you. Later you see that no, this service is not sufficient, I need some more resource. So it must be able to expand. So it requires a lot of elasticity. There are some examples. like software as a service and platform as a service and IIS and SAS and all these things. So one is the Amazon Web Services. Amazon Web Services are very common. I think many of you might be heard of Amazon Web Services. Google Web, all these things are there. Google Cloud is also there. Here are some examples. See, in platform also, there are three different kind of platforms. One is application platform, which I spoke about. One is server platform. One is storage platform. You have a lot of data to store. You don't know where to store it. You don't have sufficient hard disk. You need to go to the market, buy that hard disk. Again, you will be worrying that whether your hard disk will remain active for next 5 years. You don't know that. But if you store in cloud, it will remain for as many as years. You have the service level agreement with the company. Say maybe it is Amazon, maybe it is Google, whatever. There is a list of cloud service providers: Amazon, Google, HP, IBM, Microsoft. Apart from them, there are many players nowadays. There are many like in between. I can say they are the hypervisors. They are taking the cloud service from Amazon or Google and they are sharing it to some users. They are sharing it to some users. But if you go for Amazon or Google Cloud, they are better. These are the different cloud platforms which are available. Very popularly, Amazon EC2, Elastic Cloud Computing. That is very much popular among the students, those who want to work, or the developers, those who are working with several application softwares or maybe development platforms. DigitalOcean is another very popular cloud. Firebase is very popular cloud. Right? Facebook is also a cloud. Is it a cloud?
Yes.
What kind of cloud?
UI cloud.
It's called software as a service. They have developed a software and they have allowed us to use from mobile phones, from desktops, from laptops, from everywhere. It's a software. WhatsApp, it's also a software. But WhatsApp is not obviously a cloud. There are some basic characteristics of cloud. Cloud, like what we do is we will use up only those resources which we need actually. If the cloud, you have taken extras from Amazon and you are paying say 1,000 rupees per month. Now after some time, Amazon will, after a month or so, Amazon will tell you that you don't need to pay 1,000 rupees, you just pay me 500 rupees. Because you are not using the resources. This say we pay as you go. Amazon has some special features. Google also have. You have said that you have made a portal, some university portal during your university registrations, or you think that there will be 1 lakh hits per day, and you have paid according to that to Amazon. But Amazon finds that there are no 1 lakh hits. There are only 10,000 hits. So they will charge you less. Arey, you have got only 10,000 hits. Why do you pay so much? So this kind of planning is done by them as well. That will help you in reducing the costs. This is what I have said, infrastructure as a service. This is some more elaborate on that. This is Amazon's Elastic Cloud Compute, that is Elastic Compute Cloud, that is EC2 interface, I have told you. And there is some S3 also, simple storage solution from Amazon. That is only the storage, not the applications. You just store files over there, just fetch after some time. This is something like, somewhat like keeping your data in external hard disk. Keeping your photographs over there in another. There are advantages of cloud computing, I have told you. First is lower computer costs, improved performance, reduced software costs. Software updates are also instant. Say you don't need to bother like which version of product is running. Just run your service. Use the service. Unlimited storage capacity. This is very important. You don't need to bother that when your storage is going to end. I have what a 1 TB hard disk, up to that 800 GB is full. Now you need to be very careful while making a backup. No, don't need to bother in this cloud. Just go on putting your records. It will say that you have used this much. Document access is universal. Group collaboration, you are working in a group. Maybe you are collaborating with some universities from outside. You can put your data in cloud, they can see. Device independence we have found. Some disadvantages are also there. It can be slow due to so many access, your internet connections. Due to these, this may be slow access. Stored data might not be secure in your sense, but stored data is more or less secure. It may happen that stored data may not be in this geographical area. Many ministries work that you say you need to keep your data within India only. This may not happen in cloud. Your data may be somewhere else, in US. Stored data can be lost. High performance computing systems can affect you. Some general concerns are there. There are some pricing models, but let us come to this. I have given you some like how do you decide what is exactly the cost and how it varies. So just to decide upon your cloud pricing models, let us first decide the points which will be emphasizing on. One is that pricing model. One is no upfront charges, partial upfront charges. Upfront charges are the prepaid charges. If you offer prepaid, if you have given a lot of money to Amazon initially, then your overall cost will reduce. Like we charge our phone with 100 rupees balance and then we go for STDs, special tariff vouchers. So similarly here, same thing. You can look for introductory prices. There are maybe first time you are using it. So there are not many introductory prices before going into the long-term ones. You need to select what kind of services you need to use. You need to use the compute services, you need to use the storage services, or you need to use a service model. There are a lot of services in Amazon. Database service, Route 53, DNS service, Smart DNS service. There are a lot of services in Amazon. You can use those services. So you need to decide upon which kind of service you need from Amazon. Now you need to decide upon the CPU cores. How many CPU cores you need? How much of RAM you need? How much of hard disk you need? For hard disk, what is the kind of technology you want to use? You need to use NAS, you need to use SAN, you need to use a hard disk, a solid state hard disk, or a SATA hard disk, or a SAS hard disk. These are the solid state hard disk and SAS hard disk are obviously fast, and SATA hard disk are a bit slow. So it depends upon the model you select. You need to be very technical about before selecting the kind of infrastructure. But later on you can change. And last is the time on heat pricing. Whether you want to make a slot, like each 1 minute will charge me this, or each 1 lakh hits will charge me this. So you need to decide upon whether your total is time based or a heat based. Okay? So this much is enough for deciding you what kind of cloud infrastructure you want and how your price will vary. These are all the factors upon which you will be deciding. This actually will help you. I have told all these points within my talk. So mostly I think many of you have used all this. Maybe conversant, no hardware infrastructure maintenance cost, no IT manpower required, it supports 365 into 24/7. You can start with the lowest specification, then move on for a higher end. Easy deploying of servers, easy migration, right? And there are obviously some upfront charges are there because initial planning is very much important in cloud. Only subscription model is there. There is no perpetual license. It's not a service you buy as a software. It is a subscription model. You need to pay every month or maybe every year or maybe every 3 days. Okay? So thank you so much. If you have any questions, you can ask.
Development of new features to improve the functionality of the software. This is especially the case if multiple libraries are saying, we need such and such functionality, we need this functionality, and can band together and support the development of that new functionality. However, the functionality is not always perfect. It has some challenges. Primarily, open source software development and software development in general takes time. So the first time you use open source software, it might not have all of the functionality you think it needs. For example, in my state of Minnesota in the USA, we have a strong library-to-library sharing system where we can request materials from any library in the entire state, and it will be sent to the library closest to you. So most open source systems several years back did not have that capacity. They have since developed that capacity, but in 2009, 2010, when we first started looking at it, it wasn't there. And that relates to not all developed features or desired features will be present immediately. So on to affordability. We all know open source software is free, right? But as our first speaker today mentioned, it's not free, just free for all, no cost whatsoever. So there are no upfront licensing fees. There's no ongoing support fees, so you're not paying a maintenance fee every year. There's no data extract fees to change vendors. So if you're using Koha and later on you decide to use a different system, there's nobody that's going to charge you to get your data removed from that system. Whereas in proprietary systems, they often will say, you want your data? Give us some money. So there's no abstract fees with open source. So I mentioned the software does not come with no cost whatsoever. People are not free. Our time is very valuable. So the software is free, but people are not. There's also costs in installing the infrastructure to support that, which we've also mentioned here today. There's significant time to learn the software and the code. It takes time to learn the skills you need to make changes to the software, to learn how to change your processes, to adjust to the software, and that sort of thing. And related to this, there can be minimal documentation, which helps add more time to the process because you have to create that documentation or figure things out as you're going. Implementation and customizations can therefore be very time consuming and therefore very expensive because like I said, we are valuable as people, we have value, we are not free resources. Control. Control is big with the open source software world. For one thing, there's no vendor lock-in. You aren't required to keep using Koha because you can't afford to get your data taken out of that system. You have control over updates. When a new version is released, you aren't required to then update your software. You can choose to on your own time at a time that's convenient for your library or for your schedule. You have access to the code, so you can make little changes to make that work better for you, to make that a better experience for you and for the people who are coming to use your library system. This means that there can be faster enhancements to the software. The company that runs the open source or the ILS, the proprietary system, have to say, okay, we will make that change, and then they actually have to do all of the work to make that change, which adds a lot of time. So in the open source community, you can go through and if you want an enhancement, you can put your effort or pay for someone to put effort towards developing that feature themselves and then submit it for implementation in the base code of the software. However, again, there are challenges related to control. Again, you need time to learn the software because with a lot of control, there's a lot of things that you need to learn about so you know how to control them. You need to get your modifications integrated into the base code because otherwise, if you make a change to the software and a new version is released, your local customizations to the code might not be compatible with the new releases. So you need to either choose in that case to upgrade or to stay using the customized version and maybe miss out on some of the benefits that have been made with the new code being released in the new version. And quality. The average time to resolve an application program problem in proprietary products is 7 days. In open source products, open source problems, it's fewer than 8 hours in many cases. Not all the time, because sometimes big problems take a lot of time to solve, but it can be much faster to solve a quality issue, a glitch in the software, a problem with the software, a problem with the code when a new version is released. People will identify it immediately, work to change it, and then send a patch to fix that software program. Again, I mentioned this earlier, the community around open source software helps build that quality. They can be very strong. Participating in the community will make your open source experience much more productive and enjoyable. It will also help you build relationships to help you solve problems that might occur down the road. So if you have a problem, if you've participated in that community, they will then be willing to say, here's how I fix that problem, or here's how I think you could fix that problem and help you out. But again, I'm going to bounce back to challenges. I mentioned documentation earlier. It's still a problem. It's a problem in every single category, I'd say. This is one of the main reasons that I focused my time in the Evergreen community with working with documentation, because that documentation is really essential to helping people participate in the community. If we all have to learn everything from the beginning without help, it just takes that much longer to build the knowledge base within the community to make changes. The documentation is very community dependent because there's no company that's paying people to write documentation. So there needs to be concerted efforts to develop and share the documentation amongst users. So if you create a guide for your users to search using the Koha online catalog, share that with your colleagues at other libraries because they will benefit from that, and you can work together to make really good guides for people to use to learn things. So I've covered a lot of different challenges and benefits related to open source software. These are some of the lessons that we learned in my library when moving to open source, or in my previous library, I should say, when moving to open source from a proprietary system. Plan more time than you think you need. Everything takes a long time. Everything takes at least 1.5 times longer than you think it's going to. remember that when you are reviewing the code to see if it migrated correctly from your proprietary system into Koha, or when you're looking at Koha for the first time with your data in it, when you find problems, you can't ask the vendor to make changes to those problems. You have to make changes to those problems. So it just takes time because you have to learn how to then fix those problems with your data. You have to figure out why something mapped from one place to a place that you did not intend it to, why your numbers might be garbled, why that your numbers might be screwed up, why your numbers might be off from what you'd expect them to be. You also have to build in significant time for learning. If you are in a leadership role within your community with implementing Koha, remember that you probably know more than other people, and they're going to have to spend time learning all the tools to get caught up with your knowledge level. And if you are in that position of knowing a lot already, be willing and able and prepared to help your colleagues across libraries learn the system. Share the tricks that you've learned, share the methods you've used to fix problems to help people learn how to use the system. And related to that, if you're new to an open source system, look for partners in the open source community. Look for ways that you can ask for help. Be brave. I know when I was new to open source, I was very shy about asking for help. I don't like to ask for help. But in that case, I have to say, you know what, I'm going to send an email because I really am spending too much time trying to fix this problem. And I need to get assistance from someone else because, again, time is valuable. We are valuable people and we have a lot of things to do, a lot of needs to meet in a lot of different ways, and we can't get too bogged down in trying to fix things when there's a whole community of users to help us. Related to that and related to the last two things I said, be willing and excited to contribute to the community. My use of open source software became much better and much more pleasurable after I started contributing to the community. When I started sharing the documentation I created, people were much more willing to help me, and I was to contribute to the community in turn when you are ready. And then consider paying for support when needed if you are able. So this is something that the organization I worked for was hesitant to do because we did have people who were qualified to program a contract position with someone else so that they could come in to offer additional support for a temporary period of time because they had the skills that we needed them to bring in, and they could then assist us in that way. In general, we found that the benefits and opportunities far outweigh the challenges. There are so many great things about open source that the challenges are achievable to get those great benefits. However, anyone who is considering open source, anyone who is in the process of maybe moving to Koha or looking at Koha, be prepared for the challenges. I think, thankfully, my colleagues and I at the organization I worked for were prepared. I don't think we were quite as prepared as we could have been for the time it took and the effort it took and the amount of documentation we had to create. But being prepared can help make it a more pleasant experience and a more valuable experience for you. So I welcome questions, comments. I welcome people to continue the conversation with me after I leave here. My email address is on the screen. I'm actually running short of business cards, but...
Firstly, I will just introduce ourselves. So we are coming from Stallion Systems and Solutions Private Limited. We basically deals with AADC solutions like a barcode is one of the functions that we are providing. Then we have RFID, POS, EAS, like that we have several product divisions are there. So first I will go through a quick company video presentation is there. It's not playing on check.
The mark of quality, trust and performance. We invent, innovate and introduce technical and business solutions to our customers spread across India and Middle East. More satisfied customers and an array of products with world-class service. Manufactures consumables with its state-of-the-art machineries. Develop software solutions in its fully fledged software development center. Provide technical support and maintenance excellence, all to achieve customer delight. Stallion is empowered with total business solution for manufacturing, retail, service and export industry segments for business process improvisations. Barcode printers, barcode scanners, RFID products, EAs, antennas and tags, customized application softwares, labels, tags, ribbons and cash rolls. You need it and we have it with the Stallion quality mark on it. Thanks to the great vision and mission which Stallion follows. Thanks to the innovations, ideas and ideas, Stallion has always been in the news for its achievements. Either way, here comes Stallion. Smarter, faster, higher.
Yeah, that was a quick introduction video about the Stallion. So as I told you, we have our head office is at Kochi. We are a Kochi-based company, and we have branches across India, where we have around 16 plus branch offices across India. We have a full network across India, and we also have our same solutions we are providing in Middle East also. We have our direct offices in UAE, Qatar, as well as Oman. We are having the direct office. So today our topic is basically how we can use RFID technology in libraries. Okay. So as the slide says, basically RFID means it is a radio frequency identification, which means that we are identifying the objects using radio frequency signals. Okay. So traditionally now we are using barcode technology widely in libraries. So we know how the barcode is working. So if we compare barcode with RFID, two key differences will be, one is that barcode requires a line of sight. That means we need to show the barcode directly onto that barcode scanner, then only it will be able to scan. Okay. The barcode is on the other side of the book, we cannot scan from this side. Okay. Then second thing is that barcode we can scan only one by one. If 5 books are there, I need to scan it 5 times separately. Now, if we are using RFID for the same purpose, we don't need to have a line of sight in the as far as RFID is concerned. That means even if the RFID tag is inside the book or on the other side of the book, RFID reader still can read it. Okay, so we don't need to open the book and show the tag directly to the reader. We need to simply show the book to the reader. Then second advantage is that we don't need to scan multiple books one by one. So if 5 books are there or 10 books are there, we need to show all the 10 books or 5 books together to the reader at once so that it can read all the books at once. Only with one read itself it can read all the books. So these are the key difference with barcode and RFID. So definitely using of RFID will be much easier than compared to the barcode. So maybe this is some theory part of it. I am not going too deep into that. So RFID have a tag is there, then one antenna will be there, one decoder and the appropriate application software will be there. So again it is a simple theory. I am not much going to it. So when the library is concerned, we can have all our library functions can be automated using RFID. Like what is being shown in the picture from starting from the tagging. So first operation will be on the back end, we will be tagging each book with RFID tag. So normally when we are using a library management software, each book will be having a unique accession number. So when during the tagging process, we will be encoding the same accession number on the tag. Once we paste a tag on the book, we will encode the same number into that tag. Okay. Then once we tag all the books in the library, then we can have different operations which is there in the library can be done using RFID. First one is maybe our normal circulation. On counter, we will be doing the circulation. Normally, if it is a barcode, this thing will be using a barcode scanner. So once RFID is there, we need to have a staff station reader on the counter. So using which the counter staff will be doing the circulation. Okay. So if any member is coming for the issue return with several books in his hand, so all the books along with the ID card need to be placed on the reader with a single click or with a single read process. All the books and the member ID also will be identified, and that check-in or check-out process will be completed in one stretch. Whereas with the barcode means we need to do the several scanning. First we need to scan the ID card, then we need to scan books one by one. So here we don't need to scan like this, several scanning is not required. Then another function what we can do with RFID is that we can have a self-check-in checkout. Means instead of the member going to the library staff or library counter for doing the issue return, he can directly go to that check-in checkout kiosk. So which will be having a RFID reader built into that. So he need to just simply place the books on that kiosk, make a few touches just like we are doing with the ATM for withdrawing the cash or something like that. So he need to just a few touches, few clicks he need to do there for reading the book. So all the books and that member ID will be read by the reader and that issue return will be happening there. And kiosk will be having a receipt option so that as a confirmation he can get the receipt that this issue or that this transaction is happened. Then for returning we can have a drop box, and RFID enabled drop box will be there. That means again for returning the books, that member he don't need to go to the counter and do the returning. If this drop box is there, this member can simply come and drop the book inside the box. There will be a hole where we can drop the books, and there will be a reader which will be there inside the drop box. So any book is dropped inside, that reader will read it and that checking process will be completed. So he can get a confirmation slip also. So advantage here is that this once if we are having a drop box means even after the library hours, anytime this return process can be done, because we can keep this drop box even outside the library door. So that suppose say if I want to return book today but I came late, library hours are over. So I could not, on a normal case I will not be able to return the book. Okay. But if the drop box is there, even if the library is closed, I can simply drop the book there. That is what the advantage with the drop box. Then we can have a handheld reader. There will be a handheld portable reader can be used for the shelf management purpose. Basically it will be used for two purposes. One is for the inventory taking and the other one is for book finding. So inventory means we need to take the whole stock of the books. Okay. So if it is with the barcode, we need to scan each book one by one. We need to take the book from the rack, open the book, scan the barcode, then again place the book back into the shelf. Like that, we need to do for each and every book, which it will be a time-consuming process. Whereas with if we are having an RFID portable reader, we don't need to touch the books. We can simply walk near the racks. This reader will read all the books. So maybe within few minutes, maybe we can complete the entire stock taking. Or maybe a rack or something, entire rack may be completed within a minute's time. Then same way we can do a book finding operation also, like using the same portable RFID reader. We can input the number. Suppose one particular book we need to find out. So we can input that accession number into this RFID portable reader. Then this reader will be start reading. Then this it will be programmed in such a way that this reader will make a beep sound when this particular reader, the number which we have inputted, when that book is found, at that time that reader will make the beep sound, so that we can identify that okay, this book is here. Like that we can locate the book also, finding the book. Then other option, one more option what we have is the anti-theft detection, where there will be a gate reader will be placed on the exit gate of the library, where it is just like a two pedestal gate on the left and right side. So it will be reading all the books which is going out. Then it will check with the server whether this book is issued or not. If it is not issued, if any book is tried to take out without a proper issue in the system, without the checking out if the book is being taken, then that reader will make an alarm. There will be a visual LED also will be there, as well as a audible alarm also will be made. Then in the system, on the server, there can be a log also. We can create the log also, okay, that so and so book number, so and so time, that log also can be maintained in the server. Then optionally, the same gate reader can be connected with some external this thing also, like if we need to integrate with some camera, so that once if any theft is detected at that time, the camera can take the picture also. At that time, who was there in the gate? So something like that. That is an additional option. There is an option to integrate with additional device also. So that is the function of the anti-theft gate reader. So like this, we can have different functions. All library functions can be automated using RFID technology. We have all products available with us. So the uniqueness of the solutions what we are providing is that, first thing is that we are providing with the latest RFID technology, which is called UHF, ultra high frequency products that what we are offering. Okay, which is the advanced technology, which is having high speed. I will have a small comparison with the other technologies in my next slide. Then the solution what we are offering, basically it is compatible with all kind of software. Like suppose if your library management software is based on a .NET platform, or maybe it can be a Linux platform, or it can be any other programming languages like Java or any platform. It is there. Our middleware is compatible with that. Our middleware, even suppose many of the colleges or many of the libraries will be having purely Linux-based systems, though no Windows system might be available. Even in such situation, many of the vendors or many of the other parties what we are providing is that they will be providing with the Windows application. We need to provide some Windows machine to run that RFID reader or that RFID middleware. But in our case, it is not required. Even with a fully Linux system, even if there is no single Windows system available in the network, still we can run our RFID system purely with the Linux. Secondly, our this thing is purely a browser compatible one. That means we don't need to install any driver or any client application on the client machine. Only on the, suppose if we are using the Koha, we know what is the advantage of Koha. Koha is a browser based software. So that on a client machine, we don't need to install Koha. We need to simply open the browser and give that IP address of the server or the URL of the Koha installation. There we can open the Koha, right? And we can use all the functions there. We don't need to install anything on the client piece. Same way, our middleware also is designed with a browser-based system, so that only installation will be done on the server once. Then All client machine, none of the client machine require any kind of a driver or any other software installation. So suppose if your client machine got some problem, okay, maybe that that PC got complaint, you are using with a different computer. So you can immediately change to a different computer and you can use our system. You don't need to install anything over there. You can simply open Koha or any other thing on that PC. So that is what is our advantage. Then, as I told in my previous slide, we are using UHF technology. So these are the few comparisons with UHF and HF technology which our other competitors are providing. Like UHF is an advanced it is an ultra high frequency, whereas the other one is a high frequency, which is working in a 13.56 MHz, and the UHF is working in 865 to 867 MHz. So UHF got a comparatively high read range. Actually, on a normal other applications, UHF can go up to 8-10 meters. It can go up to the reading distance. Whereas HF normally with that it can read only maximum 20 to 25 centimeters. It also got a higher reading speed compared to HF. Then, in terms of libraries, maybe more than 10 books even we have tested with a single reading using UHF readers. Whereas now if it is with a HF based system, maybe we can read maximum 2 or 3 books at the same time on a single list, because that reading distance will be less on HF systems. Like and again for the same thing, if you look at the gate reader also, with the UHF we can have the gate width up to more than 2 meters we have already installed, up to 3 meters we have installed the gates. Now whereas with the HF system the gate width will be maximum 90 centimeter or 1 meter, that is a limit of the HF. Beyond that reading will not be getting on a gate reader. So if in our library if we are having a 2 meter with the door is there, then if we are using the HF, we need to install the 3 pedestal. Maybe on the middle of the door also there will be 1 pedestal. Whereas with if we are using with the UHF, there will not be a pedestal in the middle. That door will be free. Only on the left and right side, only that reader will be there. Middle portion, the total 2 meter will be free, entirely free. That we can use that. Whereas with the HF, there will be a blockage. In between, there will need to be 1 more pedestal. Then with the UHF technology, with the same tag, the tag which we are using on the book, same tag can be used for the inventory purpose as well as for the anti-theft purpose. We don't need to use a separate tag for anti-theft purpose. Whereas with the many of the HF implementations, it is using a separate anti-theft EAS label for theft detection. That HF inventory label is separate and anti-theft label is separate, EAS label is separate. Whereas with the UHF, we don't require that two separate tags. Then definitely now, if you look at in and around, UHF is widely used in so many different applications. Not only in library, like you can see now all the vehicles, now our newer all cars are now having the RFID tags. Okay, now you can see on the toll lines, now the readers are there for collecting the toll. Now fast tags and other things are using UHF technology. Then now if you go to many of the retail shops, maybe you can find RFID being used there, UHF RFID is being used there. You can find in many of the industries where tracking of the inventory or tracking of their production, RFID is being used. So in all such applications, UHF is being widely used. Whereas now HF, if you compare, HF is presently being used for some limited application. Where that since because of that reading range and other things, it is being used in a limited application. So because of the volume and other things, because of the UHF volume is higher, definitely we will be able to offer you a better price than HF. So though UHF is an advanced technology, that price wise UHF is much more cheaper than HF. Why? Because is that the volume is much higher. For UHF the usage volume is very high compared to the HF. So now if you go to a normal library with a minimal set of these things, this is what is the items which we are offering for a basic library, basic operation. So as I told in my first slide, we need to have tags for each book. Suppose if your library is having around 10,000 books, And so minimum one staff station reader is required, so that the basic check-in check-out operation can be done. Even the tag encoding and book encoding that for that one minimum one staff station reader is required. Then middleware software is required. Then one handheld reader. So if we got a minimal set of this operation, we can offer as low as 3 lakh rupees budget. Normally, we also have done with many libraries, like they might be having a small budget as of now. So implementing all features in the library together may not be feasible for all libraries on a one single step. So many of the libraries will ask us, okay, we have this much budget as of now. Can we do something within that budget? Yes, we can do that. Like even we have done with the smaller level also. Suppose if you are having first 2 lakh or 3 lakh rupees fund is available as of now. So we can do some initial first step with that particular fund. Then maybe in the next year or maybe on a later any point of time you will be getting some more funds. Then additional items we can add on to that. So on a minimal set in this what I have shown, the first 3 items is required at least for a minimum operation. First 3 items is mandatory, it is required. Then the fourth one, it is being the handheld reader also. Yes, that may be optional. So if you remove the handheld reader from this, maybe that again the budget will come. So all these 3 items if we combine together, maybe we can offer as low as a minimum budget of 3 lakhs. Then we can have additional items like maybe gate reader, check-in check-out kiosk, Dropbox, these kind of items we can add additional to this, so that based on your fund, if you have the fund is available, we can go for these items also. So additionally, around if you are going for these items also, there will be a budget of another additional 6 lakhs to the initial one. And maybe as a combination, maybe many of the libraries, depending on their budget, they might be using for a gate reader. All these items together, it is not required. Based on your budget or based on your need, it can be done. Maybe some of the libraries will be using only gate reader. Some of the libraries will be using gate reader and kiosk also. Maybe Dropbox may not be there. So depending on our usage, we can add the items later at any point of time. Okay. Then these are some of our library customers, where we have already implemented RFID technology. We have not mentioned barcode implementations here because that is so many numbers are there with the barcode. So here what we have listed is only with where we have done RFID implementation. So that maybe on the left hand side and the top one which you have seen, this has been at Kolkata, we have added that in and around Kolkata, that those customers on the left side. Then other than that, so many other installations also we have done in the other part of the country also. All over India we have done the implementation. Like even from a smaller library where up to 5,000 or less than 5,000 books are there, from that level to maybe any libraries like State Central Library Kerala is having around more than 3 lakh books. Kerala University is also having around 3 lakh books. So such kind of a larger libraries also we have done the implementation. Then some more customers. So that is with our presentation. So if you have any questions, I can answer to that.
Kolkata. And last but not least, our beloved librarian, Mr. Krishna Ramakrishna Mission Vidyamandira, Belur, and Joint Organizing Secretary of Koha 2019. I leave the stage.
Good afternoon, everyone. Though I am privileged enough to be here, I am really embarrassed to chair this session, and especially among the panelists who are quite reputed and familiar to you all. I still obliged to our beloved organization as an ardent soldier. I would not waste a minute time because it's precious time for the seminar. I would request Madam Bhattacharya to speak out regarding her beloved topic and enlighten. Now from your table, chair itself you can speak. No problem.
Good afternoon, friends. It's nice to be back here. I was here last time for Krishna's program. But again, it's quite a lovely feeling to be back this auspicious days and occasion also. The topic here is experience of using Koha. Koha, for me, I have been using Koha for maybe 10 years, if not more. Initially, British Council had a proprietary based software automation system, LMS, and then we moved to Koha. Now, most of you know that why we moved to Koha. The reasons are quite familiar and they are standard reasons for doing so. Like, you want to move away from a proprietary based software where the proprietor calls all the shots and you are at the receiving end and you are in no terms to negotiate, deals or whatever. So these are very common grounds for, and also of course, cost factor is also plays quite an important role in deciding whether to go for an open source software or not. But for me, I'll share some of our experiences while, because we had quite a decade of experience in using Koha. And from the management side, I'd rather share, our experiences from the point of view of not the user end, but maybe at the decision-making level, how we decided or what happened or how we carried out things. First of all, British Council was looking for a solution which could match its changing and dynamic needs, which was, changing with quite, we were looking for solutions which could provide answers to quite a number of requirements that we were looking at that time. We were moving away from a purely academic library to a combined hybrid library with a digital library collection. And we needed a system which could talk to both the systems, which could address problems for both the systems. So that was one of the reasons. And our digital library platform, British Council is not a free library. It's we charge membership fees from members. So there was a commercial angle to it. We had to find a solution which had, which could provide commercial solutions, like a payment gateway and things like that. So that was one of the main reasons. And also we were looking at, our front face. We were trying to give it more like a bookstore feel, not like a traditional, very straightforward catalog kind of look, but we were trying to give it a much more look and feel which would appeal to general members and outsiders. And the surface, the front face could look more like what should I say? Somebody, if you have seen Oxford Bookstore front face or any of the leading publisher faces, you will understand how it looks like. So we were looking at solutions which could provide us that kind of interface. And we needed a LMS which could talk to that kind of interface. So those were some of the very, issues that were bothering us, and we were looking for the database or the system that we had was not really adequate to answer to all these requirements or needs we were looking at that point of time. At the implementation level, of course, because we are a network library in South Asia, we have 13 centers across South Asia, and we were looking for a single solution. And so, of course, we needed a vendor which could, we needed a developer which could help us with implementation, installation, and even, later on, demands or requirements as and when we needed, or customizations that we needed on and off. So here, for the past whatever years I have seen, here there was an advantage because we need not, normally if you are in a situation like this, if it is a proprietary based system or software, you have to, depend on the company to whatever terms they call, whatever shots they call, you will have to just pay to it. But here, I have seen at least 3-4 vendors we had to change because whoever was not being able to provide service or was not being, pocket friendly or was not providing value for money, we could outright reject it. There were so many players in the market, so we could just negotiate and find someone else who could do it at a much better. So, the developers are also on their toes, and they have to be really smart enough to answer whatever the customers want. So that was a big advantage that I have seen. The other point I'd like to mention is the training part, because we at our all our centers, the front end was being managed by non-professionals mostly. Even at the back end now we have a lot of non-professionals. So people who are not familiar with library terms or library, whatever terms technical terms that we use. So it was quite a challenge to train them, but surprisingly the front end staff, basically, people who are handling customers database, the cache points and everything. Since they were handling quite a number of complex softwares, it wasn't very difficult to train these young group of boys and girls. And they picked it up very fast. So it wasn't really a challenge which we were thinking, but of course, whoever is implementing should bear this in mind that training is a very important part of this process. Training your staff properly so they can handle things, with minimum errors. It was more difficult to train, on the technical part. We had professional and non-professional, both staff and also people who are on the floor, support staff. So we had to train everyone. We had to train staff so that, in times of exigencies or when there was a staff shortage, they could handle it easily, at least the basic services. So it was more difficult to train people on the technical part like cataloging and all, but fortunately the bulk of our classification cataloging comes as it's done, it's like a central process, and we really don't do it manually. The database is imported into the system, and that's how it's done. But of course, when you're doing local purchase in local markets, for local books, then you've got to do some cataloging, and of course, your staff needs to know what are the parameters I need to enter properly. But even then, of course, there are errors because recently somebody wrote on his Facebook page that he had discovered some errors on our system. So there could be errors, and it's good that if knowledgeable people point it out, there's chance of rectification. And of course, people can talk to the developers. So training is a very, very important part of the process, and it's important that whoever implements pays attention to the training part. The other point I would like to mention is because it was a networked library service with 13 centers across South Asian countries. Basically, the data had to be, the MIS had to be really strong. And here, because it was based on cloud, management was in a stronger position to, generate and also have a much more better control on data. So monitoring and having all data at your fingertips was much easier with this kind of system. And the central team did not have to depend on local teams for management data or information, and there was no chance of fudging your figures and presenting something to the central team. So and this of course led to much more better accountability. So it's important that a system like this brings some advantages also. On the flip side, for us, initially when it was implemented, even later on when we were using, we felt a standard, a structured, a proprietary system offers you a very structured kind of database, and you know exactly what you are looking for, and the data generated, especially the MIS part, is really excellently done, and it's very straightforward for users. But in Koha, when we got Koha, it was really like, you are at sea what to do with because even then there were a lot of customization, and every customization costs you money. So if you have an in-house expert or somebody in the team who is able to do it, or write a little bit of small programming languages, then it is easier. So it's advisable to have a little bit of technical expertise if you have a large, big team. Otherwise, you are completely dependent for any small customization. You'll have to depend on the developer, and that takes a lot of time because you need to refer to a central team, and the central team gets back to the developer, and then you really can't do it directly. So there's a lot of time wasted in the process. It's slow, but of course, for standardization, you need to handle or use all that. So that's required also. So I thought these were the quite critical points that I faced, and maybe if I remember later on, if you ask me, I'll tell you some more. Thank you.
And my friends and colleagues, my teachers, I am from Raja Rammohun Library Foundation. Perhaps most of you know about the activities we do at Raja Rammohun Library Foundation. I would like to talk in three separate different levels. First of all, what we have done at RRLA regarding implementation of Koha. We had developed a .NET based system, library management system. We took help from a company you might be knowing, NGT LMS. Then the support level started diminishing, and at some point of time we had to take a call that we have to look for an alternative. Then we started implementing Koha. Fortunately, on our part, we had the password for the database. The database was in Microsoft SQL Server. So we took the data from the MS SQL Server, then painstakingly we converted the data to somewhat Mark 21 format. It was not perfect Mark 21. There were some problems, but somehow we managed to do that. Then we installed Koha somewhere around 2004 and 4-5, and then we imported the data, and most of the data were imported okay, these were okay. But there were some problems. Still those problems are there. We could not rectify everything. So then still we are using Koha in RRLA. Now that is not that much important what we are doing at RRLA. Most importantly, as a national body, what we are doing in India for implementation of or modernization of libraries, right? Now Koha is one aspect. We provide financial and technical assistance for modernization of library services, and one subcomponent of that is automation of libraries. There are many other aspects of modernizations. Now, so far as library automation is concerned, we have a problem because we cannot stick to only Koha. Because we have to depend on the state governments. Generally, they take the decision, and they forward the proposals to us. Now we try to convince them that you can go for Koha, but that has not happened in India. In many parts of India, other softwares are much more predominant than Koha. For example, in Karnataka it is e-Granthalaya, in Gujarat it is Soul, and Soul is also being used in many parts of Uttarakhand and also Chandigarh. In West Bengal, fortunately they have switched over to Koha. In many parts of southern India, they are using many kind of local level softwares. Now, what can we do? For example, Bengal Library Association has implemented Koha in the State Central Library of Sikkim. But a few years back, they submitted a proposal of Slim 21++. Slim 21 is not a bad software, it's a very good software. In my perception, it is better than Lipsys. But we insisted them that please ensure your support level. But anyway, they were very that they want to implement Slim 21++, so we had to support them. Now, what is the problem with RRLF in not sticking to Koha? Last week, I got a phone call from, we have been giving training on Koha. Till date, we have given, during last 2.5 years, we've given 29 trainings, one training in each month. Around 40 to 50 participants we have trained. The entire expenditure have been borne out of the National Mission Libraries Fund, TA, DS, stay, everything. And we have trained almost 1,300 participants till date. I got a phone call from Arunachal Pradesh last week. Somebody was calling me, I was busy with some urgent work, that I am facing some problem in installation, post-installation with Ubuntu. Can you please help me? Now this was encouraging in some sense, and there was some factors associated which I was not very comfortable with. First of all, why it was encouraging? Because I am getting a phone call from such a place which is so remote in India. And after getting the training from our side, they were trying to install the Koha. That's very encouraging. And the problem associated with that, on a pan-India basis, is it possible for Rajaram Mohun Roy Library Foundation to give support? Possibly that's not feasible. So we have to find out some kind of mechanism that after providing the training, we have to create an infrastructure which is prudent enough to extend the support even at the rural level or the remote level, right? So that has to be done. Now we had a presentation in the morning itself from one person who is associated with National Digital Library of India. There is another national scale project right now going on, you might be knowing, that is called National Virtual Library of India. Primarily the difference between National Digital Library and National Virtual Library of India is that NDL is for educational objects and NVLI or National Virtual Library of India is primarily meant for cultural objects. One of the sub-components of National Virtual Library of India was to create an union catalog of all the public libraries of India. And we went one step forward. See, we provide all kinds of supports for procurement of hardware. They can procure barcode reader, scanner, RFID, everything they can procure. We can give them the financial support. But the problem is that server level support, when you move from capital cities to small cities, is not that good. And also the maintenance cost is very high. So you have to have maintenance cost for your hardware infrastructure. You have to have maintenance support for your software infrastructure, and that's not forthcoming. That's becoming difficult. So what we suggested that let there be provisions in the National Virtual Library of India, not only for union catalog, but for the creation of separate instances for each of the libraries, right? Now there are 46,000 public libraries in India. So it's not an easy job to create so much number of threads even in a cloud. Already mini cloud has been established in IIT Bombay under the National Virtual Library of India project. NIC has a cloud called Meghraj. HRD, I got to know just this morning, is creating cloud services called Badal. But all these are platform as services. It's not software as service. Bywater solutions give a software as service that where you can install Koha, you can experiment with Koha, something like that. Why can't we have an Koha on cloud for India? If India is a giant in IT industry, globally recognized, then what is the problem in creating a Koha on cloud, pre-customized Koha, so that any small library can have their own instance of Koha on the cloud at a national level? There is one government instruction and order that government data must be on government site. So we cannot think of Amazon Web Services, Google Web Services, Microsoft Web Services, or IBM Web Service. We have to have data on government cloud. Now, this is feasible. This could be done. What is required is a little bit of push from the library associations and from the entire library fraternity. If that could be done, I think it is possible. And another thing is that if we have a Koha instance on cloud, then we need to have a persistent internet connectivity with reasonably good bandwidth, right? That is also required nationally. We need to provide internet-based services in all the public libraries in India, not only for having Koha, but also providing services to the citizens of India. Because according to some unofficial statistics, in India, only 35% of our citizens can afford to have internet connectivity out of their own pocket. So 65% of our population is outside the ambit of having the services, internet-based services. So if we don't accept this challenge and create an infrastructure amenable to all, we'll create, down the line after 5 years, we will create a lot of inequalities in our society as a whole. So I believe and I hope that something would be done at a national level. Already NDL, the person from NDL said that they have already created this space on Koha. Similarly, we can have Koha on the cloud. With these words and for your patient hearing, I only can say that I am answerable to you as an employee of Raja Ramonan Foundation, and thank you very much for your patient hearing. Thanks.
Respected dignitaries and dais and respected audience, today I am going to talk about the experience of using Koha at Vidyamandira. The history of the Ramakrishna Mission Vidyamandira Library dates back to the foundation of the college in 1941. The library was started with about 200 books initially. With the increase of students in the college, the library also grew in size and stature. It was in 1987 that a separate two-storied library building, the Vikas Bhavan, became functional in the fulfilling of the long-standing academic hunger of all categories of our users. Earlier, the library was using one indigenous software developed by the Ramakrishna Mission Institute of Culture, that is Vivekananda Library Management Software, VLMS. The software was generally used for cataloging purpose only. The circulation was performed by the staff members manually. There was a card catalog cabinet for searching the library collection, separate cards were issued to every student for issuing each book. With the blessings of the Holy Trio in 2017, the library database was shifted to Koha from VLMS and started to provide open access to its resources. With the initiation of the open access, the library started to build up an OPAC in Koha for easy and quick retrieval of the desired resources. In order to make the library catalog globally accessible, the library opted for localized server-based OPAC instead of the cloud-hosted one. The library purchased a public IP and the OPAC was designed and launched for availing book searching from anywhere through the college website. The library is using all the major modules of the Koha except the serial module right now. Students and teachers have their own credentials to use the OPAC. The members can suggest books for library procurement, edit their profiles, and get notifications on their circulation privileges through email alerts. Teachers can reserve books for issuing the same letter. As the library has also implemented RFID technology for providing best services to the members, the Koha was synchronized with the RFID databases. While circulating library books, the RFID software runs in the front and the Koha does its work in the back end. Every circulation-related act gate reflected in the Koha. We have one pair of RFID chip sensing gates, 2 RFID staff station readers, and 1 handheld reader for inventory management. Each book has been pasted with RFID tags. Right now we have above 70,000 books. One smart card printing system is there for printing magnetic PVC cards for students, which enables the students to issue all the required books against a single membership card. Now I have some slides. This is our library building, Vikas Bhavan. This is the book cataloging section previously, and in the right hand side you are seeing the present picture. This was the book processing section. These are the book racks. These are the membership cards we have previously used, and at the right side you can see the new cards. And the other picture is of the RFID gates. This is the book circulation counter. Previously it was done manually. These are the library OPAC of VLMS and Koha. Now I can show you some stats regarding our library. This is the circulation record of past 4 years. You can see that 54% of the total circulation have been done in the year of 2017-18 after the initiation of Koha. Users footfall also have increased, and these are the students' feedback for 2 years, 2017 and 2018. Now I think all of us would agree that without the help and support of the internal staff members, changing any existing structure is quite difficult. So now I am going to mention them without whom the upliftment of the library was not possible. First of all, our respected Principal and Vice Principal Maharaj, the staff members of the main office and the accounts department. I am especially thankful to my colleagues at the Central Library, Mr. Haradon Sadhuka and Mr. Subroto Bhattacharjee. Being the senior most staff members of the library, they wholeheartedly supported the transmission without any technophobia. My youngster colleagues, Mr. Sumanto Hajra, Mr. Soumojit Roy Bormon, Prosenjit Nandi, Johor Roy, Milan Moira, gave tremendous untiring effort in making the dream come true. Last but not the least, the honorary staff members, Mr. Manush Chaudhuri, Vishwanath Mitra, Devkumar Mukherjee, Chandan Mukherjee, Dipankar Mukherjee and Shaman Mukherjee. They have provided their valuable encouragement in achieving the goal without bothering about any fiscal benefit, just out of their devotion for the holy trial. Thank you.
Glimpses of renowned libraries. One is our Calcutta British Council Library. Another is all over the nation who are looking after public library system. From their viewpoint, how they visualize the implementation of software. And one of the great academic library of our state, definitely is Belur Library. And all these deliberations are so much conspicuous that I don't think that I can augment an iota of meaning, extra meaning out of it, what you have already understood. Still, as I am entrusted with this responsibility, I would like to take another couple of minutes from you. As our Arup sir was asking that not only all good experiences, some of the bitter experiences also you could share, so that it could add some thought-provoking input to the system. First of all, should I really consider Koha at all as open source or not? As Madam Turner was talking, that it's an open challenge to get introduced to an open access or open source solution to our library technology. Problem is that when we have not introduced to it in our library system, till then we had some understanding whether it is operating systems, let it be Windows or Unix or whatever it may be, or the basics of database management system also, considering its data definition, data manipulation, or even language for query, report generation, etc. Some insight was there earlier, how the indexing is getting on insight, and students were a bit interested. Now problem is that even the good students also, though rarely now they are available, whenever they are learning, most of the times they are busy with competitive exams, and somehow they get it cleared, they never bother to learn anything more. And once they are in a job environment, they always feel secure to harness the advantage of the ready-made solutions. They never bother, they don't put any extra effort to learn anything or to implement it. That is probably a great problem for any environment. Forget it about library environment, which is basically the learning center. We claim all the time that we are supposed to take the responsibility to make all the learners learn, all the teachers to teach, and still we are lagging behind because always we feel at our comfortable desk. Probably the reason is that it requires not only courage, not only effort, but at the same time always we have to be updated with the latest environment. Always we have to take the challenge, we have to share instinctively. If sometimes some people learn also, they always try to keep it concealed with themselves. Most of the times. I don't know, some people, some good libraries are there. I know ISI library is such a great collection, they have converted on their own Koha. But our library, our university library, for a long time they were in Seoul, and recently they have converted to Koha. But definitely with the help of some solutions, what is available readily. So all these customized package, etc., do we really consider them as the open source, or is it the really feasible solution to us? I have some doubt within myself, and I raise all these things with you, and thank you all for patiently listening all the time. That's all.
Libraries of Bangladesh, Challenges and Opportunities, to be delivered by Professor Shariful Islam, and Professor Rafiqur Rahman, University of Rajshahi, Bangladesh. We would like to call them. Professor Sharif Islam and Professor Rafiqur Rahman.
Very good afternoon to everyone. I would like to thank Sri Arup Rai Chaudhary, Conference Director, and Joydeep Chandru, Organizing Secretary in Koha 2019, and all the concerned persons in Koha 2019. Welcome to our presentation. I am MD Shariful Islam, Professor Information Science and Library Management, University of Rajshahi, Bangladesh, and my co-author MD Rafiqur Rahman, Assistant University Librarian, University of Rajshahi, Bangladesh. We will jointly present our paper. Title of our paper: Use of Koha in Cadet College Libraries of Bangladesh, Challenges and Opportunities. About the cadet college. Cadet college are autonomous, fully residential military high school from grade 7 to grade 12. These colleges run under the direct supervision of Defense Forces of Bangladesh, following the English version syllabus of the national curriculum. There are 12 cadet colleges in Bangladesh. Among them, 9 are boys and 3 are girls cadet colleges. Here is the map of Bangladesh. Bangladesh is a country bordered by the India in east, west and north, and the Bay of Bengal in the southern part of Bangladesh. There are 8 divisional cities and 64 districts in Bangladesh. Among them, 12 districts have cadet colleges, which are marked by red and yellow colors. Among the 12 colleges, only 4 cadet college libraries implemented Koha, which are marked by green color. Here is the list of cadet colleges, their location and the year of establishment. History of Koha in Cadet College Libraries of Bangladesh. Munshi Abdul Rauf Library of Pabna Cadet College is the pioneer of using Koha as their library automation system. Among all other cadet college libraries in Bangladesh, they implemented Koha in December 12, 2016. They have cataloged about 7,500 plus records with 15,000 plus items within very short time and successfully launched their automation system early in 2017. Objectives of our study: to explore the use of Koha, its challenges and opportunities in cadet college libraries of Bangladesh, to discover the history of library automation in surveyed cadet college libraries of Bangladesh, to observe the services offered through Koha among the surveyed libraries, to find out the constraints hindering the uses of Koha software, especially cadet college libraries of Bangladesh. Research methodology. The research is prepared based upon the first authors, that is Mr. Rafiq his practical working experience and observation as consultant and Koha implementation expert in 3 cadet college libraries. A survey was conducted among 4 cadet college libraries. Those are already implemented Koha. Those libraries are Abdul Rauf Library, Pabna Cadet College, Bir Seshto Abdul Rauf Library, Silet Cadet College, Rauf Library, Zinaida Cadet College, and Shohid Khurshid Smriti Granthagara, Mirzapur Cadet College. We have conducted our study based on a short structured online questionnaire through Google Forms. Besides instant messaging of different social media, email, cell phone interview with librarians, IT expert of sample libraries, and a good number of web resources are used for this study. Now analysis. Here we try to show the automation status among the 4 surveyed libraries. We have found that 3 libraries, that means 75% libraries already completed their automation process and launched their regular services. And 1 library, that means 25% library, is trying to complete its automation process. Yearly status of Koha adoption. 2 libraries have been adopted Koha in 2017, one in 2016 and another one in 2018. Version of Koha used in surveyed libraries. Among the surveyed libraries, 3 libraries used older version of Koha and 1 library, that is Mirzapur Cadet College Library, Tangail, used latest version of Koha. Who implemented Koha? All the surveyed libraries implemented Koha through library professional from other libraries. Thank you everyone. Now I would like to request Mr. Rafiqur Rahman to present the remaining part of our paper. Thank you.
First few slides, and now I will continue rest of this presentation. So, status of catalog materials on Koha. We know that materials is very important for a library. Reading materials are very important. So, to know the impact of the library, we just try to show the cataloged materials here, and most of the libraries have the same types of titles and item also. Only Mirzapur Cadet College Library, they are trying to catalog their materials now. Their work is ongoing process. So they have already catalogued 3,500 titles and corresponding item is 5,000. And the active patron, all the libraries have same types of active patron. As it is a military-based institution, so their patron is same. All the libraries have teacher and staff's category patron and cadet patron, and all the colleges have same cadets, like 300, more or less 300, and staff and teachers 200. So here is, we try to show the average transaction of all the 4 libraries, and issue near about 70, and return is 40. That is high, and it is from Pabna Cadet College Library, and Silet Cadet College Library is statistics is 60 and 30,
And Zinaida Cadet College is 45 and 30. And Mirzapur Cadet College has their ongoing process, so they don't have statistics. Koha modules and features used. Here we see that no library used acquisition no library used acquisition modules in Cadet College libraries, and cataloging. All the libraries use cataloging modules, circulation modules, patron management modules, online public access catalog, serials management. Only 2 libraries use serials management. Auto email alert service. 3 libraries use auto email alert services. Online book reservation. No library use online book reservation facilities, as it is fully. And auto SMS alert service. No library use auto SMS alert service. User logging in OPEC. All the libraries use user login. Receipt printing service from Koha while check-in or check-out. Only 1 library use these facilities. Book requisition through OPEC. All the library use this feature. Barcode spine slip printing. All the libraries use this feature. Report generation. All the libraries use these features. Actually, we try to show whether they are marketing their services to the user or oriented their user about their services. So we try to show here in library literacy or user orientation program, they follow some subjects. So basic library rules, all the library use these topics. And basic IT, only 3 libraries use basic IT skills. And effective use of Koha OPEC, all the libraries use this topic. And basic search technique also used by all the libraries. Advanced search techniques only use 3 libraries. Free resources use 1 library, and registered e-resources use 1 library. Registers means some free registered e-resources through Research for Life, like Hinari, Agora, and Wari. How user can benefit from Koha? We are trying to collect the opinion from the surveyed libraries, library professional from the surveyed libraries, and we found this. Creating reading list. 4 libraries thought creating reading list. Get reading history. 3 libraries thought. Due date notification through SMS. 4 libraries thought. And sending purchase or collection suggestion. 2 libraries. Increase the rate library usage. 2 libraries. Can remote access to the OPEC. 3 libraries. Constraint while implementing Koha in Cadet College libraries. We are trying to find out what are the constraints they feel from the library professionals side, and we found this. Hardware procurement. 2 libraries think there are problems in procuring hardware. In that case, we found Pabna Cadet College libraries and Zinaida College Library. They don't think that they have any problem to procuring their hardware. Availability, procurement of implementation service. 3 libraries feel that there is a problem to find out proper services authorities for implementing Koha in their libraries. Financial or budgetary support by management. 2 libraries feel that they have financial or budgetary problems, and 2 libraries don't think that they have financial problems. Maintenance. 2 libraries think they are maintenance problem as they have not enough IT skilled persons in their library.
And another two is don't think that there is any maintenance problem in their library. Lack of trained library staffs. Three libraries think that lack of trained library staffs is a problem for their libraries. And Sylhet Cadet College Library, Zineda Cadet College Library, and Mirzapur Cadet College Library thought this. Lack of interest among staff. Two libraries think that lack of interest among the staff about working with Koha. Awareness about modern library trends. Three libraries think that awareness about modern library things is a problem. Fail to understand the benefits of automation and digitization. Two library thinks that this is a problem for their library. Challenges faced by the libraries while using Koha. Here are some challenges we try to show from the opinion of the surveyed libraries, library professional from the surveyed libraries. Limited IT infrastructure, one library thing this, and user interaction with Koha system, one library thinks this. Taking regular backup, two libraries thinks this. Report generating, three libraries face this problem, though there are a lot of scope to generating report in Koha, but the librarians think so. Difficulties in installing of Koha. Two libraries found difficulties on installing Koha in their libraries. Software problem, malfunctioning, hanging. One library thinks this problem. And upgradation of Koha from older version to newer version. Four libraries face this problem because they have implemented Koha from outsourced people, and they don't have the skills to upgrade, so they feel that upgradation from older version to newer version is a problem for themselves. Frequent update of Koha, as Koha in every month Koha release some updates, so it is a problem for them. They feel problem for them to update it Koha software in their server. Inadequate expertise, three libraries thought this. High maintenance cost, two libraries thought this. So thank you for patience. Thank you so much.
Or if you have any more questions, then please email us at shagnikbanerjee.personal@gmail.com. Quoting John quotes, heard melodies are sweet, but those unheard are sweeter. It's been a sweet evening so far, so please bear with us for some more time. I would now like to call invited lecture part 4, Implementing Koha in IIT Bhubaneswar. Speaker, Dr. Vibhuti Bhushan Shahu, Deputy Librarian, IIT Bhubaneswar. Sir, please come up on the stage. Oh, sir, please stand there and face it. I'd like to call one of our friends to give a token of appreciation to sir. Thank you.
First of all, I should thank Bengal Free Association, and other members for inviting me for this deliver my for this kind of in Goa.
Hello. Yeah, sorry for the interruption. I'm thankful to BLA, especially Jyoti and other members for inviting me for this particular conference. Basically, this IND Koha has, I think it has made a brand name, not in India. I think it has shown its way in international arena, including Bangladesh and Sri Lanka. hopefully I think next year onwards few more countries may join with us. So thanks to the BLA for organizing such kind of conferences. I won't take much time because already I think we are ending this session, so I'll just try to finish as soon as possible. Yeah, I have given this, basically I have given this one because why I have given this picture. I have taken a battery picture, just keep going and going and going. Like suppose we are doing something, you do something, you should not worry. I am doing something because like before saying that I'll give my example. Like I worked in IIT Delhi. Okay, from there we are using ellipsis. Then when I joined in 2014 in IIT Bhubaneswar, there it was ellipsis. So every day there are some problem. Okay, today some problem is there. If you call them, they will settle this matter. Then tomorrow there is another problem. Then you will call them. Then another day there is another problem. Okay, so like that, so we face every day there is one or two problems. So we are really worried. Okay, but here what happened after installing Koha in our library? So we just installed. Like I told, keep going, going and going. So we are never bothered about anything. Only what we did, like I'll give when we did and all. After installation, we just upgraded after that. Sometime we are in also some of the forums, we get some new things have come. Like that, so we are just upgrading our system, but we have never faced any problem as far as this Koha is concerned. Okay, so before going to discuss, I'll not take much time. This is about my institution where I work. This is a very small new institution. We started in 2008, announced by the MHRD. We have been ranked. I mean, I'll give you because the ranking is the best part now. So we have ranked very good in national, in NRF, in engineering 18, India today 10th and I3 RCC 20. And last year we have ranked in international ranking framework. So there are Times World 601 to 800. Then Times of India, because Times World, but there is a India. We are 10 among some other institutions. Then one big good part is if you go through the Times Higher Education. So we are third in the citation. Okay, that means our research is good, so that people are citing. So we take the pride for that one. So we started in 2008 from IIT Kharagpur. Then now we are 2019. We have 1750 students, 130 faculty. There are 3 international faculty. So this is all about our institution. I will not take much time because we are running out of time. So this is our strength. Like we have published more than last 3 years more than 1,000 papers. We have like in good journals. Then we have good placement. We have organized many conferences. We have good research projects. We have startups. We have international collaboration with the international institution like that. So this is about my library. In 2009 it started in a 300 square feet room. Then it was a storeroom with 2,000 collection. Now we have shifted to a new building. There are 4 buildings. Then we have shifted to 20,000 square feet of which 2 floors in the 4th and 5th floor. So we have book collection 18,500 till that. E-resources we are subscribing 50 e-resources. E-journals more than 8,600 and e-books we are subscribing some through NDL or other. So this is this is our website. Why I am showing this? We have implemented RSS feed. This is our new arrivals. Basically, this is another catalog we are making in the website. So we download the data from the Google and it gives some of the Google books. This is our another unique one. We have done this publication. It is filtered by school, then author, then year wise we do this, which is being used basically for our primary database for our institution. This is being made by the library. Then e-resources we have given product wise e-resource what journal and then some PhD thesis. So this is some of the things I want to share. And these are the resources we are subscribing more than 50 as I mentioned. Okay, this is our idea. We are using this DSS. We are also having RFID systems. So I'll go to the Koha implementation part because already we are getting late. So our institution started in 2008, but in 2010, that time I was not there, but institution has taken this BTLS software. Then in 2014, that time also I was not there, I mean before that. That time somebody decided, okay, we will go for the ellipsis with RFID. Okay. So then immediately after that, when I joined after that, we had a discussion with the director. Then director said, okay, go for the open source. Okay. So then we immediately gone for the open source. The one benefit was that because that time we have shifted because we have transit campus, 2-3 transit campuses. So your library also like that. So we could able to using this Koha, we could able to manage 2-3 libraries simultaneously. But now we have only one library, which has shifted to a central library now. The Koha is implemented in-house and running successfully since 2015. Operational in 2 libraries, as I mentioned. It was we implemented with Koha 3.20 in 2015 with Ubuntu 14.04 with MySQL database, and we have upgraded to Koha 17.5 with Debian 9 and MariaDB because we, as you know that MySQL has been taken over by the Oracle. We also choose this MariaDB database management system. So this is our OPEC Koha bbs.ac.in. So this is the home page of that our Koha OPEC. So here we have given in addition to the Koha OPEC searching, there are many other things like library website, link, e-resources, journal, research publication. So all the links are given here, all the essential things are there. So this is the QR code for our distance, because this thing we have already pasted in our everywhere in the library. So nowadays students are using smartphones, so they immediately they can get the search the books. So data migration from the ellipsis. This is a very difficult task. So here what happened, we as soon as we decide that we are shifting to Koha, we didn't ask them, we didn't inform them also that we are shifting to the Koha, and in fact we have not asked them for the data also. So using some like that access and register, then we downloaded some data. I will show you some of the screenshots from there. Then data were manipulated using Excel, because Excel is a very powerful tool. So it helped us to create so many things, manipulation, because they gave few data. Then you have to manipulate from the same data, you have to manipulate. And another thing what we did, after downloading the ellipsis data, we just counted how many copies of a particular book. Like one book has 10 copies, 20 copies, like that. So what we did, like we had that time around 14,000 or 13,500 books. So what we did, we just took a decision, more than 10 copies, what we'll do, we'll download from the LOC catalog. Okay, more than 10 copies. We didn't go for the bibliographic conversion using the data. So less than 10 copy, what we did, we just created for each item, because I have seen many other libraries, what they have done, like each copy there is one record. So I have seen many, so that to solve that problem, so we did this. Then other data were converted to mark file using the market. And user data, what we did, we just there is a format, some standard format for the Koha. We just use that one and transported the data. Okay, this is some screenshot original data imported from the ellipsis. So there we have just counted if like how many copies, then according to how we just find out how many, like for 10 copies what books are with 10. So like this we did. So what we did, when we assigned some of the trainees, we just okay, you do this 20 copies, you do 19, like that, so that they could do very fluently. Then that I will discuss later. But this one, I think many of you know this. So this is, we use this using JFAT 9.501. So this is some of the screenshot I will show you. This is the JFAT 9.0. So we will read this. And this is one ISBN number if you have selected this data from the ellipsis. For this. That was the example of the opaque ellipsis, and this is the Koha. So like this. This is then after doing that we have to edit the mark for the books and all. Like item basically 940 and 952. This is the one. So after that we just like I think many people know this, so I don't want to discuss much on that. So here, okay, what I want to say that when we did this data migration using mark edit, so before that we did this kind of things like there are like class number and call number. There are two other different fields are there. So when we download the data from the ellipsis, so that time what happened, only call number came. Sometime the book number is there, sometime book number is not there. Okay, so what we did, like we have separated call number and class number because there is a space in that, so we separated using that some command. And then after that we then I'll show you how we did this, some screenshot. Here we created a book number there like that from the author and the title. Then like that. Then this is suppose something is missing. After uploading the data, we just want to check which book is missing now. So this is the one of the command we just found out, comparing with the access and register of the Koha. Then after that we just do this. So this is a here we have given the mark tag for each of these. Some of the mark tags is given like this is a Hindi book. First one is a Hindi book and the alternative titles 246 and 245 like that. So you see here actually I have given a screenshot for two libraries. Okay, same book we have showing only one book, but there you see how many book it is showing, 195 items. This is being done by a particular vendor somewhere. I just downloaded this data. And this one here we have done it, but we have given a like we have 42 copies and like that. So that's why we could able to do those things. So here mark edit, I think many people know this. I will not take much time on this one. How to download it. After downloading, then we just use this mark to converting this one using the mark tag. As I mentioned there, this is a sample mark record. And after conversion, after the conversion, it follows I think ISO 2709 format. And after that, we just imported this. So like this is about the cataloging of the data. So then pattern data import. After examination, we cut data in Excel file. Data manipulated the format. Then usually the image users are with the user ID.jpg. Then we also manipulated and collected the JPEG file, and we just upload this. And it has successfully done. Then we have done a course reserve. Basically here each course there is a course reserve. We have created a book, each book for various courses. So we have created a course reserve for our each course. We have a data Koha backup like some Bimal was telling that one, I think upload backup and all. So we do the backup and we keep it in Dropbox, automatically it saves. We do that one. Then this is the customization we did. Some of the customization part I am just showing. Login, then here the management. Then this is the customization of our homepage, Koha opaque homepage. And this is the opaque credit and opaque header. Opaque main is like about the library and all. The notice, these are the notice like earlier there was a problem like sometime when in ellipsis there was this problem, sometime it send email, sometime it doesn't send email. So here we have to carefully fix, so fortunately what we had a IIT BBS email ID with the Gmail. So we didn't face any problem. The email is going, people are very happy after receiving the email, because earlier people are complaining we don't know when book is, the due date is there and all. So those problem has been solved. This is the modified notice we have modified for the like acquisition and all. This is a email due reminder advance notice. This is today. So I have taken this screenshot today morning. So at 6 o'clock it sends the email to like book reminder and the advance notice 2 days before. Email due reminder also. This is the format for the due reminder and the advance notice. This is check-in, email, renewal. And another thing I just want to say is report. Report, one good thing is that Koha has a very flexible report module. So earlier whatever data people want, it was very difficult to provide the data. You have to ask the Lipsys, okay, you said give us data in this format, that format. But using this Koha, we could able to give a better report. So that's why what I can suggest, this is Koha gives a flexibility to the librarians. But as he mentioned that we need to know a little bit of Linux and all things. And finally, I want to say, basically the Koha means a gift. Okay, like this is a sweet gift. So this is a gift for all of us, for the library community. So with this, I thank you all for your patient hearing and have a good day. Thank you very much.
Information, statistics, and everything. But it's time to pause here for the day. Before we end this, we want to tell you that tomorrow we'll begin sharply at 9 o'clock, sorry. We'll begin sharply at 9 tomorrow. And all of you who are going to present tomorrow, your files, please come right now and give it to us today only, so that we can proceed much faster tomorrow. Keeping these aside, we all are tired at this moment, and I think apart from all these discussions that have been said, all those points that have been said on this dais and everything, and recall what I said right at the beginning. There may be technology, there may be libraries, there may be you and me, but still what happens is insight. The insight is still necessary. It was necessary before this conference, it is right now. And let's continue dealing with this insight. Thank you for today. Hope to see you tomorrow again. Thank you.
Good morning all library professionals. Myself Dheeraj Kiran Chogle. I am from Mumbai. Me and my colleague Mr. Ramesh Paloti, I have submitted this paper for this conference. The title is Cloud-based open source library management software boon for college libraries. So this is the outline of the presentation: introduction to open source software and cloud storage, then benefits of cloud storage, open source library management software, then advantages of cloud-based open source library management software, and then conclusion. So we have explained the concept of open source software and cloud storage. The open source software is used by without paying anything to anyone, instead of prohibited by copyright, software license grant rights to users. Then we have explained the concept of cloud storage. That is, cloud storage is a cloud computing model in which data is stored on remote server access from the internet or cloud. Then these are benefits we have explained in our paper: greater access of cloud storage, greater accessibility and reliability, rapid deployment, then strong protection for data backup, and last one is archival and disaster recovery purposes. And then these three software, library management software, we have given small introduction to these three softwares, that is Koha from Katipa Communications, then New Genly from Versus Solutions, developed by Versus Solutions Private Limited in 2005, and then Evergreen by Georgia Public Library System. This project was taken by Georgia Public Library System in 2006. Then these are the advantages of cloud-based open source library management software we have elaborated in short. That is a lower cost of software. Regarding looking to the cost, open source library management software are very free and source code is open, so we can save the cost of software. Then lower hardware cost regarding to storage and all, things. We can save a lot of our budget in hardware cost. Then easy license management, the source code is open, so we can use in many PCs in our library. Then escape vendor lock-in. Then these are always in research process. Open source libraries management software. So these are the quality software. Then this is the conclusion part. College libraries are taking up open source library management software as a way to reduce the cost of expensive commercial products. Then using cloud-based server, data can be stored as cloud storage. Then another device we need to storage our data. Then looking towards budget and other benefits of open source library management software become the boon for college libraries. So thank you so much for giving me this opportunity.
It took only 5 minutes to present, and it is a very...
You just mentioned no vendors, escape from vendors login. That's not actually true. According to SAP, you get only the password of the login, user ID and password. But problem is that the backend there are so many softwares. Okay, maybe Ubuntu or some PHP MyAdmin or MySQL or Jabra, etc. Actual problem is that in Meghwala and other colleges, they have called us for support of Koha. Okay, but problem is that they don't have any password. Only the login user ID password. That's the reality. Because our mentality is free source. We want free source, but our mentality is to just earn some money just so that you can take support, liable to take our support lifelong from us. No problem about it. That's the actual reality. That's
I'm not sure about particular case, but if you use cloud as an infrastructure, certainly you have every right, because then you will get a bare minimum machine. So you have to load your own OS, you have to load your all relevant software. So you have every step, you have your own password. But if you have employed somebody else, some company to do, then okay, they may have that one. But that is not the host who is offering the cloud service. They are not,
actually, the librarian has every right to take all the passwords. Yeah. But problem is that they just give the only user ID password for application only. Not the root password, so that you can switch over the one vendor from another vendor. That's the actual problem, that's the reality. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to all BLA team, sir, and for guiding me. Actually, I have not yet prepared so much, but next time I will try to give my best. Thank you so much, sir.
Good morning, sir. Today, I myself, Sogoto Chattopadhyay from St. Xavier's College, Kolkata. Today I want to present my paper, Integration of Google Custom Search Engine with Koha LMS, Personalized Discovery Service at St. Xavier's College, Central Library. Now, Google Custom Search Engine is an online platform that allows retrieving subscribed resources as well as open access resources from a single window search interface. It is cost effective and easy to implement without any specialized technical manpower. Now, why single window discovery service? In our library, we have already subscribed the Included List, DELNet, NDL, journal published from Indian Academy of Science, Down to Earth magazine, AIMS International Journal, SAGE Journals, Economics, etc. Main problem is when the resources are distributed within different user interface, which requires specific retrieval techniques. As a result, end users are facing problems during retrieval of e-resources as they need to move from one search interface to another for comprehensive resource discovery. This situation can be resolved by providing single window discovery service for the end user. Now these are the resources subscribed in our library. Now objective to learn how to construct Google's custom search engine, which will help to find information through a specific site or multiple sites, and how to integrate Google Custom Search Engine with Koha LMS on library homepage. These are the methodology. First, all of you log in a Google account and search for Google Custom Search. Then you see this login screen. In the basics tab of the setup section, we change the name of the search engine. In our case, St. Xavier's College Central Library Discovery Search. Specify sites to be included. Enable image search. Select the custom search edition, which one can be used for setting the language of search engine interface. In our case, admin, indexing and advanced setup options are kept as usual. No need to change any setup option. Using add options under the sites to search, select websites added individually one by one and their labels also assigned. The search feature, if we enable this feature, user can search anything more effectively such as promotion, refinement, autocomplete, synonym and many other features in these features concept. This is the look and feel concept. One can customize the look and feel of search engine on the look and feel page of the control panel. On the layout tab, one can specify the layout of search result page. On the themes tab, one can select a design theme for the search engine. On the custom tab, one can specify the appearance of search engine by customizing search box.
Yes.
And this is the statistics and log. Usage statistics can be generated daily, weekly, monthly and yearly as per the requirement from user sites. The statistics page provides the accurate data about the search usage and the total number of searches completed. This is the statistics and log statistics. Now source code for creating Google Custom Search Engine in Koha OPAC. This is the code combination of HTML and JavaScript and it is incorporated in the Koha OPAC system preference. Now user can search the resources on the basis of resources which are included in the Google Custom Search Engine. Now the Custom Search Engine Discovery Service at St. Xavier's College Central Library is ready to use. The search engine can be accessed either through public URL or from search box embedded in the library homepage. Now you see the appearance of search result. When we search economics and democracy from a particular e-magazine economics, it will display around 1,54,000 records within 61 seconds. This is the usage. And some limitation is there. Google Custom Search Engine will not produce any accurate search result. That is, it does not eliminate any junk result. And Google Custom Search Engine normally does not recognize truncation facilities, that is, Koha can search any truncated term like ENG or math. This page can search for ENG star or math star. Google Custom Search shows result on only those pages that have been indexed by the Google Search Engine. Google may not necessarily index all the pages in our website. These are the limitations of Google Custom Search Engine. Now feature study. Use of discovery tools are increasing in libraries. It allows library patron to perform concurrent searching in the library catalog, journal article, full text journal article and electronic thesis and dissertation. Commercial discovery services like F-Squares are available but too expensive cost, around rupees 15 lakh per annum, and each year it will be renewal. And open source discovery tools like Viewfind, Blacklight, SOPAC, etc. are available without any implementation cost, but most of the library in West Bengal does not have specialized technical staff to implement this freely available discovery tool. And these are the conclusion. For libraries with low financial backup and insufficient skilled manpower, the integration of Google Custom Search Engine with Koha for getting single window search facility will act as a boon to the library user community. It creates awareness for single window discovery service among library user community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any question on your side?
That article indexing, do you understand?
Yeah.
that journal articles,
Journals,
that how we can integrate within the Koha cataloging.
Is that different?
Yeah, it is different, but you mentioned in your future studies we can include
This
these.
is the future scope, not
Okay. Do you have an experience in your college by integrating this article and texting? No. Okay.
I maybe say something.
So we
Most
want.
probably you make an article as an item type.
Yeah.
And then you have to do manually everything. Because
That cataloging we want to that we have already indexed this article in the Lipsys system. That we have this all this data. So we want to migrate those into the Koha.
Yeah.
So how we can find it?
Whether your question is migration.
Yeah. Then migration and also not we have a backup data with the Lipsys system.
See, if you forget about your password,
Yeah.
it is simple like this. You are doing the analytical entries, old school, 1980s old school analytical entries of a journal articles.
Okay.
So, even in the
She is asking how we can
migrate.
Yeah. Migration is a difficult because what form you are getting from Lipsys, I am not sure. That most probably is
So
not
we
his
have
topic.
it in the Excel file now. Extract it and keep it in the Excel file with the control number.
Then you have to take a programmer's help.
Oh.
Because what he or she will do, it is expected you have your all holdings data already in Koha first. Okay. Each issue and everything you have already migrated to Koha. So whether you have migrated your serial data in the Koha from Lipsys, no. That is the first step. Then you have to take a particular software person's help. He or she can easily do it.
Okay. Whether we need to maintain the separate database for these articles and its books? No need. We can keep it simultaneously.
It will, if, by chance, if you are able to migrate it, it will be a single interface in the Koha.
Yeah.
That's why I say you make an item type article.
Okay.
So instead of searching books or online journals or articles, people can select from there. Normally after this session we will discuss.
Okay.
Because it is not his focus of the area. Okay, thank you.
System, another safe platform for Koha. My name is Shovar Kandidas. Introduction of Koha. Koha is open source library automated software. It's developed by Koha community. Koha is completely web-based interface, multilingual library management software. Koha supports Web 3.9.50. Koha installed on Linux platform and Koha written by Perl language. Koha has general public license holder and its official website is kohacommunity.org. Most recent version 8.11 on 2018. Technical requirement for installing Koha. Hardware requirement, minimum 2 GB, 2 GHz processor and 2 GB RAM or higher. Minimum hard disk 8 GB and support for DVD and USB port. Software requirement, Linux-based OS, Apache, SQL, Perl. About Zorin OS. Zorin OS is multilingual Linux distribution based on Ubuntu. This OS developed by Zorin Group. It has window-like graphical user interface and many programs similar to those found on Windows. So it's more useful those users who gradually use Windows-based PC and try to first time use Linux-based PC. Zorin OS has powerful graphical system similar to Microsoft Windows 7. Zorin official website is zorinOS.com and its most recent version is 12.4 on 2018. Features of Zorin. Zorin OS multilingual and multi-user operating system. Zorin OS user interface look a bit like Windows OS. Zorin OS has rich notification function and look changer system like Windows 10. This OS comes with pre-installed word processor, image editor, video editor, VLC, chat and social media application, mail system, maps, Chrome, Flash player, CD DVD writer. This was also come with additional driver, package manager, backup application, firewall, window emulation like Play on Linux and Wine, and other many more applications. Object of study, discussion to installation, Koha, Zorian, and compatibility to Zorian, and make compared study, Koha working under Zorian and Ubuntu. Installation of Zorian, we need to download Zorian OS and make a bootable USB or DVD. After we change our BIOS boot setting under boot menu, and we can start our installation from boot or USB drive. After loading DVD and USB from the OS, we can start the installation. Here we can actually set system language, internet connection, disk partition, time, keyboard layout, username and user password. After installation complete, the installer prompts us to restart system. Now we log in the new system by using same username and password that we set during the installation. After login, we can see the desktop of Zorian. Installing Koha on Zorian OS. Install Apache, SQL, Perl, PHP, MyAdmin, update and upgrade our OS and add Koha repository on the system. After that, we can start download and installing Koha on our system. After download and installing Koha on our hard disk, we can configure Koha and install Mariana DB server. Now we need to edit our network information like email name, port number under Koha config file. Now we can restart our Apache and read-write Apache. Create a library name under Koha database and configure the Apache file. Assign port for Koha stub client and Koha OPAC. After change all that, we can restart Apache. Finally, install Koha on our hard disk. Web installation of Koha. The stub client and first administrative page can be accessed 127.0.1.1:8080 in any web browser. After logging to main page, we can actually set here default language for Koha, database settings, mark type, and standard authority type, framework, and etc. After set that all basic configuration, we can create a administrator member. After install completely, we can see the first page of Koha. Compared to Ubuntu and Zorin Desktop. Zorin Desktop has platform architecture, has 32-bit and 64-bit at present. Other hand side, Ubuntu has only 64-bit. Pre-install reach notification functionality, loop changer, map, firewall, Wine, and Play on Linux, etc. in Zorin. Other hand side, all the applications supported but not pre-installed in Ubuntu. Present Zorin 12.4 OS look like Windows 7 and present Ubuntu 18.04 OS look like Debian OS. Compared to Koha interface on Ubuntu and Zorin. Ubuntu Koha start line interface on Ubuntu and Zorin has no difference. They both look like same. Other hand side, the OPAC also same. Findings. Zorin OS designed for newcomers who first time starting to use Linux-based OS, and Zorin was installed any low computers and its platform architecture 32-bit and 64-bit. It's also pre-installed rich notification functionality to change your system, maps, firewall, lay on Linux, but Ubuntu, it's all not pre-installed. Koha applications such as no difference between Ubuntu and Zorin. Zorin OS under GPL3 license, so leaving user free to use, copy, distribute, study, change, develop, and improve the software. Conclusion: in India, we use mostly open source software because this software has no type of hidden cost. In this system, Koha is most popular library software in India. Koha is highly customizable and user-friendly library management software. According to Koha community, Koha installed on Linux distribution like Debian or Ubuntu. Zorin at present not the least, but Zorin also can be performed smoothly. In day-to-day, Zorin was using experience pretty good compared to Ubuntu desktop. Some useful reference for these studies. Thank you.
Thank you. Any question?
Myself Sujan Saha, field scholar, the University of Bardot. Today I will discuss my seminar paper entitled on Application of Authority Records in Koha Open Source Library Management Software. In cataloging, in machine access cataloging format, there is two types of cataloging formats. One is bibliographic cataloging format and another is authority records format. In the authority records is a standardization form of heading terms, subject headings and title headings. We all are working in cataloging record. We are all are working in entries in cataloging entries, but we not provide importance in the entered in authority records entries. In the authority records the authority records helps to index the reference terms, C form, C also form, etc. in a systematic way. To enter authority records in marked bibliographic format, we will enable the Biblio add authorities from Koha administration page. Then we will add the authorities by enter in tag indicator. Why we application these authority records? Authority records organize and standardize the main subject heading, topical terms. It is helps to better searching and easy retrieval of keywords. The authority terms are plain as a conjunction of the term headings. It is very easier to vocabulary control. The structure of authority records in 000 standard numbers, authority headings 100. We use the main entity access point name in these authority headings, like main entity person names such as main entity person names 100 tag 100 field, corporate names 110 field, uniform title 130 field, topical terms 150 fields. We also add the C form 400 and C also 500 field. In Mark 21 authority term headings, the name headings, main entity person names, title headings, uniform title headings, chronological title headings, topical term headings for subject entities, etc. Now I will show the implementation of authority records in Koha, how we add authority terms. Here I highlight the tag editor. When we click on tag editor, this opens another window to search the authority record term. Here I want to enter a main entity person name A.K. Bosu. A.K. Bosu, when we add cataloging in as a main entity subject identity with this term A.K. Bosu in S1 area, we write this by written by A.K. Bosu or by A.K. Bosu, but in main entity heading, main entity access point name, we entering this Basu, comma A.K. And Amarendra Bosu, better to see Amarendra Bosu down below example. Amarendra Bosu, this is a Bengali name. User can search with in Bengali term Amarendra Bosu, Bosu comma Amarendra, English term Bosu comma Amarendra. We manage all the terms in a single record with this type of entity. Here user can search with by both in the multilingual word Bosu or Amarendra Bosu, user find a particular item. Same as we also enter the topical terms like mathematics. User can search with mathematics in English term. They also can search with Ganit in Bengali term. How will add this both same term in subject headings? We can enter this both terms in by using this module. This is Koha authorities. We can merge with same authorities by option merging authorities. The advantage of authority records. The heading terms are entered in uniform and unique terms. Here, if I will see Sharat Chandra Chattopadhyay, we also known as Sharat Chandra Chatterjee, Rabindranath Tagore, Rabindranath Thakur. We add these same heading terms in authorities, and this will provide a uniform heading. We also index subject heading entities such as C form, C also form. We implement, we order cataloging of but we don't see the we don't use the subject heading shared list or like the subject headings. We can add these terms in these authority types forms. Previously I saw the authority structure format where the main entity 100, CFC form 400, C reference 500. We add the subsequent terms in these fields. These are okay. These search results are increased by using authority records. Multilingual headings and related terms are easy to control. Authority records easy to count. Vocabulary control using bibliography database. And there is some problems in authority records. This is time consuming cataloging work. When we click on tag editor, there is open another window, we search, then we retrieve. We also import from Jeta 10.50. All are time consuming. Enter variety of term headings. We don't nowadays we not follow the subject heading terms. Follow the standards of subject headings. So what term will we see, what we will see also, it is difficult to follow authority record standards, dynamic entries in authority records, uniformity of related terms, indexing of authority terms, and conclusion. The authority records control the heading terms of vocabulary like thesaurus in a bibliographic database. So authority control is very important to standardize cataloging work. These techniques are very helpful, especially to cataloging and organization of requested maintenance authority records, uniformity and consistency of cataloging. So we request to all my senior professionals and friends, please use these features to provide better service for users. So user can easily retrieve their keywords by implementing this. Thank you. Questions? Thank you.
I am Rubaba Roy and I am going to present our paper named Koha OPAC acts as a library portal or not, a study on the libraries OPAC of Nepal. My co-authors are Shagota Khamrai and Nisha Manna. We are the students of 8th semester of 5-year integrated MLIS of University of Calcutta. Introduction. Koha, an open source integrated library management software created in the year 1999 by Katipo Communication, is widely used in Indian subcontinent. In order to get the support from global community and to ensure the future development, Koha includes most of the features expected to be in an ILMS, such as cataloging, acquisition, circulation, and OPAC facilities. Among all the facilities, we have indulged ourselves in describing the OPAC facilities. OPAC is the online public access catalog. The libraries of Nepal which uses Koha are Social Science Baha, Madan Purushkar Pustakalaya, Nepal National Library, Tribhuvan University Central Library, Library of Martin Chowdhury, Nepal Health Research Council Digital Library. The first one, Social Science Baha, its OPAC web page was under renovation, and in the case of Madan Purushkar Pustakalaya, its web page is not available online, although they have implemented Koha, so no information could be collected from these two libraries. So we have surveyed the other 4 libraries. Objectives: to understand the growth of uses of OPAC modules of Koha in Nepal libraries and their benefits and limitations. Methodology: it is an online survey-based paper and data were collected from the corresponding websites of the libraries using Google search engine. Facilities of Koha OPAC module in the surveyed libraries. Nepal National Library. The view of the website contained is multi-device portable and the homepage includes a brief history of foundation, code collection, etc. It also provides the option to search the history and provides a facility of 3 types of searches such as basic search, advanced search and authority search. This is the image of the OPAC homepage of Tribhuvan University Central Library, and it is almost same as the OPAC homepage of the Nepal National Library. First one is the OPAC homepage image of Library of Martin Chowdhury, and next one is the image of OPAC homepage of NHRC Digital Library. NHRC Digital Library uses latest Koha version 18.05.05 which was released in the year 2018, and the process of user logging is described in details here. The next part will be discussed by my co-author Shabita Khamrai. Thank you so much.
Good morning everyone, I am Shabita Khamrai. So now I am going to discuss about the limitations of Koha OPAC module in the surveyed libraries. Except NHRC Digital Library, all libraries uses older versions of Koha. In case of Nepal National Library, they uses 3.20.06, TU Central Library uses 3.20.02 version, Library of Martin Chowdhury uses 3.18.03 versions, or the versions were released in 2015. None uses secure sockets layer, which is a standard security technology for establishing an encrypted link between a web server and browser. Source codes of web pages doesn't follow the W3 markup validation. In case of Nepal National Library, the width attribute is used in HR element, which is obsolete now. In case of TU Central Library, odd attribute is not used in image element. In case of Martin Chowdhury Library, in script tag, the type attribute is unnecessary for JavaScript resources. In case of NHRC Digital Library, they use negative value for pairing, which is not allowed. In some places, in element A, end tag is not used. The value of HREF is not given in inverted comma. In some places, color value is used in pixel, which is not, in 1 pixel, which is not a proper color value. In some places, align tag is used in image element, which is now obsolete. In case of Nepal National Library, they doesn't give any search result without logging. There are also many technical problems in the web pages. That's why they cannot be accessed most of the times. In case of NHRC Digital Library, they provide links for objectives, library, digital library and etc. But they cannot be opened. This is the comparison among the 4 libraries. In case of Tribhuvan University Library, they only provide the contact details for help. No libraries provide the review form for users. Only Tribhuvan University Central Library doesn't provide option for tag cloud, and all the 4 libraries provide user login option. Only Martin Chowdhury Library has the facilities for searching in both English and Devanagari script. And all the 4 libraries have the search facilities in basic, advanced and authority search. Only Tribhuvan University Central Library don't have the option for card and lists, and only NHRC Digital Library regularly updates Koha software. Now conclusion, Koha acts as a footprint in library automation system in Nepal. Users get the provision to save time for obtaining their proper materials. So the technical skills for creating and maintaining the Koha OPAC web page should be improved and match the standard level of highly developed Koha OPAC websites of new version. Thank you. Is there any question?
Any question? Okay, no question.
Thank you everyone.
A very good morning to all of you. First, I would like to thank to the organizer of INCOA 2019 for giving me this platform to share my experience with Koha in NID Library. Myself, Shukanta Haldar, working as a librarian at National Institute for Locomotor Disability. Before entering my presentation, I would like to introduce other 2 contributors of this article. Kaustav Chakraborty, library training at NID, and my friend Mr. Sangram Haldar, librarian of Ramprasad College. Our present version of Koha is 17.5, run on Ubuntu 16.04. We have a strong server with 32 GB RAM and 1 TB hard disk, RAID 5. Since 2016 June, we using Koha very successfully. Earlier, this library was using the proprietary software made by Webel. There was very limited scope. After installation of Koha, we created a library into this software, then set a basic parameter according to the library rules and regulations, like item types, pattern categories, circulation rules, etc. Most of the Koha modules are using in this library except acquisition module and serial control module. First cataloging module I am going to share how we create catalog in our database. Sometimes most of the items, most of the records are created by through Z39.50 protocol to import the bibliography records, just putting any metadata like title, author, ISBN, etc. Perhaps or other for other record, those are not available in Z39.50 protocol. The manual, the records are created by the new record option, which I show left side. After creating cataloging and managing the pattern details, I am going to share how we are using the circulation module in our library. First, I want to share this module. Actually, we have already done barcoding system to the books, for the books and card, and just putting the card number over the first arrow, you can able to get this second option. Just put your barcode through a barcode scanner. Koha you enable to issue to the user, and a mail notice is issued to the user. Second, after issuing documents, a machine generated issue slip will generated through our thermal printer, and we just place the slip to the user for getting his or her signature and kept inside our library. Right side the email notice, you can see where the return date will show over there. And second, on-site checkout module is very important, very helpful to our library, because before going to this module, we issue in-house books or document manually. But right now we are issuing on-site issue module, where we can easily issue document for one day to the user, just clicking one on-site checkout link and issue the documents to the user. Patron management. All necessary patron details like name, address, photo, phone number, email should be entered in this module. After entering the module, initially we issue the card like left side like that. After that, we integrated our barcode, card barcode to the identity card. Identity card and library card both are same in our institute. And right side you can see the item barcodes. Administration and tools. This module provides all basic customization for library operations such as set up the patron category, circulation rules, etc. Currency set, library set, item type set, mark framework set, authorized value, etc. Report generation is a very important tools in Koha module. Whatever what you have done through this software, the report is very important. Those institutes are frequently asked for report like how many documents are being issued last month or last year. What are the documents are not ever been issued previously, and how many patrons have without image, how many books with how many books are available with a single author. So report is very important in Koha software. I worked over previously 2 or 3 software, but the report section is very beautiful and very encouraging me to use this software where I can get every types of reports and who have a basic knowledge in creating new report. He can manage, he can create new records for his requirement. So report section report section on Koha is very important and beautiful for me. And just I am showing you just one report. Last January 2019, how many books have been issued to the user, issue, renew and return. You can see this is our current data which is taken from our software. Issue 111, renew 128 and return 1233. This is our OPAC which is run over the campus. Not right now, it is not available in internet. After few days, it will be uploaded on for the public. This OPAC run over the entire the campus, where user can get their how many documents over there, and left side blue bar showing some important site, open free site where user can get their e-resources, full text, sometimes abstracts are available there. Right side we also publish our notice for the users and nothing like that. Okay, thank you. Any question?
Priya from Uttara College of Education, and my co-author is Bhanu Kota from Haryana University, CCS Research. My present paper is a case study of use of open source integrated library management software, a case study of CCS Haryana Agricultural University Research. Introduction. The present era is of information and communication technology era. Now it is supposed that every type of information
should be available in digital form, easy accessible, and further dissemination. Because of the ICT interference and changing demands of users, every library had to force to change their activities from manual to automated environment. For automation of library, there is a need to have good software and hardware infrastructure. In India, the environment for adopting the open source technology is currently in peak in every sector. Libraries are also no exception to it because open source system provides the platform to every type of libraries, where they automate their contents and provide the services at no cost or on very minimal cost. Library automation. The term library automation refers to mechanization of library housekeeping operation predominantly by computerization or by use of information and communication technology applications. Library automation enhances the speed, productivity, accuracy, and efficiency of the library staff as well as information retrieval and sharing. Open source versus commercial software. Two types of library management software available for the purpose of library automation. One is commercial software such as Libc, Trudeau, Soul, Librarian, Technic Plus, Theory, Delcon, Alice for Windows, SLM, etc. On the other hand, there are some open source software which are available free of cost such as Koha, NewsLab, Evergreen, DSpace, Greenstone, Drupal, ePrint, Joomla, etc. Advantage of using open source software: no initial purchase fee and updation fee, easy customization, less effort needed to learn the OSs, Mark 21 supported, follow J39.50 data sharing standard, modular, web-enabled, information can be shared more easily. User can access the information from anywhere, anytime, provided he has access to the necessary infrastructure. Disadvantages of open source software: unavailability of physical support for installation and troubleshooting, to no guarantee of continuity, no guarantee of updates, data security, lack of cool features, etc. Why we have used Koha? Koha is the one first free and open source fully standardized integrated library management system. The term Koha is taken from the Maori language dialect of New Zealand, which means gift or donation. The full-featured Koha was developed initially in New Zealand by Katipo Communications Limited and first deployed in January 2000 for Horomona Library Trust. Key features of Koha: 1. A full-featured modern integrated library management system. 2. Web-based open. 3. Support for industry standards and guidelines Z39.50, SRU, and SIP2 XML text. Mark 21 and Unimap for professional catalogers. Tailored catalog model for special libraries. Used as a document manager or digital library. Email and or text patterns, overdue and other notices. Print or your own barcodes. Full catalog, circulation and acquisition system for library stock management. Excellent documentation in the form of manuals, wikis and tutorials are available on the internet. Localization to any language. Koha gives the freedom to use, share and modify it according to your needs. Koha is open source and hence encourages innovation and implementing new ideas. Koha also works with X proxy as a dual authentication, source for remote database access, support for third-party debt collect, telephone notices, etc.
We have 3 minutes. We have 3 minutes more.
Using Koha in Nehru Library, this is HAU Hisar. The home page of Koha IM is holding the information and representing about all the models which are really useful and currently using in Nehru Library. This is HAU Hisar, live circulation, serial patterns, cataloging, advanced search, reports, Koha administration and tool etc. 1. Acquisition model. Officer in charge of acquisition section is holding the right to access the acquisition model of Koha IM system. He further delivered his access rights to staff who are performing their duties in acquisition section. Rules regarding ordering of books, entry of bills, payments, checklist, characters, entries, etc. are divided very nicely. Circulation model. Officer in charge of Reader Service Division is holding the rights to access the circulation model of Koha IM system. He further delivered his access rights to staff who are performing their duties on the circulation counter. Rules regarding check-out, check-in, transfer reservation, fine collection, circulation reports, and gate pass are defined very nicely. Catalog model. Officer in charge further delivers access rights to the staff working under his guidance in the section detailed in catalog model of Koha as well as in working, barcoding, spine writing, label pasting, and writing, pasting of RFID tags, etc. Koha Open has very good features for searching required information. A user can search their required information by title, author, publisher, ISBN, publication place, and advanced search. Serial model. Officer in charge further delivers access to staff who are performing their duties in periodicals division. Rules regarding data entry of receipt serials, new subscription, renewal of subscription, transfer of serials to offshore campuses, budget file, bill files, and gate pass are defined very nicely. Report model. Koha elements create different type of reports and give the rights to the person officer in charge or staff to generate the reports as per the requirement. Koha administration model. The Koha administration model shows various system parameters. It allows us to define different parameters for the functioning of Koha library branches, item types, the categories of borrowers, the charges taken or the defined types. Global system preferences is the most important part under Koha administration model. Challenge faced during implementation of Koha in Nehru Library. Implementation of Koha IOS in Nehru Library, CCS Haryana Agricultural University. Hisar was not so easy. Actually, earlier this 4 was used to there. Lot of issues are involved in that process. Similarly, to prepare all the staffs mentally was a big issue because after all they had to work on the platform. Staff of Nehru Library was used through with lists for library management software and were not willing to shift from this to Koha. Conclusion. Open source integrated library management software Koha has been implemented in every type of library throughout the Koha. In India, to adopt open source platform was slow in beginning years, but now the scenario has totally been changed and every type of library in India has implemented open source library management software, particularly Koha. Among agricultural universities, Koha is being implemented throughout India. Koha is also implemented successfully in Nehru Library, CCS Haryana Agricultural University, ISAR, and now all the housekeeping operations, particularly cataloging and circulation, is being performed at satisfaction. Koha provides interactive interface while searching their required information resources. In the end, it It can be said that Koha integrated library management system is more suitable for the library automation and experience at Nehru Library working with Koha is going satisfactorily. Thank you everyone. If any question, so you can call my second author, Dr. Bharat. Thank you.
I have a lecture by Mr. Vimal Kumar, Technical Assistant, Mahatma Gandhi University Library, Kerala. Introduction to Debian Linux Operating System.
Why we discuss about Debian here? The relevance is that Koha officially support Koha installation on Debian operating system. This operating system has relevance in Indian context. Yesterday I mentioned most of our libraries using very low profile hardware, and Debian is better option to work with the low profile hardware and give a good performance in terms of speed. We are very familiar with the Ubuntu. Ubuntu is a desktop Linux, suitable for desktop Linux operating system. It has visual appeal is very good and easy for newbie Linux users. This built for the purpose of newbie Linux users, mainly for the desktop operating system, suitable ideally for running with ordinary desktop PCs, not suitable for servers. They have a separate server edition of Ubuntu available, and Ubuntu defaultly use Genome desktop. Genome desktop is little bit heavy. They consume lot of your computer resources. For example, lot of your RAM and a lot of your processing power of your computer processor. Instead of we need more processing power to run Koha. Instead, the processing power goes to running the desktop. For example, a heavy desktop like Genome and Cinnamon needed more computing power to run the desktop and give more visual appeal and display animations. But we need such beautifications. We can choose Debian for fast performance. Koha will not work with Windows, no Koha Windows edition. So Windows has some drawbacks. One is we are very familiar with one is licensing problem. It's a paid software and not fast performance. Most of us using Windows pirated versions. Pirated version does not give a good performance. And you are familiar with when Windows update available, it takes too much time and it does not allow to shut down the system. In Linux, updates is very easy. Our convenience, we can download the updates and upgrade the system. Why we use Debian? We already start Linux with the Ubuntu. We have to explore more. And learning Linux is a challenging one, at the same time interesting. We will check more sources and we will try to learn more things. We will always brush up our knowledge if we start to use with Linux. We have to know first what is Linux, different types of Linux flavors. Ubuntu is a Linux flavor, Debian is a Linux flavor, thousands of Linux flavor available. And all these are Linux operating system. The main difference is that the base is Linux kernel, same like ice cream. Ice cream base is milk cream. The difference is that various topics or various flavors is available. For example, vanilla, pista, and some other flavors. Same like Linux has many flavors. The base is Linux kernel. And desktop is, they use different flavors, use different desktop software, so look and feel is different. These are the popular Linux distributions or Linux flavors available. We are familiar with Ubuntu and Debian. And in India, Red Hat based Linux are very popular. And another Red Hat is licensed or paid one. An alternative is CentOS. CentOS is same like Red Hat, but at the same time free one. And Ubuntu has various distributions like Ubuntu based on KDE desktop. Another one is Lubuntu. It's a lightweight desktop use LXDE. And then Ubuntu use Genome desktop. Ubuntu use XFCE desktop. It's also a lightweight desktop. Linux distro-matic is same like a car assembly. Maruti, Ford or any other car manufacturer, the components manufactured in various parts of the country or abroad, they gather the components and assemble in a single plant. Same like Linux distro-making. And Linux kernel is the heart of the operating system, and the components they borrow components like the desktop applications borrow from various different projects and assemble the operating system. This is the architecture of any Linux operating system. The case of Debian core or Linux kernel and Debian core is the base. On top of desktop, various desktop. The default Debian desktop is XFCE. We can download various Debian with other desktop like Cinnamon, Main, Genome, and LXD. The default is XFCE. And on top of desktop, they make available various applications like Firefox, various editors, applications like Gym. Some very minimum applications available with the Debian CD. We can download and install from internet. More applications we can make available using internet. The project started in 1994. The project initiated by Ian Malto. The name Debian coined from his then girlfriend named Deborah, and coined from his girlfriend name and his name, Deborah plus Ian Debian. 3 versions of Debian available, same like Koha versions. One is stable version, that is current version. Another is old stable, that is previous version. And the coming version is experimental version, developed branch. About 136 Linux operating system derived from Debian project. Debian is considered as a mother of Linux operating systems. It started very early, the project started very early. Based on the Debian, about 136 Linux distributions made. Ubuntu derived from Debian operating system. Ubuntu made use Debian as their base. We have to familiar with code names and scheme, numbering schemes of Debian operating system. Same like Koha. Old stable is Jessie. The names borrowed from a cartoon film called Toy Story. These names are characters of this movie, Toy Story. And the current version is Stretch. Stretch is the name of the octopus, and the coming version is Buster, version 10. And the current version, previous version, and the coming version. We can install Koha with the current version, stable version Stretch. And at the same time, we can also install with Jessie. Stretch is more updated version. We have to also aware of life cycle of Debian. Totally it has 5 years life cycle. Every 2 years a new version will come. And after 2 years a new version will come. The previous version will get 3 more years. Total 5 years is the life cycle. And Jessie, Stretch has support till 2022, and the previous version Jessie has support till 2020. And the interim releases updates available. For example, the current updates of Debian Stretch or 9 is 9.8. They have for interim updates has no specific time frame. When it is available, they will release the interim updates of the operating system. Many popular Linux operating systems derived from Debian. Earlier, Debian was very popular, but now these derived operating system more popular than Debian. One is Linux Mint, very user-friendly Linux operating system for the persons who new Linux users. They are coming from Windows platform. Linux Mint look like Windows. Ubuntu is derived from Debian. We have to aware about various desktops and its performance with the Debian. The desktop is the graphical front end of the any operating system. It is a visible part of the operating system. Application launcher is a component of the desktop. Icons and file managers, these are part of desktop. It provide a user interface. These are the popular desktops available with the Debian. One is XFCE and LXDE. These two are very fast and very lightweight desktop. Three other beautiful desktops are Cinnamon and Genome and KD. In visually in terms of beauty, these two are very attractive. These are the Cinnamon desktop. Actually, Cinnamon desktop project developed for Linux Mint. Application launcher and the file manager. This is the Genome desktop, Genome version 3. This same desktop used by Ubuntu. Earlier Ubuntu used the Unity desktop. This is the LXD desktop, one of the lightweight desktop. Then now we can check which medium to download to install Debian. Very confusing downloading part of Debian. DVD images available, CD images available, and various architecture available, and different types of installer available. We have to be very careful while choosing or while going to download these images, Linux images. The default CD images, they provide 3 images. One is net installer and another is Debian with the XFCE desktop. Net install has suitable for server installation. It has no graphical interface or desktop. It it has only text interface, same like DOS prompt. As a newbie to Debian, you have to download the Debian with the XFCE interface. Its size is 639 MB, suitable to fit in a CD. And another is Debian for Mac, suitable to install in Apple PC. This Debian with XFCE desktop contains only very bare minimum packages, very lightweight. If necessary, we can add more additional packages. If you want more big desktops or other desktops, you can download DVD images. You can just search in Google Debian DVD. Otherwise, it's difficult to find in the download page. And the various types of medium available. One type of medium available with the installer only installer. Another set of medium available, installer plus live DVD system. Live DVD available. You are familiar with the Koha live DVD. You can feed or experiment the Debian operating system without installing the Linux. Better to start with download the Debian with the XFCE desktop. Debian is suitable for all types of hardware. For example, netbook. Netbook is the laptop like PC with a low profile processor. Low profile processor means computer with less computing power, suitable to browse web or internet and for writing purposes, and easy to carry. It only weight of the netbook is only 1.5 kg. Easy to carry, suitable for traveling purpose. And such low profile processors require very lightweight Linux. Otherwise, big Ubuntu will slow down the netbook speed. It's suitable for laptop and desktop and workstation PC. Workstation PC is little higher end of desktop PC. Can give more performance than desktop PC and the server. Debian has two types of installer. One is text mode installer, one is graphical mode installer. For newbies, it's better to select graphical installer for Debian installation. Earlier, text mode only available, so people never go to Debian. Text mode installation very difficult for new users. Graphical mode is little bit easier. Next we will see how to install Debian. We have to prepare our booting medium before the installation of Debian. We have to download the ISO, burn it in a pen drive or CD or DVD. Then another difficult part is that these days PCs are available with two types of firmware. One is UEFI and another is legacy boot. For many people buy computer with preloaded Windows. In normal case, if you boot from CD or DVD, it will not automatically boot into CD or DVD. We have to change the setup or go to the firmware and change the boot option. In UEFI, we have to change some settings to boot from CD. Otherwise, it will not allow to boot from an external device. We have to switch off the secure boot option. Then only we can boot from Linux medium. Either we can use UEFI mode for installation. Otherwise, we can switch off UEFI and use legacy boot. Be careful, these two terms before the installation of Linux. Either use UEFI, otherwise use switch off and use the legacy boot. It's a confusing part. Many people try and fail the installation because of UEFI. When we boot, the first screen it asks for which mode of installation needed. One is graphical install, another is text install. We will select graphical install. Next it will ask language, which language you want. The default language is English. You can click on continue. Then it will ask your location. The purpose of asking the location is that Debian has repository, software repository server in many countries. India has also Debian repository located in IIT Madras and IIT Kharagpur. So we will get a very speed updates from Debian. So we can select India. The repository automatically selected Indian repository. So we can easily, after installation, we can easily update the Debian. Then we have to choose the layout of the keyboard layout. We are Indians but don't choose Indian. Select only. We use all are using American keyboard. So the default option is OK. Then it will ask to enter host name. Host name is that same like other for human beings. Our host name is the name identified name assigned to a PC in a network. The network identify the PC by the domain name. You can give a name of the system. For example, like main library. Otherwise, if it is a web server, you can give the domain name. A simple name to identify your PC. Here we have to be careful. Debian will ask two types of username and password. First is root password. This is the master password for root user. This is the super user. Next is we have to create a account for a normal user. We have to, if we are going to install Koha, we can use the normal user account Koha. It will again ask the name. Then we have to give a password for the normal user. Don't confuse with the root user and the normal user. Root user is the super user and normal user is the ordinary user. We will always log in with the normal user, not with the root user. In Ubuntu, we only give one username and password, no root user with the Ubuntu. Next is partition management. How to slice your hard disk, how to utilize your hard disk for Debian installation. Here, four choices. One is use entire disk. Your system is dedicated to Koha installation. You can choose the first one. No other operating system you would like to maintain with the PC. You can erase all things and dedicate the server or PC to the Debian. The last one is manual partition. You can, if you are an expert in Linux, you can assign various partitions for Debian. For example, swap partition, home partition, root partition. It will show the hard disk. How much is your hard disk? Again, it will ask, you need a separate home partition. Otherwise, all in a single partition. No relevance in that question. Anyway, first option is okay. It automatically slices the partition into two. One is swap, another is root. Swap is a temporary memory or virtual memory. In normal case, virtual memory, for example, our PC has 4 GB RAM. We have to assign, otherwise system will automatically assign double of your RAM as virtual memory. For example, your PC has only 4 GB RAM, it will assign 8 GB RAM for the swap. The swap determines your performance of the PC. It automatically slices your hard disk into two. Here only 1 GB for swap and 12 GB for root partition. And you have to select the last option, finish partition, and click on continue. If you want to assign more swap, you have to select manual partition. My suggestion is that before installing into a real PC, you have to practice Debian installation in a virtual box. Oracle VirtualBox is freely available. You can download it and install in your either Ubuntu PC or Windows PC and practice Debian with the VirtualBox, and after getting more confidence, then only you go to real installation. You can also find a lot of videos, Debian installation videos in YouTube. You have to see it before installation. This is a final confirmation. Right into make changes, confirm the changes. Select yes, click on continue. The base packages will transfer to the memory and the installation will start. So core packages for Debian. In this step you have to be more careful. Suppose your system has an internet connection, it will ask whether use a network mirror. The danger is that if we check yes, while installation it will download the packages from internet. The package size is more. For example, it will download about 600 MB. It will take too much time. But these packages already in the installation medium, you can select no and continue with the installation from CD. No need to use a network mirror while for downloading the packages and installing it. Another question is participation in the package usage survey. No need to participate in the survey. Select no, continue. This is very important. It lists out the main components in the desktop for Debian desktop. First is Debian desktop environment, some utilities for graphical interface. Second is XFCE desktop. Third is standard system utilities like laptop battery indicator, network indicator. We have to confirm or don't uncheck these things and then go to the next step. This is the final installation stage, about 729 access to the CD. It will take about 5 minutes. This is one of the final steps. The installation about finished. Ask for installed the grep bootloader. The grep bootloader is that there is a mediator between hardware and the operating system. You have noticed that you have more than one operating system. For example, Ubuntu and Windows. When we start the PC, first window is grep window. It will list out the available operating system. Maybe first Ubuntu, second Windows. This component is called grep. The main duty of the grep is that list out the available operating system when start the PC. It allows the users to select either one operating system and go to that particular operating system. And we have to check A and continue. It will ask where we have to install this grub. We have to install this grub into our hard disk. In certain cases, some people install grub in pen drive. We have to install the grub into hard disk. This is the hard disk. Select it. Continue. The installation completed. You have to click. The PC will restart. The installation medium will come out. Take out the CD or pen drive. PC again will restart. It will go into the Debian. It asks for login ID and password. Here we have to enter not the root user and password. Here enter the normal user and password. For example, we given Koha is the normal user. Koha123 is the password. You have to log in as a normal user. In the case of CD, it will ask another question. Welcome to the first start of the panel. You have to select use default config. It will create a panel. Otherwise, empty panel you will confuse. Select use default config. This is the desktop of XFCE, but not beautiful like Ubuntu, but more fast, and it will give more good performance. But you can beautify the desktop. This is one of the lightweight desktop with the minimum applications. For no LibreOffice there, you can install separately. There is a terminal there, file manager there, and a launcher there. With Ubuntu, we have a sudo command. Here, no sudo command. Instead of, for example, sudo apt-get update to get administrative privileges, to log in as a super user, we apply sudo with Ubuntu. In Debian, no sudo. Instead of sudo, we apply super user. Su to log into terminal. For example, first we have to open the terminal and type su, press enter. It will ask the root password. We have to enter the root password. Then we can apply apt-get update. The system will upgrade download the packages and upgrade it. But if we are familiar with the sudo. Sudo is a separate system, so we can install sudo and make Debian like that. To install sudo, apt-get install sudo, the package will install, add a user, then you type only, then you can make use Debian, same like in Ubuntu. You can apply the commands like sudo. Sudo has super user. If we apply the commands with the sudo, it has far-reaching effect, same like C. For the C using Yehovah. My request is that you can install Koha using Ubuntu and other purposes. This Debian is not for day-to-day activities for not persons not familiar with the Linux. They may be little bit difficult, so don't play with the Debian in other system or laptop. They will get angry and the relationship will break. So you can try Debian for Koha installation and you can experiment with it, you can play with it, no problem.
Dual booting is possible in the same desktop. Can I do one part Windows, one part Debian?
I will come there.
Thank you, sir. I believe my S. Prithiswaran, Senior Assistant Librarian, University of Jaffna, Sri Lanka. He will be speaking on the program for cooperative cataloging and Z39.50 target in Sri Lanka. I'll request one of my brothers to please hand over to him token of our appreciation. Sir, please.
Good morning to you all. Before starting my talk, I would like to thank Georgie, the organizing secretary, Bengal Library Association, and authority of Bengal Library Association for inviting me to deliver this talk. This 20 minutes, I am going to tell about a project that is going to be worked by me under two guidance from Dr. Charles and Dr. Kalpana, working in the University of Jaffna, Sri Lanka. This is mainly about a program for cooperative cataloging and SAT 39.50 target implementation in Sri Lanka. You know the SAT 39.50 target that is used in FOCA system to download or copy the description, bibliographic description from servers. So I would like to introduce all these things. So the presentation will cover from introduction to outcomes. So we need to have a set 10.50 target. This is the aim, my ultimate aim of the project. So for the purpose of having the set 10.50 target is to have the standard bibliography among the libraries. So the standard in the sense the international standard, there are international standard for preparing many catalogs such as Anglo-American cataloging rules, Cassidy cataloging font, and resource description and access. So the program for cooperative cataloging, what it does is, by conducting the program for cooperative cataloging, we can archive the bibliographic description with applied standards. So for having the standard bibliography in a target, so we need to have standardization techniques that should be need to be applied in a program for cooperative cataloging. So how we can use the target, the set 10.50 target by doing copy cataloging. The right side copy cataloging is mentioned that is simply everyone knows that we can copy the catalogs by searching and copying the catalog from target. Some of the servers is meant as copy cataloging, while the original cataloging is the cataloging or the work done by the librarians by analyzing the information source format and the header and the format of information resources. This is original cataloging. So if I wanted to tell about the set 38.0 target in Sri Lanka, it does not exist in Sri Lanka. While it is existing some other countries in India, there are set 38.0 targets. Targets are available, but not in Sri Lanka. So we have a problem. So what is the problem? Here, as we don't have the target, the copy cataloging is limited for the publication in Tamil or singular language, that is our regional language. Because we don't have any studies in support of conducting the program for cooperative cataloging. So we don't have the technical information to be applied in the program for cognitive cataloging. So the libraries in our region are left with non-identical catalogs that is accessible by the users. So it leads to poor user experience. This is our problem. So we have, according to the problem, we have some aim and objectives. Simply the aim. The aim is to analyze the original resource description maintained by regional libraries by comparing the description copied from other Sector 3950 standard, Sector 3950 targets, hopefully the standard one that is existing from other countries. Not only that, by comparing, by analyzing, we will form some techniques to be applied in the program of cognitive cataloging. So by having the techniques, we will conduct the program for cognitive cataloging, then we will formulate, we will develop a regional target. So in the objective, this is the core aim. The objective simply we can, first of all, we need to study the availability study, because we need to select the resources, we need to select the information resources, but are essentially to be essentially to be described into the target, because for certain information resources that is published in some other countries like US, UK, we will have the description from some other existing target. So we need to select what are the information resources to be analyzed, what are the description of the information to be analyzed and archived. So first study will be based on that. That is called the availability studies. This is the one objective. Then after having the availability studies which have the poor visibility in the Sector 3950 targets existing in other countries, we will have the records. Most probably the regional collections it will be selected. So by having those, we will compare the original description with the description copied from the Sector 3950 target. So we need to compare, that is another object. Then not only left to compare, we need to investigate the error factors and strength of distribution in the existing original bibliography. Then final objective, to assess the perception of librarians in using the proposed target to be employed in their day-to-day library cataloging activities. So based on the objectives, I have got some identified queries. So literature, I come to the literature. Literature, what are the work we need to have literature? So I have undergone searching for literature. Fortunately, I could receive the appropriate literature and adequate literature. So to understand the concept, first the right mark, I have marked the right mark. First three, that is understand the project concept. That's first one. The second one is introducing cognitive cataloging practice. I had the literature. How to build and introduce, evaluate and refine the model. The model means the target. So I could find the literature to get the concept. Then the topic level, the availability study and comparing related description, error factor studies, and find the perception of librarian. So all those I could get the literature. So I have come to the conclusion from the literature that similar studies or project have or studies have been widely undertaken in other countries, but not in Sri Lanka. In particular, none of studies have been conducted covering the Tamil language collection. Now the methodology it has two gates: model creation, qualitative assessment. Under model creation, population and sampling. Under population, we have 300,000 records for studies. We are planning to do random sampling to select the sample for the study. Then we need to make a study and find the things, then we can move to the project. So qualitative assessment also will be based on the respondent will be selected as librarians. The libraries and the librarians will be selected with certain librarians and the libraries will be selected with certain qualities or certain criteria. Right, the conversion of resource description into comment plan form. The product creation has 4 steps, from finding the visibility up to the conversion of resource description. I don't like to read over this. If you have queries, I can discuss the steps. Similarly, as assessing the perception of librarian also, we have 2 steps. Before coming to the outputs, I would like to show a flow chart of methodology. This is the flow chart of the methodology, or flow chart of the project. So here there are 2 gates to enter into the flow chart. The first one is model creation, and second one is qualitative assessment. Under model creation, there are 3 gates: data collection, building a library system, and building a system to archive and distribute common description. So after having the data, we will do the visibility study. After having a successful visibility studies, we will have the knowledge about visibility of publication maintained by the local libraries. So then we can have, we are having the data, so we can apply this knowledge to answer this query. To check with the condition. We will check the condition is publication properly visibly existing set 39.0 target. If it is yes, we will collect in a separate Excel sheet to further study. If it is not, hopefully it is not available, we will collect in some other Excel sheet here. For those which are hopefully those records which are hopefully available in the existing target will be migrated to the library system. Then we will have the library system with original bibliography. Then we will apply a set 50 update is available in the library system. The POCA also has the facility. So we will employ some library staff to do this. Then we will have the library system with updated bibliography. Then we will export from the system the bibliography. We will export the bibliography from the system. Then we will have the record of updated bibliography in the Excel sheet. Then we will merge the original bibliography and updated bibliography in a single Excel sheet. Then we will make the study by having original and updated bibliography Excel sheet. We will compare and analyze the results of comparison. Then we will have the knowledge, the techniques, how we can transfer the original bibliography into acceptable standard bibliography. So we will do the data conversion. So we need to do the data conversion for the material which had poor or zero visibility in the existing target, sectarian target available in other countries. So finally, we will have the updated bibliography in an Excel sheet, hopefully in Tamil language. So then we will do the data migration, and we will have the set the 3950 target that containing that bibliographic description of our regional collection. Then we will do the qualitative assessment studies. So before doing the qualitative assessment, we will provide the training for the staff how to use the system, and we will make some data collection and data analysis, and then we will revise the model. Not only that, we will do some applications. This is the plan. The outcomes. There are outcomes of the project. Basically, we will find application types with poor coverage. We will conduct the visibility studies first. So we will identify the application data for which the availability is poor or almost nil in the existing set 39.0 target. It will be useful. It will be useful to conduct program of cooperative cataloging. Not only that, we will find the error factors and their distribution to original bibliography. It will provide the necessary information required to reduce or eliminate similar errors that may be continued by the regional libraries by preparing the original catalog. And we will provide the techniques to conduct the program for cooperative cataloging. And suppose our original resource description will be converted to acceptable standards. So we will have the common platform to get those descriptions. So hopefully, if libraries will follow this target, one day the uniformity of catalog among the libraries will be maintained. And not only that, the libraries usually, some libraries we have identified that they are very reluctant to continue with cataloging practice. So they may think that if we can simply copy the catalog details from the target, they can simply think to go for cataloging practice. Not only that, the cataloging works, it needs some knowledge. So if we can use the sector 10.0 target, the libraries having the minimum knowledge of star, they can go for cataloging. Assessing the perception of librarian, it will enrich the quality and access of regional target and improve the program for cooperative cataloging in future as well. And ultimately, the project will provide a platform for distributing standard resource description to the regional libraries, carrying the regional collection. Thank you so much.
What the public general library?
Librarian, Assam University. I request my brother. I request our brothers to felicitate Sir Memento.
Just at the verge of morning and afternoon. So I can say say good afternoon, that is also fine. If I can say good morning, that is also fine. So first, so when I started good, it would up to talk after hour, and it will be after whatever. First of all, my sincere thanks to BLA, Bengal Library Association, who are the pioneers of library movement and library association in India. It's associated with great Rabindranath Tagore, which was we just cherish the name of Rabindranath Tagore and being a Bengali. We feel proud that Rabindranath Tagore also is Bengali and also in Bengali. Though I live in Assam, I am a Bengali by heart. My friend Vinod has just arrived. You will love to see his lecture just after me. And along with BLA, I am greatly indebted to Jaidev Chandra, popularly known as JC, in this part of the city or in Calcutta. He is popularly known as JC sir. And for this paper and whatever I know about a bit about customization of Koha, I am greatly indebted to Mr. Inavil Dasgupta. He is also known as IDP. Currently he is in Hyderabad. He is my guru in terms of Koha. So, don't think I am a resource person, I am an expert in Koha. We are just Koha users. The experts are somewhere else, we are just Koha users. We are just sharing whatever we are doing at our part. We have got some autonomy, we have got some high quality server, we have got some permission by our authority for R&D. So, we have tested some steps that we are going to share with you. Here today, this is the beauty of using Koha, user participation in Assam University. Assam University is a central university established in 1994 in Silchar. It's around the southern part of the Assam and very far from northeastern part of the country. I joined there as 2010 an assistant librarian. At that time, it was we are running with Seoul. Then in 2014, we shifted to Koha. We migrated the data from Seoul to Koha with the help of my friend Vinod. Then after that, we have taken over the customization and other things. In a library, our main stakeholders are the users. And as I believe, and our library scholars also told in the same way, that we should take our library to the scholars. It's all not always the scholar will come to me for his requirement. It's my duty also to take my library to the scholar. And with this open source platform, we have got a very strong opportunity to take my library to the scholar. It's like you can take it, it's an extension activity. Even beyond my library building, beyond my university campus, beyond the office hours of the library, my users can access the library and not only the resources, also communicate with the library staff. So, regarding initially, the basic intention of the library to serve in an effective way. Nowadays, the users are mainly ICT-enabled users. Everybody is having a smartphone. They are more comfortable in typing the screen than to write in the form. So these are the facilities we have tried to implement in our part. Ranganathan said, save of the time of the users. At the same time, we also have to save the time of my staff and get error-free data. Apart from cataloging, mostly the library softwares and mostly the libraries are mainly using the cataloging platform. Data entry, prepare the bibliography, data entry, then waiting for circulation. Before going to circulation, we have to prepare the members data entry, member data. And that is each and every year at the start of the session. In a college library, basically session starts once in a year, in the month of July, August, or June. In case of university library, session starts twice. One for the PG students and again for the research scholars. In my universities, PG students research session comes at May, June, July, and research scholar session starts at January. So twice I have to prepare the members list.
And in my university, the identity card issuing authority is the library. The library card is the barcoded RFID activated. No doubt we don't have the RFID system, but the card is RFID activated. So we are providing the library card that is used as an identity card. So as soon as the student take an admission, as soon as we got the data, we are bound to provide them the identity card so that they can use it for other purposes. And in semester system, immediately after they have taken admission, they are in need of the library. So we are compelled to provide them the library card as soon as possible after the registration. In this way, the OPEC self-registration option have given a very useful opportunity for my library. Here, to minimize the user data entry by the student, the library has activated the OPEC self-registration service, and the hard copy also designed according to the software form. And after the online registration, they have to submit the hard copy with the temporary number generated, so that immediately after receiving the hard copy, we have the data already filled in the system. It's linked to the OPEC, and I will just show how we have activated the OPEC self-registration, how I have customized a bit in the form in the background, and what are the associated settings we have done, associated services we have done. This is the main advantage. This also helps the users to touch the library in any type and anywhere format. As my OPEC is globally accessible, the users can register themselves from their home, from their mobile phones, from anywhere they sit in the campus. My campus is Wi-Fi enabled, so multiple access we are providing to them. This is the first step of activation of patron self-registration. You go to UHA Home, Administration, System Preferences, OPEC and Self-Registration. The patron self-registration option, this is where I am showing an allow. The drop-down menu, you just click allow, and with allow, the register now option will be available in the OPEC. When the user starts, after this setting, here you can see the change. In regular OPEC, where the self-registration portal is not activated, you will not find this. The login page is there. This sentence we have given in somewhere in the jQuery, and this register here option is activated. Then the appearance. In the appearance, by default, Koha has a very long form for patron self-registration. Our main duty is to our online form should be at par with an offline form, so that users should not get any confusion what to write where. So we have made some customization. So the made that our hard copy form and our online form is more or less similar. So initially, first we have given the libraries. We have two campuses. One is Silchar campus, that is called main campus. One is the Deku campus. So we have given in the drop-down menu, first thing, the first one we have given the what is their home library. The setting is again in the system administration, patron self-registration library list. Here you have to give the library code only, separated by pipe. Pipe you may not. Sometimes pipe it's not that much popular key. You have to go to here in the laptop, shift backslash. Shift backslash, you will see the pipe. How the pipe looks like, if I talk in Bengali, it looks like dari. The sentence শেষ হওয়ার পর আমরা দাঁড়ি সেরকম look like pipe. So if you just give the branch codes. In case of college, there is only single library. In case of university, there may be departmental library. But all the students are members of same library. In our case, we have two campuses in two different places, distance of around 200 kilometers. So we have made and DCL. Whenever students tries to, or the research scholars tries to fill out the form, the drop down comes Rabindra Central Library and Deku Campus Library. Ravindra Center libraries is auto-selected, they may change also. Then design the online form in accordance with the offline form. The two steps we have followed, editing the opaque user JS and opaque user CSS. There are some simple jQuery and CSS codes that have been incorporated there. These are all in system administration. So, the list of libraries will be visible in the users, so we have 22 campuses, the following settings are done. After that, some default write-ups has been changed. In Koha, take some default write-ups like sex none. In the form fill-up, name, then they come male, female or none. We made it third gender with this code. $sign. Then first bracket label for sex none. We have changed the text sex none with the third gender. Similarly, we changed other some texts like browser initials, text full name to be printed on card. You may find what is the use of full name to be printed on card. Whenever in the data entry, there are two. Koha takes surname as mandatory field. We have two fields, surname and forename. It takes surname as mandatory field. Forename is not mandatory. For northeastern region, we are facing some problems that you may not face here. Taking Manipuri students, I have a friend in Manipuri. His name is K. Anand Kumar Singh. K stands for Kesam. Kesam is his surname, but he puts the K, the shortcut in the first term. This is their technique to write the name. But officially, the Kesam is the surname. So they put Kesam in the surname, then write in the forename Anand Kumar Singh. When my Koha displays that in the display, in my background details, it shows Anand Kumar Singh Kesam. But I cannot print that in his identity card. He says, no, my K should come first. So we have given this third field. We have changed the browser initial and text full name to be printed on card. You will write Kesam in the surname and Anand Kumar Singh in the forename. And another field will come. Then you will write K. Anand Kumar Singh. But you may write Kumar full. You may write KR. Like in terms of bank ATMs or bank credit cards. My name is Apurva Jyoti Majumdar, but in the card I want my name as Apurva J Majumdar. Sometimes I want to skip the term Jyoti from there, but whenever the card goes to someone miscreant, they cannot detect my original name. So, but in terms of my problem, we are basically the northeastern type of names. We are using this, the full name of printer card. Then we need, as we are providing the iCards, we need parents' name, family details. So, but Koha doesn't allow me. So there are some other like alternates are there. We have changed the term as father's name, mother's name, identification mark, Aadhaar number. That is not mandatory. Then some mobile number, Aadhaar number, permanent address. Like in by default form is address 1, address 2, city. So whenever we are trying to print the card, we need the address in a single form. So we give an address. Address 1, so given the full address. Then we have one unique identification, that is the section is called as unique identification. So there are some system preferences. Some of the fields I don't want to show in the form. So you just go to system administration, petrol self registration, borrowers unwanted field. So these are the fields. They cannot change and it won't be visible to them. Like card number, that is a official number, other names, address to city, state, zip code. These are all different. These are all database fields. You can check the database field. This link is given there and separate with file. It will come in the box only. Next is petrol self registration Bovar's mandatory fields. Some of the fields I want to make mandatory in the form. Surname, first name, address, email, phone. These are all given mandatory. So I want that field to be mandatory filled up by the user. So now the form looks like this. The mandatory fields are red. Here, surname, first name. Here by default it will come initials. But I have changed it full name to be printed on card. and here it comes third gender. Third gender. Date of birth, it comes to the date format, you click, the calendar will open. The category they may select. By default, one default category to be designed by the library administrator. You have given temporary category, but here the user can choose their own category. User can choose their own category. The drop down list of all patron types will be available here. Now password, and these are the patron additional information. These all are important for creating the cards, and this comes from patron attributes. All this comes from patron attributes like blood group, courses. All types of courses are drop down. Their community like SC, ST, OBC, general. Their department, their enrollment year, and one verification is mandatory by default. After this, once they fill up the form, initially we initiated their email should be made mandatory. Email is mandatory here, but email should be auto verified. But sometimes our system is problem, the email is not shown by the central server. So students are getting some problem. So we made the email verification not mandatory. After this, fill up this form, they will get this type of writer. This is a patron self-registration additional instruction. This is simply an HTML code, and how it looks like. The registration is complete. After the student patron clicks submit, the registration is complete. Here, this temporary ID is generated. For this, you have to make the automatic patron ID generated enable. This temporary ID is generated. They have to write down this ID in the form, hard copy of form. Their username mostly comes surname, dot forename, password, whatever they have given, it's visible to them. And this is the write-up, whatever we have just in the previous scheme. Submit hard copy membership, it's visible here. Submit a hard copy membership form to the library. Don't forget to mention the temporary ID. These are just simple designs. This is my hard copy form. Here they have to write a temporary ID. And all this data they have to fill up. During preparation of the cards, our staff will verify this data with the online data. In case of any discrepancy, we just inform the user to come and verify whichever is correct data. If the form is correct, they have to change the online form. If the online is correct, they have to change here. With this, they have to submit a copy of their admission receipt. This is the normal procedure. There is some additional settings, that is for internal setting. Patron self-registration expiry temporary account delays. As my OPEC is in public ID, some users or some testing users or some anybody else can register there as a user. You may not be my register bona fide student, but you may also try how to fill up the form. And after 30 days, we have given 30 days. If the student or the user doesn't come with the hard copy within 30 days of the registration, it will be automatically deactivated. Particular ID will be automatically deactivated. And we, after 30 days, check whoever registered before 30 days, his ID is not activated, we delete it from our database. Then these are some settings. Patron self-registration, pre-fill. These all you will find in system administration. Just search in the term in the system administration. In particular field will open. Patron self-registration pre-fill form. Some of the items will be pre-filled, then password and login. After patron self-registration, if they go for login, for first time their ID and password will be automatically filled. They just have to press enter. Here display pre-fill. You can change it, don't display. Then patron self-registration verify by email. That's why what I told you a few minutes back. You may make that their email ID will be verified. One link will go, like whenever we register in a portal, one activation link comes to us. Here also, if your data system server is enabled with email delivery, email shooting by postfix. So once the patron registers, these are with email. One after registers submit, one email will go to him or her. He has to click the email for activation, so that we will verify that it's a genuine user and email ID is active. We find some users, PG level students, they are write an email like we just starting with www. We are having that type of users also. So I am happy to see PSMs are already in the auditorium. These are the patrons self-registered by email. PSMs are the person with whom I got the introduction to Koha long back in 2006-07. That was the Windows version of Koha 2.27. Later, with the regular contact with PSMs, we updated our knowledge for the Koha. So patrons, here you can make it activate also. If you have a very strong web server, sending email server, you can go for this also. Don't require email ID verification. Then OPEC user login. If you don't want your users to log in via OPEC, you can deactivate here. Yeah, don't have. Like those who don't have a OPEC in the public domain, or you are maintaining only the bibliography database. So you can, you don't allow here, the login option will be disabled. Like OPEC user login, if I enable, this login page will be visible for me, otherwise this will be invisible. Like you will see OPEC login page is visible in two places in the OPEC page. One in the top right hand side top, and on the OPEC NAV right. The OPEC NAV right, you can disable that also, just with the CSS code, login display none in the OPEC user CSS right NAV. In that, the right hand side top login point will be activated. Second one will be deactivated to get some space for library notices. So patron self modification over unwanted field. Some of the fields which we have made unwanted in the registration field, that field should be again made unwanted in the modification. Patron can, after registration, while the user is already activated in my system, later he may change some information like mobile number may change, email ID may change, address may change. So some correction will come. So here also some of the fields to be made unwanted. The same field branch, here branch code is made unwanted. Once he or she register with a particular branch code like main library, he is not allowed to change the branch code. Card number will be visible to him. These are the data, these are the field, database fields are made unwanted. Like OPEC password change. Patrons are allowed to change their password through OPEC. This is the value. You would go to system administration, OPEC password change, put it allowed. Here, this will be visible to you. Visible to the user. Change your password. Otherwise, it will be deactivated. The main thing is, beauty of OPEC is that one, in other softwares you will find one item is not activated to you, that will be visible but visible. You cannot click. But in terms of Koha, it will be invisible. Like in staff interface also, if I have not given circulation power to a staff, the staff even cannot see that there is a circulation module. Then OPEC patron images, the user should know what image library, what is image means, what is this photograph that is he has submitted to library, whether the library is updated or not, and whether the patron image, uploading patron image is not given facility by Koha. You can use the plugin, but currently for safety reasons we are not using that. The patron has to come to the library. We have a web camera. We are taking instant photograph, and they have to submit one photograph with the form also. But he or she may know what's your photograph, and this helps in other parts, in other things like as our library card is an identity card. If someone challenges that this is you are not the person who is using who is the original owner of this identity card, he can log in, show that particular authority, these are my data. So if you make patron images show, then this image will be visible to the particular user. His own image will be visible to him. Otherwise, this will be, this will be deactivated. Next, patron renewal allowed. Here I come to the services. The books are issued by the students. In our case, we allow the student for one single renewal after one issue. For students is 30 days, for faculty member is 60 days. After 60 days, they can go for another time renewal. For renewal, they do not need to come to library. We are given the facility of OPEC. So, where in the system administration, we made OPEC renewal allowed. So now they can renew their own. They log into the OPEC profile. They can see whatever books issued to them, and they can renew if they want. The screen will be like this. The books will be visible to them, and here the renewal button. The renewal button is there. They just click and press submit. The book will be auto renewed. They do not need to come to library. It will be renewed by them only. They will get a mail that it will be renewed. Then suggestions. These are purchase suggestion. Now the latest version comes purchase suggestion. You can disable for students. Categories you can go for purchase suggestion. Purchase suggestion you go to again into system admission for this suggestion allow. They will get the patron suggestion page. Once you put an allow, this will be visible to them. This patron suggestion, his book suggestion. Suppose you got a very good book, suddenly you got the information, you can submit a suggestion to the librarian. The librarian will prepare the list, and as and whenever the fund is available at the starting of the financial year, you will get approval and may go for the purchase of the book. What happens basically what happens regularly we get the fund, we send the list to we send the notice to the department, send us the list of books. So in the hurry, sometimes very good books they miss out or they forget. So this is the way they can keep on updating the list, and we will download the list and get it approved by the competent authority. Send OPEC patron details. Here happens, whenever a student or user changes his details in the profile, it's not automatically updated. The staff profile, my library staff gets an alert that one patron has submitted something to update. They will verify and then only they will update. Here the OPEC patron details again it's allowed. So once something has submitted for the chain, my staff will get like patron requesting modification. One means one person has submitted something to modify. During form fill up there will be some mistake. So after that the person want to change. Like this, the staff will get that this person has wanted to change the data. Alternative contact earlier was this is phone, this is a new phone has filled, and the initials, that is how the card will be printed. Here the P is also capital, so change the plus. Now here to staff has to approve, deny or ignore. Then submit. If it is approved, it will be updating the database. Till then it will be like this only. And deny also. Then OPEC reset password. Generally if you forget the password, if I don't enable this, you have to forget the password, you have to come to the library for the reset the password manually by the library staff. Or you send us an email. So my password has been changed, please renew the password. We'll reset the password and send it to you with text message or email. If you do it, OPEC reset password, in the system administration allow, they will get an email recover password option in the OPEC. Like this, forward your password. Click like other forward password options in different sites, he or she will get an email link to reset the password. For this, you should have an email service activated and very good internet services and mail server. we are having centralized server in Assam University, we are sending these mails. Let use discharge is the final step. Use discharge. Discharge is the technical term used by KOHA for our library clearance. That was our special demand from the Indian subcontinent, that for our library we have to provide library clearance after end of the session for exam, like admit card issue, and I refund of question money. So KOHA has activated this option. We use the term library clearance, they use the term discharge. So discharge, if you have discharge allow, library discharge bonus and bonus is request. They can request the discharge. They can request for a library clearance through their OPEC module. Again, in the discharge, use discharge, you search in the system administration, everything, whatever I am showing, all the settings to be done in system administration. In the preference discharge, click on allow. So the user will get the term library clearance. This again I have changed in OPEC user CSS. Just replace the text discharge with the library clearance, because we are more acquainted with the term library clearance. User may not understand what is discharge. So library clearance, click on library clearance. So one discharge request, again it will come to the library staff portal. The staff will check whether the patron has everything clear, there is no fine, there is no notice, there is no book issued to him or her, then it may go for generate discharge. Like these are the pending discharges showing to staff portal. 2 persons has click on allow. Now it will go to, this is the open portal for the staff, they will get a discharge. Here they click, the one PDF will be generated with the library clearance. So this is not temporarily activated in my part also. We are just testing for this. We have to design the discharge print, and they can get it printed and get it signed by the library authority. This is the form of the discharge currently we are using. No doubt we are not getting to the students. So this is possible. So Assam University is using all possible way to for the active interaction from students part to the library. My membership section staff, my membership section staff is 59 years old. Is retiring in next year. He is trying his best to learn the new technologies. This is the attitude should be taken by the library professionals. He is trying to learn how to take picture by web camera, how to crop photos, how to upload, and all these options, whatever I have shown, like patron modification request, discharge request, it goes to him. And sometimes if there is any confusion, it comes to us, and we give internal trainings regularly. So in Assam University, we are trying to make the users very much compatible with my software, and all the inputs from their part, and we are have a planning this for this Ask Librarian chatting screen also. Once the approval is done for the competent authority, we will go for that. So this is all about from my section. Now it's open for any type of query on from your side. Thank you.
One thing I'm interested is the White Area Network, comprising of colleges under this university. That means if a user wants to know the location of the...
We'll just check and you can give one restriction of the within 5 kilometers I want to check. They'll give the list. It is possible. It is possible.
We are running short of time, so sorry that we can't take questions.
Services are very good, but do you use social media for any kind of library services?
Sir, we have WhatsApp pages, WhatsApp groups for my faculty members.
Twitter or LinkedIn or something else? Any social media?
No. Like we have Facebook pages, we have blogs, we have Twitter page, We have the WhatsApp group of faculty members currently using by the Ravindra Library, and all are actively going.
So have you any plugins in your website through research polling giving the various types of information?
No, sir, the problem is that the technical support. Everything we can go for that, but who will give us the technical support? We have mainly the 3 officers, 2 assistant librarians, and 1 informal scientist is taking care of all this technical. And after 2014 to 2019, we are just mainly concentrated on the user services. For updated user services, we have a plan, but we need for a part of Silchar, where the very far plant. So getting technical support is a very tough job. And in terms of production server, if anything happens, it will create a problem for us. So maybe we are going for the user services that is available currently with the.
So what kind of services are given through Facebook?
Please keep your question within his topics. Please don't go outside.
Sir, we are short of time, so we can't take any questions.
I'm here for another one. You can ask me anytime.
It is not the outside the topic.
Yes, certainly.
We are using Facebook.
No, his topic is very much services through.
This is about myself, and actually this is invited paper, and in fact it is also related to my research topic, and I am doing PhD under the supervision of Russell with the head of Vidyamandira University. So the topic is migration to open source ILMS, an opportunity for service and quality enhancement. When I am talking to Koha, for me, Koha is actually also good for physical fitness for me. Now how? Since 10 days, I am on a Koha too, actually. And I am very tired, but lot of people actually give me energy and appreciations to attend each and every program. Since 10 days, I am roaming here and there as mail. And at one place Koha lectures, and another place data migration, another place workshop, and now ultimately I am here. In fact, it is not ultimate. Again, I have to go to some other place. So, being a lazy person, I think it is good for my health, and also I am high cholesterol patient. So it is good. Koha is giving me opportunity to roam here and there. Okay, so migration to open source ILMS, an opportunity for service and quality advancement. More than 30 or 40 libraries I have migrated the data from legacy software, open source software like usually Libsys, Soul, maybe so many other software I migrated to Koha, and even in our own library, Biju Patnaik Central Library, we have migrated. So this is my personal observation that really it gives the huge opportunity to libraries to enhance their service, and not only housekeeping services, which is relevant for the library's point of view, but it is also enhance the quality of service for end user point of view. So it was my personal experience, but I have noted a few days back on the social media regarding that user perceptions. Those persons who is actually associated with migrating the data of the library. So what is their view? So more than 40 persons given their actually feedback, and that I will display in the next slides. What is their views, and I will justify also how it is. Objective of study was to identify the level of satisfaction, issues, limitations, etc. after migration from proprietary ILMS like Libsys and Soul to open source, preferably Koha. To identify the libraries migrated from proprietary ILMS to open source ILMS in the institution of higher education in India. So why libraries need new ILMS? Actually, these are the common questions, but basically since I am associated with my own data migration, so what are the problems we were facing? Report features and the limitations. Automated email, SMS and other personalized services was lacking in the Libsys. We were using the Libsys. So the report, I will discuss in detail what is the advantage and what is the beauty of the report feature. Being acquisition working, I am working in acquisition and technical processing and other IT-based services in a department. But how I used to manage all those things? Like because of this report feature. So that was lacking. Even in a Libsys or proprietary software, you will be amazed to know if you wanted to generate a report, whatever you have option clicked, ultimately if you are getting the result, that is something different. For example, you are clicking the title to get the list of title, it may you are getting the list of authors. So this is called as the back-end problem. So the major thing is, now slowly and slowly we are going back at back end of the Koha. So understanding what is actually basically whatever things are there we are seeing from outward. But that back end must be actually appropriate and powerful. So the Koha is having that kind of powerless. So a lot of back end frequently increase of downtime is another good drawback. Those persons who are working in proprietary LMS might have seen that they are entering the data and suddenly what happens, that system goes down. Again you have to restart. After 7 days, that OPEC does not work, you have to tell them restart your server. So that kind of problem you are facing. Lack of most useful modern features like live directory address protocol, Wave 2.0 research, IDAP, I will discuss what is IDAP. That is a very beautiful, everybody is using this feature. High cost and poor service quality after sales. Actually, even the thing is, even if you are paying, okay, using that proprietary IMS by paying the amount is not an issue. But my view is, if you are paying rupees 5 lakh, 10 lakh for a software and paying 1 lakh rupees, 50,000 to 2 lakh rupees service for the service AMC, then your automation solution must have extraordinary. But even if you are paying and not getting that kind of service, then what is the use of paying that much of AMC or spending money? So why not you should use the Koha, open source software, free of cost software. And as far as service is concerned, there are a lot of more than 50 vendors are available in India. But without even taking service from the vendors, whatever problem if you are facing, you just put your problem on the Facebook, Koha users, a lot of mailing services are there. Within 1 hour you will get more than 10 and 20 solutions that is free of cost. So the service point of view, if I will compare, then one place you are paying the huge amount but you are not getting the proper service. Here you are not actually paying the amount but you are getting a lot of good community support free of cost. So lack of relational database management system, like here earlier Lipsys was there, but it is lacking the RDMS. There is no proper RDMS. They were using their own text file kind of system, but no MySQL, no Postgres, no Oracle, something like that. And you will also surprised to know that we are using the Soul, but Source is using MS SQL, as I know. But you know, for MS SQL you also need to pay the money. Lack of strong circulation privileges, feature for a different type of user and document. Almost every software is having circulation system privileges, kind of file management system. But have you ever thought any software who are using, suppose a user has cleared a page of a book and you are going to impose rupees 505 for that one. Which software will manage it? Is there any option in any property software? If a page is damaged, you can charge against them. There is no software, proprietary software, as I know, against that you can charge. Manually you have to do. But Koha provides that kind of facilities also. Whatever fine is there, no only overdue fine, but other kind of damaged book, cleared book, any other late fine or whatever, if a book has been lost, not only the cost of the book, but even service charges you can pay through the Koha, and that will be recorded in Koha. So lack of copy catalog feature, Jet39, okay, so many software is having Jet39.50 features, but Koha is something different. It's very easy. You can incorporate n number of Jet39.5 servers and so many others. That's why we decided to go for Koha. And maybe other similar libraries are right now deciding to go for Koha because it is not bearable for libraries to pay huge amount and in lieu of the poor service, I would like to say. Open source versus proprietary, this is a very common question. Source code is open, community support, standard made for large public interest, not for any specific libraries. OSS can be customized. This is a common question. OSS designed and developed by people around the world. Open source software designed by not a single firm, 5 or 10 group of peoples, but it is designed by worldwide peoples along, and you are one of them. See, sometimes people are asking how you are developer. You can be also a part of developer, or you can say the Koha. Suppose you are using the Koha, but you are facing some problem is there. Means the option made for is not actually properly working. What it should be supposed to do, it is not doing. What you can do, you can post that bug problem. There is a Bugzilla website. So you just post there, this is the option and it is not working properly. And the developers will analyze that one, check that one, and if really it is not working, they will rectify in the next version. So you became the part of Koha developer or Koha community in that way. So anything, see, idea does matter. Who is sitting in a computer and programming, that does not matter. But the person who is behind that giving the idea, that does matter. So you can also give the idea if you have, and then you can become the part of Koha. So this is developed by around the people. Idea is coming from entire globe, USA, Australia, India, Pakistan, whatever is there. Every person is contributing something and then it develops. Limitations and post data migration. I will specify mainly. My friend has already discussed about the Koha beauty and so many things. But I would encourage you to migrate. Migrate because it will definitely going to give you better services, librarian point of view, library housekeeping operation, and your end users also. So limitation and post data. Limitation, definitely while migrating I face some certain limitations. Limitation is from Libsys particularly, I was not able, Libsys has logged your data. Mark option is there, export data in Mark, but they have logged. So ultimately what we used to do, there is a report features and we are taking the help of the reports and getting reports from two, three different places and then combining it, and anyhow we are getting the data and importing into our Koha system. But while generating the report, Libsys had made the option, that subject, generate, click this one, author, title, edition, this and this, everything. We used to click everything, but ultimately some fields is lacking in the final report. Like subject, we were not getting. Added entry, we were not getting. So something you may have to compromise. But if you will go in depth, definitely anyhow you can do it also. But since it depends upon, time is the value. If you are taking time in migrating the data 1 month or 2 months, then you know that instead of devoting that much of time in purifying the data, okay, let whatever data is come and we will modify it in Koha, then it's okay. Unnecessary wasting the time is not good. So there is definitely some limitation is there, but that can be ignored. The book transaction history also can be migrated. You can also migrate the transaction history of the book with little effort. As such, migration property ILMS to open source is a painful challenge task. But getting data from property ILMS is very challenging due to many limitations and vendor law. If your vendor has opened everything, you are able to see your data, you are able to take print of your data in any format, Excel, whatever, definitely it is very easy to migrate. But here another limitation is up to bibliographic data, user data, transaction data you can migrate. But what about the acquisition data? That is very difficult. Because there is no international standard to migrate those kind of data, and in fact I have taken that topic only in my research, how this process can be made easy. So with the help of so many library professionals and my guide also, I am trying to resolve that situation and wanted to give some standard solution to the community so they can also migrate the acquisition data or periodical data, whatever is there, easily. But migrating till date, My observation is migrating the bibliographic data, user data, even and transaction data. It is very easy. You can do it. Acquisition, serial, etc. record is very difficult to migrate due to lack of standard, but it is possible. Even it is possible. If you are able to get your reports, etc. Like in acquisition, what is there? Price is there, in foreign currency, conversion rate is there, vendor's name is there. If you are getting all the data, you can do it. It's a difficult but not impossible. Post impact of migration on library housekeeping operations. So what was the post impact? Data quality enhancements. Data quality is drastically enhanced. I will show you. Z39.50 feature for copy cataloging. It is librarian's point of view. Yeah, after migration there are two persons. Library professionals are also there, and one hand your users are there. So what is librarian's benefit and what is user's benefit? That I will try to demonstrate. So one benefit for the library professionals is data quality enhancement. Your data will be drastically enhanced during the process of migration, because you know almost I have seen at every kind of library. Just one day back I was taking the classes of imparting the training to the Rajasthan school librarians, but sometimes people used to say underestimating the school librarians. But why? What is the service which school library does not provided by the university library, or what is the university library services provided is not provided by the school library? I am also a school librarian. I started my career from a school library and then got the job at IIT Kanpur. There is no difference. All the library are procuring the books, serials, cataloging, acquisition, circulation. Reference service in a school library is very complicated. The students are getting all the time their assignments, projects. They used to come to the library and ask, sir, I want this document. So there is no difference. So I was imparting the training and I felt standard. I was talking about the data standard. So I have experienced that the big name libraries, data is not at all standard. At the time of when migrating the data, I have opportunity to see the history of the library and the history of the librarians also. Because I can understand when this book was issued, how to issue, when to issue, fine was charged or not charged. Data was entered in some different fields. Suppose the title was supposed to enter in 245 field A, they have entered in 245 C or D, something like that. Page is supposed to be entered in some different field, they have entered in a different field. So there is no difference. Yesterday just one question was asked by a school librarian, my Apurva is showing that they are using, at the time of feeding the data of a user, surname is mandatory. Surname is mandatory, we have made. And I never thought about a question. Yesterday librarian asked me, sir, suppose our student is not having a surname. Yes, maybe my name may be only we know. And if we have made the surname as a mandatory, what he will do? Now क्या करेंगे? That was a very nice question. Okay, solution is there. Surname you can remove the mandatory. So, but this kind of genius question comes from the school libraries. Standard subject added entry. So the opportunity is at the time of migration, many of the library is not using that entering the subject added entry. So what? If you have entered your ISBN number, at the time of migrating, converting the data, there is a mark edit software, an opportunity to import the subject added entry from Library of Congress. So you will have standard subject entry in a catalog. I was doing, in Lipsys does not provided me the subject added entry. So what has happened when I migrated, one of the technical person told me, Mishraji, you have migrated the data, but in the old software, subject entry is something different, and in the new Koha, something is different. How it has happened? I told, see, earlier person have added the added entry as per their wish. We are using the subject added entry, but don't have even LCSH or CS list. Just whatever librarian thinks, this book is related to physics or something, they are entering. But right now, at the time of migrating, I took the the help of Library of Congress, and whatever data standard subject entry was there, that has been imported here. So this is the difference. Library file over the charges management has been enhanced. Bulk pattern import has been enhanced. Earlier in the ellipsis, lot of problem was there. Before my joining there, people were not aware about how to import data in the ellipsis actually. But ellipsis also provides the data import. But you have to do lot of homework to make the data as per the requirement of ellipsis. And here simple format Koha has given like Excel. You just enter the data in that columns and you can import it in one go. Acquisition module has been drastically improved. And I can bet many people are telling this acquisition module of the Koha is not fine. But I don't know how they are telling it is not fine. But it is very powerful. Rupees 1 crore rupees we are yearly spending on the book budget. But frankly speaking, that is not yearly. Within 2 or 3 months I have to finish all the tasks. And I start in January and finish in March. And because of this Koha only. So it reduced 50% of my time. I need not to do the duplicacy of work. I need not to make separate Excel, lot of Excel file for calculating the budgets, etc., vendors, so many things. Data entry worksheet modification, you have a good opportunity. You can modify the data worksheet. By default, Koha is providing a very long metadata entry fields, but as per your requirement, you can customize it. So these are some of the benefits for library points of view. What users are getting? Koha OPEC homepage look and feel, definitely you might have observed you are having opportunity to modify your entire OPEC and it will look like a website. Koha plugins feature, no software, ellipsis, and so 2 or 3 software properties. ILMS I have worked, but I have seen that there is no plugin kind of option in that. Here, recently our L2C2 company Indraneelji has developed one plugin for online chat. So that kind of facility is available in Koha. People can design the plugin, add it in Koha and get the benefit out of that. Integration of directly access protocol, I will let you know what it is. Auto email alerts. So auto email alerts, actually earlier in my particular library, through the ellipsis we were doing the acquisition. But the persons who have actually ordered the book, requested the book, were not getting the alerts. But now through Koha, at each stage users are getting the alert, like your book has been approved, ordered and ultimately received. Better advanced customized OPEC, Web 2.0 based feature is there. Web 2.0 means any user can comment on the book, if the star rating, even tagging is there, and mobile compatible. So mobile compatible, and proprietary side software used to say you have to pay rupees 1 lakh for app, mobile app of this software. But as such in Koha, no app is required. Few days back, some person has floated in a forum that we have developed this mobile app for Koha. But my dear friend, frankly speaking, apps is not required for the Koha. It is already mobile compatible. You open the Koha web OPEC and you see that your entire web OPEC will be synced fit as per your mobile size. So that is also not required. And now this is some survey I justifying my whatever I told you, justifying users point of view, what users say. Almost 40% have actually given the response. Key feedback, what I was taking, name of proprietary elements from which data was migrated. So you can see here that people are migrating more from ellipsis. Means indirectly we can say people are more fed up with the ellipsis. Then second number is soul. Or we can say more people are using ellipsis and soul. So more people are migrating also. VTLS, none, I don't get. Allies for window, I think allies for window myself has done, but here no user render. In Magic some software is there, maybe local software, New Zealand also. Limis, IIT class was the software. I don't know, but IIT Kanpur when I was working, they used to claim that IIT Kanpur was the first library who actually automated their library, and the name of the software was IIT class. I do not know the fact, but they are claiming like that. So IIT class, Slim, IIT class again, easily lives of. Somebody has written Koha also. I think the user was not aware of what actually I wanted to ask. So this is not relevant. And Koha is not an abbreviation. How many of you know this fact? Koha is not an abbreviation. K-O-H-A. So you don't write like this. Koha is a single word. In a New Zealand local language, Maori language in there, and Koha means gift. Unfortunately, people who is using regularly also don't know about this, and I am very happy that once in Central Mahatma Gandhi Antarrashtriya Hindi Vishwavidyalaya in Wardha, I have migrated their data and activated multiple libraries, departmental libraries also. Several times I visited, and I think library authority when putting the file to the Vice Chancellor, and they used to always mention Koha like that. When I had a meeting with the Vice Chancellor, he told me, okay, always I am finding that Koha is written in a capital. So I wanted to know what is the meaning of Koha. So librarian has not an answer. But I told him, sir, Koha is actually, it is wrongly written. Koha is a single word, it means gift. So, sleep, lives of. Do you think the quality of catalog data is improved after migration? See, yes, 85% people are telling yes, quality was improved. And I am justifying here. I am about to migrate a data of a library, you see. 530, what are the, this is the data of actually very reputed university. What they have written, 530 field, sometimes they have written page number also. Sometimes that 530 series also there. Sometimes what is illustration is there. Sometimes I do not know what are the things they have written in the data. So now, when migrating, I can see this. Or any of the person to whom you have given responsibility, and even in the commercial form, you please, it's my request, if you are handing over your migration task to the commercial firm, please do check these things, because they are also not doing this thing. The way they are getting the data, simply migrating it and telling that to whatever data we got, we have migrated. We don't have control over it. But my dear friend, if they want, they can standardize your these data, because in the market options are there, lot of logics you can use, control plus find, copy plus paste, something like that, and this data can be standardized. In a lot of library I will see people are writing title in a capital form. Some is capital, some is running writing. So at the time of migrating the data, you have opportunity to tell them, you see, you have to standardize our data also, and they supposed to do it. So this is one example, and at the time of migration we can standardize, improve it. Now Koha Z39 feature. You see in most what Z39 feature of copy cataloging much better than proprietary. Although proprietary software is having this feature, but Koha is having much better. And this is the screenshot. At the time of entering the data, simply you click, one feature is there, Z39.5, and it will open a small window. You can search it. If you find your book, just click the option import, and it will import entire data. Standardization of data was done at the time of migration, like punctuation, recapitalization, fetching subject added entry, biblio, record from LOC. This question basically, I am willing to know that those who have migrated data, their data was standardized or not. That's why I told you just now that when you are giving migration of task to your vendor, you just keep monitoring this one. If migration is not whatever data was there, they are migrated. You check the quality and you just force the vendor, you have to do this also, because you have paid. So 28.6% told me no, the standardization was not done. So whatever data they got, they have simply migrated this. But khichdi they got, khichdi they have imported. They don't make the key. Okay, Koha report feature is better than proprietary items. I was talking about. People are telling yes, 85% are telling that report feature is very nice. Even if you need one single report in a proprietary LMS and it is not available, you have to contact the vendor. And if you will tell the member, I want this report, they will tell you, yes, I want this much of charge, 10,000, 20,000 for the same sort of for making new report. But in Koha, actually there are huge number. You are the owner of the Koha if you know. Whatever reports you want, if you know MySQL query, you can make it even if you don't know. More than thousands of reports are already available. Report format is already available in Koha Wiki. You can just, you see, if you find any report is not there in Koha, you just check that wiki. And if you find, yes, this is the report and there is a script format. This kind of format, this is a wiki page. You just copy this one and this is the option of the Koha. You just paste it here and your report is ready for forever. You can generate n number of reports. Earlier I have seen that for cataloging, circulation, lot of reports were there. But acquisition module were not lot of reports. But in Indian context, when I started working in my library, I was seeking the report. So I learned all these skills and now you will find there in this Koha Wiki as per GFR 2017 format also it is available. I have made it report and you need not to generate the report manually or write the report on your accession register. I have made it after entering the data, you just take out the report, it will generate as per your accession register format. So this is the one of the most powerful I personally feel. It reduces 50% of your work. You need not to make actually separate Excel. In a bulk we are actually placing order to the vendors of more than 3,000, 4,000 copy of the book we are procuring. Earlier we were making the separate Excel file. But once we enter the data, I am the god of that one. You can say the way I want, I can generate the data. I can generate the report and in a desired format. Library file circulation management is better in Koha. Now some people may think what is better. File is there, this software is also having that feature. 1 rupees, 2 rupees fine you can collect. But our library has one more thing. When a user lost the book, we used to charge the cost of the book as well as the service charge. That is 20% of the cost of the book. Now, okay, cost of the book you can mention in a software. But where to 20% you will mention? But Koha provides this facility, flexibility is there, you can generate the reasons of connecting the file. Various reasons you can feed in a Koha and at the time of connecting, you can, while you are connecting, there is a manual invoice option is there. You just click that option, yes, this is service charge. Against which book option is there, you enter the barcode number and that's collected. So you will have each and every record of file management also. Do you think the acquisition module of Koha is better than proprietary LMS? 1.5% has told yes, but I do not know in India how many pupils are actually using the acquisition module. I hardly see dependency of librarian or library on acquisition module because they used to make the khata. So they are having more faith on the khata kind of. So I don't know how this result came, 81.5%, so I believe they are using it, so they have mentioned yes, this is good. But since I am using, so I guarantee it's 100% better than the other commercial softwares. Do you think periodical module of Koha is better than proprietary LMS? Yes, 78.6% people told. I do not know also this fact. Although we are entering the data in acquisition periodical module, maybe one reason people are more affectionate and falling in love with the Koha. That's why they may be giving their bias feedback for Koha. But if someone is loving something, definitely there is a reason behind it. Koha OPAC homepage is better than proprietary LMS. Yes, of course. This is the Lipsys latest one, and this is the Koha one, and this is Lipsys is the fixed one. This Koha is not the fixed one. The way you want, you can change. This is our Koha homepage, and it looks like a website. Generally, a small library is not having their websites. So with the help of Koha, you can make your website also. This is the OPAC, you can convert it as a website. Proprietary LMS provide any plugin feature like Koha? Yes, plugin already I discussed. See, this is the plugin, a cover flow plugin. After installing the Koha, there are so many plugins are there. I use this plugin, did some kind of modifications, and automatically this is generating the list of new arrivals. Means fetching the page. I have not entered this page, I have not uploaded. It is fetching from the Amazon or Google. Proprietary LMS provide any plugin feature like Koha. So I think I have not seen that plugin any of the software like Soul or Ellipsis is providing plugin features. In Koha, login based user service is better than proprietary LMS. What I am going to emphasize is here. People tell yes, login based feature is 89.3% better. Apurva has already shown you a lot of login based feature and so many things. Here I would like to highlight one thing. Although this service is provided by commercial firm also, but we were not getting their support. Why? The main one of the reason for losing their clients by the commercial firm is their poor service. You might have seen at the time of login or creating some page, instead of using new login and ID password, they are providing you option sign in with Google or sign in with Facebook. You might have seen. So here what is the thing is, you need not to create separate login and password. If you wanted to create any new ID or password and you wanted to log into any of the page, they are providing a facility. You whatever login and ID password you have, Facebook ID password you might have, Google you might have, okay. You don't create new one, you just go with that one. So that is called the OAuth facility. But in Koha that is the elder, Light Directory Access Protocol. So what we have did, we have not given separate ID and password to the user. It was a very hectic. User used to forget, and you are also feeling very irritating sometimes. How many ID password you should remember? You used to forget. Gmail is there, banking is there, Facebook is there, Twitter is there. So many passwords is there. So suppose if only one password is required, that will definitely not actually irritate you to log in somewhere. So actually earlier we had a Ellipsis, but there is no such kind of login and password. So what we have did, because of this LDAP feature of the Koha, we have integrated with our email system. Our own NIT webmail is there. So whatever password and ID they are using to log in their webmail, nit.rki.ac.in webmail, that they have to simply enter the same one to log in into the Koha. They need not to remember. And now why I am emphasizing here, people will think only this much, okay, login is not a big feature. But what I observe is that online renewal, online issue, online also I am tracking, that actually statistics has actually drastically increased. And that is one of the feature because of LDAP. Because they need not to remember another ID and password for the Koha or library. They have their webmail, and even they need not to change or forget. If they forget their webmail, they have to contact the computer people, not the library people. Computer people will reset their password, and that will be also used in the Koha. So we are free to tell the user what is their ID and password. We are simply telling whatever you are using your webmail and ID archive webmail, you use the same one. In Koha, auto email alerts for book acquisition and transactions, already I told. We have automated solution, RFID we are using. There is no human interference, although one staff is sitting always on the counter, but self-issue return is there. Earlier we were not able to generate actually that issue email. So now, whenever user get issued the book, they get the alert, return the book, they get the alert, overdue, renewal, hold, all the email alerts they are getting. And one other very beautiful thing what I find, if whatever sometimes users say, sir, we don't have also print kind of thing, signature we are not taking. Sometimes user come and say, sir, we have not issued this book. But right now, what that one, earlier they used to say in a when we were using the ellipsis, we were handicapped at a lot of arguing. But now we have evidence. You see, email has been generated. And what I have configured in the Koha, one option is there, that whatever mail is going to a user from Koha, one copy you can configure to get in your email also. So I am getting one more email of the user. So user can never deny, sir, I have not got the email, because I am getting one copy of the email also. So this is the beauty of the email service. Proprietary ILMS Web 2.0 based feature like star rating, comment on the book, etc. before migrating to Koha. I am asking before migrating to Koha, your ILMS was providing these features. So 60% of people told me no. But my dear friend, actually lot of feature जैसे होता है बोलते हैं कि कोई उतना खराब नहीं होता है, हम उसको खराब बना देते हैं. तो थोड़ा सा मैं यहाँ बोलना चाहूंगा कि लिप्सिस या सोल उतना खराब नहीं जितना हम लोगों ने भी बना दिया है. I wanted to say lot of option is there, and why people and liप्सिस and soul people are also losing, because they don't have service. They don't provide service. Sometimes librarian is what you know is spoon feeding. So when I joined in IIT Roorkee, I saw already so many options were there in liप्सिस, but people were not aware about it. They're doing a lot of manual work. So already so many this comment and so many other Web 2.0 based feature is also available in proprietary software and in Koha. Now we are thinking what Web 2.0 is. We do not reach up to that level. We cannot thought about this kind of thing, although we are very much interested in online purchasing from Flipkart, from Paytm, from commenting on the Facebook, from Snapdeal or whatever Amazon site. At the time of purchasing the thing, definitely you might be seeing the comments. जरूर देखते होंगे comments. How many people has, what are the comment? Negative comment, positive comment. Star rating also is there. So that kind of facility. And if star rating is very good, if we are going to purchase the fees, if the star rating is 5, it means this is a very good product. If more comment is positive, it means this product is very good. But we never thought or not reached up to this level. Koha provides that facility also. A user can log in their account, and if they found that this book is very good, they can comment on the book and another person can see. They can star rate the book and another person can see. Now what is the benefit? I can see two benefits. A librarian can see the good comments, star rating, and then they can tell their faculty, sir, these books seems to be highly demanded. Can we procure more book? A faculty, always all book content of all the book is not good. Some chapter is good. Being a faculty, I can comment on a book. Dear BB/SC students, please read chapter 5 of this book for this particular semester. It seems to be a good. Now every student can see that comment and they can consult the book. So this a user can do through Web 2.0 features of the Koha. Now I was discussing about that mobile compatibility. You see, after implementation of Koha, most of the users is accessing that Koha with the Android. Then second number is Windows, third is 9X, and then Apple. Do you think overall Koha provide much better user-based services than proprietary ILMS? Of course, yes. Conclusion is, yes, it has been observed that the data can be migrated and there is no harm in the service quality of the library. Although more library are fearful what will happen, but nothing will happen. It will improve your service. Migration give an opportunity library for data quality improvement, already discussed. Koha provide fully Web 2.0 based features. Okay. Data migration when there is a various restriction of vendor is difficult, but possible with many tools and techniques. It may be difficult but possible. The entire study indicates Koha is one of the best ILMS in which libraries can migrate, and further Koha can be developed better as per community requirements. मुझे इतना ही टाइम, I got this much of time, 10 minutes I have taken more. So I cannot speak more. So I have lot of things to speak. Yes, sir. Question was asked just yesterday by a school library. Yes, sir. How to enter the article? Any for periodical? From periodical?
No. I am asking from ellipsis how we can migrate the article text.
From ellipsis you are asking me ki from, he is asking me ki from ellipsis how he can migrate the article. Whatever article entered. So migration in a Koha is not a problem. But his problem is how to get data from the ellipsis, article name. So this is not related to a Koha. You get the list like your book data. If you got the book data, you migrate it in Koha. Create a book and you might have a one item type kind of articles.
We don't have the report facility in the article.
That's I told you. So this is the problem of the ellipsis. So he has entered his articles in a Koha, in the ellipsis, but he is not able to get the ellipsis report. Definitely, I think that guy might be providing some options, definitely, but I do not know what is the actually accuracy or completeness of that data. Definitely, there may be some option, but it may not be complete. So, if you are getting the data, migrating is not an issue.
Sorry to interrupt, but we are running behind time, so we need to.
Respected Koha lovers, library science professionals. Good afternoon to all of you. Myself Kaushik Singha from Rapid Radio Solutions Private Limited. On behalf of my company, I would like to thanks for this for attend this commercial presentation. First of all, I would like to thank DLA and the organizing head, Ramakrishna Mission, Vidyamandira, for give us such kind of opportunity to demonstrate our product. So in my discussion I will cover that particular things. First of all, I would like to discuss what is RFID technology. Basically, radio frequency identification RFID technology provides a sightless or no line of sight identification of items. Now I am going to show that what is the techniques behind the RFID solution. Each RFID tag has a non-powered radio antenna which can be communicated to by a powered antenna belonging to a tag reader on a scanner or security gate. The RFID reader sends out electromagnetic waves and the tag antenna is enabled to receive those waves. When the tag antenna enters the RF field, the tag's microchip circuits are powered by signals from the RF field created by the reader. The chip then modulates the waves and the tag sends them back to the reader. The reader converts the signal received from the tag into digital data and sends it to computer. This is the main technical thing behind the RFID technology. Now actually whatever I said, this is the picture for your understanding. Now about Rapid Radio Solutions Private Limited. Who we are? Basically we are fast spin-off company at Nirmal Labs, a technology business incubator supported by Department of Science and Technology, Government of India. Ahmedabad-based manufacturer of RFID hardware with library as one of the focus market. Wide system integrator network of more than 60 system integrators are there across India for sales and support service purpose. Rapid Radio is funded by Gujarat Venture Funding Limited, a pioneer venture VC company in India. Our company is supported by industry leaders and professional mentors. We have an entire range of RFID hardware solutions for libraries of different size and scale. We are certified by Infinite, UGC, University Gas Commission and NIC, National Informatics Center, for compatibility with ISO Circulation Interchange Protocol version 2.0. Our clientele is enriched with prestigious and renowned institutions which shows the quality of what we do. We always strive to provide 100% customer satisfaction to our clients through our sales service. Now, RFID like this, what is the merits in RFID automation in libraries? First of all, fastest, easiest, most efficient way to track, locate and manage library materials, efficient book circulation management, automatic check-in and check-out, library inventory taking in a minute instead of hours, multiple book can be read simultaneously, unique idea of the RFID tag prevents counterfeiting, automated material handling using conveyor or sorting site systems,
facilitate interlibrary and interlibrary load. So this is the picture. I want to understand you how the RFID system is works in libraries. You can see there is, you can see there are lots of things like book tag, member ID and all other tags which can read by handle reader, kiosk machine and desktop entry reader and anti-theft detection gate. All are connected to a middleware server using that particular ISO standard, and middleware server is connected through C2 or NCIP service with LMS databases, which can be Koha, Lipsoft, VTLS, Sol, Liberty, Alice, Dixis, etc. Now I am going to show you one short video presentation to understand how the RFID system is going to play a good role in libraries. Okay, as time is short, I am just giving this video. Now I am coming to integration the feature of RFID in libraries. NISO recommends the use of NCIP version 2.0 or SIP2 for integration purpose. Rapidly becomes the first company to get certified by Internet and enhance it for integration through NCIP version 2.0. Interoperability towards freedom to libraries for selecting vendors and future course of action. Rapidly is a part of working group representing India in NISO for working closely on development of NC protocol. Rapidly promotes ISO 14443 for smart card technology of MySAP cards as one of the card for the campus, which is widely used and accepted by prominent organizations like Delhi Metro, Gujarat, BRTS, etc. Now, essence of the RFID project. So, before implementing the RFID system in your libraries, what things to be keep in our mind, that is integration of RFID hardware and LMS. The existing LMS which you are using in your library is the RFID hardware is compatible with that software. You have to first confirm it from the vendor. Use of global centers for integration purpose, field expertise must for project success, on-site training to use the system and further training to trade user to use the system. Our business model and ethics, Rapidity is product company. Actually we made our product from our own. If you charge, you deliver system, not just a product to the client. Actually this is our tagline, which we are maintaining from the beginning. Logical product pricing and AMC formula. Rapidity is the one company to commit 10 years of support to the client, supported client to the change LMS, while our hardware was operational at library. Our unique features of our RFID system, that is single cable to operate all RFID readers for power and data both, standardized integration only through NCIP or SIP2 protocol, middleware customization possible at minimal cost, inbuilt facility for email and SMS with configuration. Most recent, we are going to launch one mobile app application for RFID purpose, that is RRB, which can be available in various mobile platforms through Google Play. So these are the hardware devices we are using for RFID integration in libraries. The first one you can say that is staff entry reader. For that purpose, using that one, you can tag all books and member card also. And for circulation purpose, you can use that one in circulation days. Self check-in, check-out kiosk user, they can circulate their items like issue, return and renew by themselves by using their smart card. This is handle reader for inventory taking purpose and book searching purpose in your huge collection of library. This is anti-theft detection gate to detect unauthorized way to, when if you want to take book outside the library, unauthorized way, the security gate detects that particular measurement. This is the card entry, card tagging reader, and last one, book return station for book return purpose from the user themselves. This is book tag and the smart card anti-theft sticker. This is. Now I am coming to our middleware application features. So our middleware application features are capable to programming tag at a time for write, log and EAS operation, tagging, retagging after proper normal validation of like title member records from LMS database, tag monitoring by accessing item records for ILMS database, patron smart card personalization, monitoring by accessing patron ID from ILMS database, sorting by accessing title records from ILMS, checkout, check-in, renewal facilities are there, provision to display member photographs along with member details while transactions, provision to display reservation done by a member along with sequence and date, provision for inquiry of checkouts against a member and its due date. This facility is available on all transaction fields for reducing response time while processing the details before the member. Provision for details of fine against a member, provision of email, SMS and print slip containing the details of the transaction, reserved item get highlighted while checking. Intelligent system for judging nature of transaction, example check-in, check-out operation. Now I am going some case studies. British Council Library. The location we have provided a service that is Delhi, Kolkata, Chennai, Chandigarh, Ahmedabad, Hyderabad, Bangalore, Pune and Dhaka. Most recent we have done at Myanmar also. Before Rapid Radio, PCL was using competent system with RFID and LMS from Lipsys Limited and their centers in Delhi and Chennai. The main pain point was PCL was planning to move their operation to Koha for all their centers in India and were looking for a solution where they can replace their old RFID hardware and they do not have to invest in RFID again. After Rapid Radio, what we have done, we provided them with a unique customized middleware which not only integrated with their old hardware but also with Rapid Radio's hardware and Koha LMS using NCIP version 2.0, thus helping them derive more value out of their investment in RFID hardware. Later, Rapid Radio has provided them a complete RFID package for their 7 more centers in India and also Bangladesh and Myanmar too, as I said before. Now, second case study. Indian Institute of Technology, Bhubaneswar. Location Bhubaneswar, Odisha. Before Rapid Radio, IIT Bhubaneswar library was automated with Lipsys LMS and they are using RFID system of Lipsys Limited for circulation. Most recent they have migrated to Koha ILMS with their all old records by the initiative of Deputy Librarian Dr. Vibhuti Bhushan Shausar. The main pain point was due to non-cooperation from Lipsys Limited and after AMC issue, all installed RFID hardware became non-functional. So after Rapid Radio, what we have done, IIT Bhubaneswar library awarded work order to Rapid Radio and we have taken initiatives to run those RFID hardware. We provided them a customized middleware software and integrated all their existing RFID hardware with it. Now their library become RFID enabled once again with Koha LMS. So why you are going to choose Rapid Radio? Over 11,000 of experience in providing RFID hardware solution, more than 100 libraries and seamless integration with multiple library management system including Koha, Soul 2.0, Liberty 3.0, BTLS Virtua, Alice, Link 2.1, Autoliv, etc. using global standards like NCI version 2 protocol and SIP 2.0. Rapid Radio have more than 25 libraries where our RFID hardware is integrated with Koha library management software in India. Systematic approach to after sales support and affordable AMC with positive attitude. Keeping in customer objectives always the topmost priority. Single point of contact to execute tasks right from data entry to books to implementing full-fledged library automation project including RFID and surrounding technologies like CCTV attendance management, etc. in consortium with leading technology providers. We believe in complete libraries client satisfaction and hence as a RFID hardware manufacturer focus more than developing robust and stable products. which can run for years without support and AMC at a very cost-effective price, thus resulting in a higher UI. Conclusion, what matters? Good quality products meeting global ISO standards. Vendor who can not only give you good hardware but integrate it with current elements, provide satisfactory after-sales support during warranty and later through AMC. A cost-effective system which can run on its own without consuming library time and thus making them available for other intellectual jobs. Patrons who feel happy to visit library and perform operation on their own without waiting period teams. The list of few of our esteemed clients where we have done our project in RFID automation at libraries. There are some clients are there. Total at present we have done around 130 projects where we have provided our RFID automation and they are happy with our system. And I want to introduce that the organizing venue, Ramakrishna Mission, Vidyamandira, they are also using our RFID hardware in their libraries. There are 5 total clients are there in Kolkata. British Council Library, Kolkata, Ramakrishna Mission, Vidyamandira, Nehru, Rahoda Ramakrishna Mission, Loyola College, and State Central Libraries. Thank you for being with us. So, do you have any questions regarding or any queries regarding the RFID automation in libraries? You can ask me.
He'll be talking on authority recommended system in library retrieval, using Koha, FAST and Viewfind to support collocation cataloging. Sir, please come on stage. I'll invite one of my brothers to welcome him with a token.
So, a very good afternoon to all of you. I know this second half is a bit problematic for both of you and myself, because after a good lunch it is very difficult to attract attention. So keeping in mind that hindrance, let me explore a very old but a new approach. As seasoned library professionals, all of you know the importance of authority data. And authority data, as it says in the title itself, it supports co-location in cataloging. But unfortunately, half of the library catalog, if you go through the OPAC, be it Koha, be it any library software, that authority and bibliographic data integration is missing. And it is not only for Indian libraries. You will be amazed to know the WorldCat and Library of Congress is following or doing the same mistake. Their approach is slightly different, but common end user cannot follow. So let me come into my topic. As you know, a catalog has, right from the era of Carter-Shire, cataloging has two functions. One is the finding functions, which our bibliographic data sets is quite enough to handle. But the next very important function of cataloging is collocation. How different name heading, how different subject heading can be collocated together so that discovery becomes very much easy for the end user. As you see that bibliographic data set supports finding functions and authority data set supports collocation function. And the importance of authority data is increasing day by day, in fact every second, because of this particular environment which is called keyword search environment. Now keyword search, you see, when you are coming to library OPAC, when you are going to any library discovery system, or even in search engine like Google, most of the cases we people are depending on the keyword search. We are actually searching on the top of the basis of different keywords. So according to that particular environment which we are habituated with nowadays, the importance of authority file is increasing day by day. So it's not that it's an age-old concept, out-fashioned thing. It's very much in thing. Now that is the thing that I actually studied. Not many classical library OPAC like your Koha OPAC, Virtua, ILS, then many other software, CC games, Talis, and as well as different digital library OPAC like Trove, National Library of Australia developed this beautiful digital library system that is called Trove. And many of this kind of global scale digital library system, nowhere unfortunately I have found the integration of authority data and bibliographic data in a harmonized way. Now what happened? If there is no authority data, what happens in case of keyword search environment? You see here, if a person search by different variant of the same author, Smith Williams, Smith WC, Smith Bill, etc. So they have to try with all different name prompts of the same author, which is actually impossible. So what you are entering or what you are using as preferred heading and what users are searching as their term of choice, there is no matching. Now second important difficulty is that keyword searching gives too many hits in discovery. Too many hits. Like you search Google by environmental pollution, 33 crores documents are available. Now, without authority integration, actually, in which context you are searching environmental pollution? If you are not defining, then it is impossible for Google even to track the right information for you. And in the absence of integration of authority recommendation in library retrieval, most of the library retrieval do not support this integration. First, what they actually expect from user, a searcher need to determine first which name or term is to use in the authority search interface. Then the user will collect that term, will come back to the OPAC, will search by that term. Too much to expect from an end user. So you see the approach of library science domain. We will maintain bibliographic data, we will maintain authority data. I expect my user will first search authority data, then he or she will find out the preferred heading, will copy or select that particular preferred heading, come back to my OPAC, and then search will produce better result. Too much to expect. I will show you what is the lacuna of Koha OPAC in that particular interface. So again, a very brief recapitulation. You see different kind of subject heading normally people are using. So before you are consolidating your authority data, these are distributed like this. Now when you consolidate, you select this particular Earth planet I am going to use as a preferred heading. So then I can consolidate all records under this particular term under the Earth planet, and I can provide C reference and for the related term and C also reference for the border term. This we are doing right from the age of Qatar, we are doing this in card catalog through C and C also references. But if you come to the OPAC, any library OPAC nowadays, we are not doing this. We are doing a particular thing very efficiently in the manual environment, but we fail to do the same thing in online environment. That's a very typical case of library automation. Similarly, if we go by name heading, again a particular author may be distributed under different name. Then after you are selecting this will become your preferred name heading, then everything will be consolidated, and that consolidation can be done automatically. That I am going to show you. So this is an example I have taken from here, name authority. Now a uniform title, the same problem. Say one Bible may be under old OT or NT or different other thing. So after consolidation, uniform title authority search is also possible. Now the problem is that as I don't have much time to spend here in theory, I am skipping some of the slides. So how, if you are using Koha, how you are managing authority in Koha? There are basically two broad ways. Either you are using authority list, say drop-down list kind of thing, or you are using authority file. Unfortunately, most of the library professional do not discriminate between the authority list and authority file. There is a huge difference. Authority list is a very preliminary fundamental kind of thing which you can integrate with any kind of mock data set for pickup list kind of thing. But authority file is actually very complex to handle. Now let me show you. Say you all know that this tag number 041 is basically for the language, 041 subfield A. So I can create very easily authority list in Koha. Say suppose heading is lang for language. Then I can add all kind of marked values there. Say BEN for Bengali, so sorry for the spelling mistake here. ENG for English, HIN for Hindi. So in this way I can go on adding all marked language codes in my authority list. It's not authority file. Then when this list is prepared, I can come back to my Koha, and this cat 01 field can be attached, subfield A can be attached to that authority list. Say authorized value, I can select that particular category list. Now what is the benefit? The moment in future when this particular thing is ready, my biblio framework is ready, when I am going to enter cataloging data here, I don't have to enter it manually. I will go to that particular tag, I will select, all will be displayed in alphabetical order, I will select English, ENG will go, I will select Hindi, HIN will go. So this is basically a very primitive level authority control by using category list. But the real challenge is authority file. Now how to handle authority file in Koha? It's not that simple. If you go through this, do I have it in a laser pointer here? No? If you go through this Koha system, we basically Koha by default is attached to it two kind of data set, Mark 21 bibliographic data and authority data. So Mark 21 authority data format we can populate by following two different routes. One is that you are entering your own authority data. Either it can be a either it can be self-created dataset, or you can go through import of an existing dataset. So here what I am proposing for the library community, that you can easily go through this particular dataset called FAST, Faceted Application of Subject Terminology, based on full library of Congress datasets available in 3 different formats. I am coming to that. That FAST can be integrated. That's why my title is fusing FAST and Koha and View file to achieve collocation. So this is FAST integration. You can easily integrate this FAST dataset inside your Koha database without entering a single authority file. Now how to link this bibliographic format and authority format? By default it is not linked in Koha. So the default linking, needs to be done firsthand before importing this one. If you go to the system preference, under system preference authorities, global system preference is there. If you come to authorities, so you will be getting lot many options. So here what I am suggesting my students, that I am suggesting to you, that you just keep a general formula for selecting the option. If a value is positive, keep it positive. If the value is negative, change to positive and keep all default values same. So what is the lesson? Lesson is that before starting cataloging, I need to open up all options in the authorities dataset, and the formula is change every negative to positive, keep positive as positive and use the default values. You see here, what do I mean by that? Say here, auto create authorities. So by default it will be do not generate, change to generate. So in this way, do not allow, change to allow, do not do, do not do. So in this way you follow these options there, and after everything is positive, you are ready to handle authority file in Koha. Now before entering into Koha, let me again tell you that these are the name, different kind of authority headings in Koha. Say X00. So X00 may be personal name. Personal name may appear in 100, 600, 700, 800. It's really complex. X10 may appear in 110, 610, 710, 810. So you now know that this kind of bibliographic data format, if you follow this particular formula, it will be very easy to remember. For every 4 different main heading under 1XX, there needs to be 4 standard subject headings. Now if that formula is okay, here you see Koha authority management. If you are going for the self-creation, is very comprehensive. You can define chronology, event, generic form, all kind of things as proposed by Library of Congress. If we come back to the Mark 21 authority format, it is again slightly different. Say Here 1xx is basically meant for the authoritative references. 4xx is basically C from TC and 5xx is basically C also. And 7xx is linking entry. So these four are very important. 1xx, 4xx, 5xx, 7xx in case of Mark 21 authority format. I am not talking about biblio format. Now here you see these are the preferred heading in particularly in Mark 21 authority format. So how does it work in Koha? You see. Now let us suppose I have created one particular video record with simple one particular author in the main entry $100. Then I have suppose one added entry $700 and I have one subject entry. Now the moment I enter, this is my one of the record only. The moment I enter 100, 700, 650, if I open that particular link, Koha can create three authority records. One for the 100 name entry, so authority record 1. Second is for added entry, authority record 2. And third is for the subject authority record 3. Now authority record 1 will contain one name heading, preferred name heading, $100. Then I can enter 400 for other name variants and 500 for C also reference. Authority record 2, 100 same name heading. But if you come to the authority record 3, the moment I enter something in 650, Koha will create an authority record with the same heading at $150 in the authority format. And I can enter in 450 the C references and 550 the C also references. So it's actually may appear as a complex one, but the mechanism is very simple. As many terms you are entering inside your data set, as many authority records Koha is generating. Suppose I have again a repeatable field under 650. So Koha will create authority record 4 with $150 as 650 second occurrence and C also references we can give manually. So this is the mechanism how the Koha works. And this is basically the holding key. So if I am entering 100 here, so it will go for the 400, 500. If I am entering something 150, it will come to 450 here and 550 here. So all kind of preferred headings, C references and C also references I can handle by giving this kind of instruction to my framework. Now this is the data sets I was talking about. This is called fast faceted application of subject in terminology, available legally under Open Data Common Attribution License, that is called ODBL licenses. It can be downloaded in three different formats. One is basically the Mark XML, very fast. Then you can have RDF infrastructure also. That means it can be easily integrated with your digital library system like Displace or IPRINT. And last one is the classic one that all library professionals knows right from the age of CDSIC, that is the ISO format. And these were actually available in different format, personal name, corporate name, event, all these things supported, authority framework supported by Koha. So after downloading, if I simple import that one in Koha, you see what happens. The moment I import this one, and suppose I am entering a particular entry 650. Now after importing fast data set, if I integrate my 650 with the thesaurus, Koha is such an intelligent system, it will automatically say it's basically a subject added entry and will appear, you see here, subject added entry, you can search here. Now suppose I am a cataloger, I am searching, this particular object is related with the map, digital mapping. Now if I enter digital map, this particular data set automatically guides me that digital map is not the standard heading, you have to use digital maps, and these are basically the C references, digital maps, electronic maps, etc. and border heading is map. So the moment I select, you see, the moment I select choose, the entire thing, that particular digital map will be coming here, but the rest of the things will automatically go to my authority framework. So the linking is automatic. I don't have to change as a librarian. But unfortunately, in Koha we provide this facility very efficiently to librarians only, not the end users. If you come to this particular library OPAC of Koha, you see here, this is the OPAC search interface and this is the authority search interface. That thing I am actually trying to tell you, that we expect that in case of something, my user don't get it, then he or she will come to authority search, will search that particular term, will get the paper heading, will come back to the OPAC, will search by that one. My point is that it's too much to expect. If my user is not getting something, he will redirect from my OPAC immediately. And we are not alone. If you go to the Library of Congress, this is their OPAC search interface and this is the authority heading search interface. They also think in the same way. The whole library community thinks in the same way. And as LOC is our leader basically, rightly they are the leader. And we are following them blindly this particular thing also. So they also expect the same thing, you search and you come back to OPAC again. I'm skipping this one. So this is the best digital library so far available in the world, that is the Trove, developed by the Libraries Australia. You see, you all know Cricket Australia, we simply do not know there is a Libraries Australia. They are providing the base library services to the entire Australian library system, right from the school to universities. And that particular level is acting as a base layer for the National Digital Library managed by the National Library of Australia as it is called Trove. Now here you see, I simply searched Trove by the creator William Sidney Porter. All of you know William Sidney Porter is the real name of a very famous author, O. Henry. Here you see the result. If I search William Sidney Porter, it says that there are 238 books are available. And the first book came O. Henry, but it never tells me that you are searching wrongly, you better search by O. Henry. That link they never produce. So now if I search by O. Henry, here you see the result set is completely different. 1823 results are available, all are written by O. Henry. There is no link, unfortunately. We simply do not know why. Because of lack of the integration between the bibliographic datasets and authority datasets. Now we come back to the leader again, WorldCat. The same query I did here. Author is equal to Porter William Sidney. So OCLC said me we have 254 number of books and never guides me that you better start by O. Henry. So if I start by O. Henry, you see the result is completely different, 40,000 plus. Rightly. Okay. Same thing with the subject. If I start by subject is equal to death penalty, Trove never tells me that death penalty is not the paper heading. You use the term capital punishment. You see here 30 result only for death penalty. But if I use the term Library of Congress from Library of Congress subject heading list, 3,000 plus. Because they follow Library of Congress subject heading list. They enter data under capital punishment, not by death penalty. That 30 result is basically some odd data came, but never directs me that you better use, from C reference or C also reference kind of thing. What do you need? Amazon kind of thing. Say, if I search Amazon, origin written by Dan Brown, I am a avid reader of Dan Brown. So it rightly points out me that novel written like Dan Brown are available by this, and exactly the almost same mythological thrillers are this. As a follower of mythological thriller, genre, I can guarantee you all these are produced by Amazon very rightly. So that kind of recommender system we need in the library on the basis of authority. Now here you see, if I search death penalty, my expectation is that if users is searching by death penalty under the field subject, it should produce no result. You better start by capital punishment. This kind of guidance we need. Unfortunately, nowhere in the library OPAC, nowhere in the digital library system it is available. The same thing like this one. So now I am coming to the last part of my presentation. I have another 10 minutes to explain. So what I did here to achieve this goal, I simply downloaded first in Mark XML format, fused that particular thing inside my Koha, then inside my Solar code, So you see, viewfind is the discovery system I am using. So backend Solar is used by viewfind. There are two codes. One is called biblio code, another is called authority code. I fused entire fast also in viewfind. So you see, first level of integration is that the entire data sets are integrated to Koha to support librarian at the time of cataloging. The entire first data set I fused inside viewfind to support end user. Now, simple fusing will not do. Then I need to have an authority reference control so to achieve this particular recommender system. So here you see, if you go by this three line, if I start by author variant name, it will take personal name as the category, source is equal to ILS first, I have given name first as ILS first, and result limit is equal to 50. Then if I come to the subject, I created one particular control line for C also is the heading, and second is for the use for the the heading will be used for a C form. So this authority reference control is acting as the magic box to integrate or to support end user based authority recommender system. Now let me try to show you something in live mode, because this is my end slide. And I know live mode is always very difficult. You see, many times it does not work, but still let me try. Say, this is one of my Koha OPAC. You all know, all are habituated. Let me start. Suppose I am an end user, general end user. I don't have any concept related to authority data, etc., etc. I want to retrieve some of the documents on heart attack. Okay, a very common term, non-standard term. No medical person use heart attack. Only novice user or layman like us, we use heart attack. So I am searching by the same knowledge, heart attack. Okay. So if I search my OPAC, you see what happens. So it says there is no result. Right, there is no result, because as a librarian, I never added a book under the subject heading, a non-standard subject heading called heart attack. So what is my expectation from this point? That my user will go to authority search. Fine. My user will select, say this is the topical term, and my interest is heart attack. Spelling is, I think, okay. Then submit. Then my first data set will guide me, okay, first heart attack is not it's basically a non-preferred heading. You better use the preferred heading, myocardial infarction. So that is the technical term. Let me start with, as a common user, I will copy this one. I will come back to my OPAC again. I will paste it. And then Koha possibly will give me the book on heart attack. You are getting my point? Are not we asking or demanding so much from our end user? Is not it too difficult for an end user who does not have any kind of any concept related to authority data, how authority data is managed inside library? Okay. Now, after fusion, you see, if I come back to my, as I said, in place of Koha OPAC, if I am using a discovery system, you see, after fusing, it can auto-generate the thing. The same heart attack, my user is searching here. Now, suppose I want in subject. Here also you see there is no result because there is no book on heart attack, but it can say me used for or C reference is something like this. Either it's a silent myocardial ischemia or myocardial infarction. If I click, okay, this is possibly the standard term, then the same book which we find in OPAC, Koha OPAC, so it is available there. So here you see this is coming from library 5, it's a book, etc., etc. So you got my point. Now how it is happening, you see, in viewfind there is an authority. After fusing this one, there is an authority interface. It's a separate interface. Just I am showing that how it is handling. If I start by the same heart attack, I'm sorry that I'm not using a very good term here. Anyway, so if I searching this one, here you see. So this is actually coming from Library of Congress or FAST basically. So myocardial infarction is the preferred heading. C also, border term is this, used for heart attack, heart infarction, MI, etc. So any of this irregular or non-preferred, non-standard heading user is searching, they will be openly guided here. And let me show you, I have another 2 minutes, let me show you another one. Say I am searching a book on libraries automation. Now suppose library automation is the standard term, I do not know. Okay, library automation is basically mechanization of library. If my user is going by this mechanization, library. So here you see, there is no book on mechanization of library used for C from library automation. The same book, it's basically giving available status, etc. coming from Koha. And another, which can produce both C also and C reference. Let me try another C webs. But I am trying to show you that both C also, that is border heading, and at the related term, both can be searchable. So if I coming back to subject again. Here you see. So I start by again a non-standard term called tides. So it can say that tides border term are ocean circulation, earth movement, and used for, so equivalent terms or related terms are tidal power, wind currents, storm surges, etc. So what most of the library OPAC hails largely, if you go, I already showed you WordCat, Library of Congress, Koha OPAC. So we are all hailing largely to integrate authority data and bibliographic data, that means a kind of recommender system inside our library retrieval. Although these things we are practicing in library domain right from the age of Carter, 1876, and that we can do in this way. Thank you very much. Could you please use the microphone?
You are saying about the FAST. FAST is following the artificial intelligence or
No, actually FAST is a data set developed by OCLC on the basis of Library of Congress subject heading list. Library of Congress subject heading list is not openly available. You have to purchase, and that too you cannot use inside a retrieval system. So OCLC developed a stripped down version of Library of Congress, made it available under open data common license, so anyone can use it legally, and available in 3 formats. One is RDF, one is Mark XML, one is ISO format. So I tested both Mark XML and as well as ISO. RDF possibly for digital library system, we need to export with displays in future.
in one part you have said that the digital mapping. So every person is not at all without any Android phone. They are always using and doing something, uploading, downloading, everything. And Google is following everybody. And they are noticing what they are doing.
They are following self, but
this is also some sort of mapping.
They must satisfied with Google.
No, mapping. But last 2 days I have seen that in Howrah and Seattle station there is a Google Wi-Fi. But through this Google Wi-Fi, 56 lakhs of search that Google, and in Seattle 45 lakh logs. And what they are searching, Google had every information. So they are doing all these, to do the business, nothing else. So we can do it in library profession. So if I do search engine optimization, suppose nowadays somebody search Mon Ki Baat, you does not require it Prime Minister of India. It will show here. Because common people, this platform is very popular. They are searching, and search engine optimization has provided this page. Only use this Mon Ki Baat. Only the Prime Minister.
What is the question?
Question is, are we follow this standard search engine optimization?
I can still tell you with all responsibility goes to me. Any simple library OPAC is far better search engine than Google. Because of the same thing, we people are indexing. I can search how many books are there inside a library by Amartya Sen. You search Google, how many books written by Amartya Sen. You search by Amartya Sen, it will retrieve books written by Amartya Sen, books on Amartya Sen, document with links to Amartya Sen, a perfect mixture of heat and noise as far as the definition of retrieval. So you go to any simple, small public library OPAC, as far as the definition of retrieval comes, it's far better than Google. If I am wrong, all this responsibility goes with me.
No, you are wrong now. Can I go in that way? You are not.
But anyway, so Google is a multi-million-dollar company. So definitely people are, it's omnipresent. We fail to become omnipresent. That is the thing. But anyway, discovery system will possibly reduce that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Bhattacharya.
Thank you very much, sir. Very nice presentation. I learned more and more information in the cataloging system. One is my question. Regarding searching option for authorities, standard word found, but no result found. When ischemic myocardial ischemic myocardial.
I got your point.
Yeah, that is no. My point is we have used Library of Congress, according to Library of Congress, standard word terminology. But another subject authority list, that is medical subject headings, produced by NLM, National Library of Medicine. In that subject headings list, this terminology is also available. Because I am working in a medical library, there is available online in PubMed, mesh headings. If I import the heart attack, then a standard terminology according to subject heading, they will find a more and more an appropriate subject.
Yeah, I got it.
This is it.
Okay, say, first point what my friend pointed out, that in place of giving this no result kind of thing, why I cannot directly switch over to myocardial infarction.
Yes.
Okay, a very good point. But there is a problem. In this case, possibly that would be suitable, much more good approach or much more logical approach. But if you see, if there is a complex heading, border level that income headings and narrow level and related level both heading. So there, if you do not give this kind of option, how your user can find out that particular. But your point, I will remember this, that in case of related matching, I can directly refer to myocardial infarction in place of this one. That's a good
At the same way, if we search the word stone, but no books will be available, no found result. But this is a medical terminology, it's a cholelithiasis. In the case of another point, is the combined search. Combined search, how can we use the combined search in such terms of?
Combined search is basically what you see. Suppose a discovery system is not meant for library OPAC only. We have Koha OPAC. But you see, suppose you are managing a very complex library. You have idea by this space, you have subscribed resources, you have subscribed journal, you have your OPAC. So how many times you can tell your user, you go and roam around my library services. For a book you come to Koha OPAC, for full text you come to IDR, for subscribe journal article go to the journal portal. So this combined search is basically, it's a Google-like simple but OPAC-like elevator. So if I can click here, simple finding out, so all of my components will be coming here. So suppose, so this one from my library instance 1, this is from the 2, this is for the repository, this is from the e-book portal and so on.
No, that in that case, in case of combined search, any symbol or word in use in the combined search?
Many.
Oh.
Almost all US universities are nowadays getting rid of like
1 minute.
Okay.
I think his question is most probably in the advanced search when you have a Boolean logic, whether that can be supported by authority file.
Right.
Most probably his question is that.
It is a language.
Then we can talk later on?
Yeah,
Okay.
certainly.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
We now have a panel discussion, practical experience of library automation, need for Koha-based solution. This discussion will be chaired by Dr. Vinod Bihari Das, Advisor, Library, Heritage Institute of Technology, Kolkata. We have two speakers, Mrs. Thevya Janen, Assistant Librarian, University of Jaffna, Sri Lanka. She will be speaking on self-reliance of Koha, cataloging module for migration from library system to Koha, a case study of the library of the University of Jaffna. And Dr. Joydeep Chanda, librarian, Gurudas College, Kolkata, and organizing secretary of Koha, 2019. He will be speaking on towards development of union catalog of libraries in West Bengal. I request the speakers to kindly take their places on stage. Before we go to discussion, we would like to offer a token of affection to Dr. Vinod Bihari Das, the chairperson of the session. We have another token of appreciation to Mrs. Janin.
Some respectful audience and other delegates and participants. I am very much thankful to the organizers of this in Koha for inviting me to act as this chairperson in this chair. Though I know that I am not the fit person to regarding this Koha and all these things. We have to discuss on these things in the view of the recent developments of cataloging and other library software management. I have gone through last year's in Koha, the paper written by keynote address given by Professor Parthasarathy Mukherjee. It's a very nice one, that whether this Koha is ready for library platform service like that, and also Indani Bhattacharya and others also, how they are implementing this and what problems they are facing and what are their prospects in the particular libraries. So now in this session, there are only two speakers, and first we have to listen our speakers. Then for clarifications you can put your questions, and then we'll discuss. Thank you. So Janet, please come.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. I'm from University of Jaffna from Sri Lanka. That the university library have just migrated from the commercial software Lipsys to Koha. Just I want to share some of our experience and then practical difficulties through our migration process. I just want to introduce our library. It's based on to cater the users from the academic research and the students and from the outside readers. So we have established 6 main branch libraries all around the Northern province. It is some established 100 to 200 kilometers away from the main library. So our service sections, we have divided the subject by science, social science, management, arts and humanities. And through the branch libraries, we are providing the services for the medicine, agriculture, engineering, technology, and then finance. These are some information I just want to share. These we considered during our migration process. That's why. We have divided our usage by quick reference and the permanent. And in service section, we have serial, archival, and government document. Even though we are maintaining an academic library, we have an archival collection from the very old collection from the northern province, and then the newspapers and very important documents which we preserved in a good condition for the future generations. And also we have maintaining the accession series for the books, government documents. As previously we are using the Lipsys for last 7 years. So during this migration process, we have used 2 reporting systems through the Lipsys. We used first one for the acquisition module through the accession register we used, and then during this accession register module reporting system, we missed the subject headings. For that, getting the subject heading, we used the cataloging module. Through the title by accession, we can retrieve the subject heading. So we used both reports for the migration, and we merged according to the accession numbers. And then we formatted through the Excel. So we are very successful. At one shot, we have migrated more than 150,000 documents from Lipsys to Koha. So we have created some of these sections for the subject library. Sections, item type, authority mark for the Excel sheet through the previous existing reporting systems. And then we find difficulties for the copies and then unique items. Yesterday one of our colleagues represented during this migration, they have faced some problems for the copies and the unique. We just made an protocol. We identify these copies with respect to their ISBN numbers. So unfortunately, some of our entries missing with an ISBN number. So first, we separated with these whole data and then with ISBN and then without ISBN. So with ISBN, we made it easy to identify the copies and the unique and the copies. And then with that ISBN, we gave some dummy numbers. And these dummy numbers we have compared with the title and the author is same, we identified that as the same copies. So then for that, from this there also we identified the ISBN also we could able to identify this unique one and the copies. Yesterday he mentioned he identified the copies by count function through the Excel sheet, and they deleted from the previous one, just they added to the copy cataloging. If we added through the copy cataloging, that cataloging will take the counting corresponding accession numbers. It may be somewhat difficult for you to continue. So as a result, I just found 150,000 bibliographic records we have migrated from the Lipsys, and successfully we have customized our acquisition, cataloging, circulation and serials modules according to our resources. And also we have now at the time being, we are running in the same server for the Koha and the Lipsys for the parallel session. And now we need some customization because we have a huge number of talentless collections. As the guest speaker mentioned, we need to create the uniform title and the subject title for an OPAC services. So our main user categories are from fine arts and the arts faculty. So to cater these users, we need to modify our cataloging tags for our OPEC search, easy OPEC search. So the migration module. So this is just I put as a one-shot glance how we can convert these ellipsis tags entries into migration. So you can see we entered the main entry more than one time for their OPEC visibility, for the easy access of books for the users. And then these are the tags we used for these ellipsis and then mark tags. And when one or two modifications we have done, for the author with the contributor with the editor, when it is coming with the author and then contribute editor, so we enter the author in the 100 and the contributor in the 700. And also biographies, we use 696 for this one, statement responsibility for the editorial work. And then we may able to create some authority list. I mistakenly put this one, authority file. Then authority list for the corporate name, geographic name, meeting name, and the personal name, topical, and the uniform title. So why our university team work without any external resources with the lead of Mr. K.D. Swaran and our library professional. So it was very good experience for us. We just changed it and searched from this OPEC and searched it. It was a very good practical experience for us to find out a solution for each and every problem. So we identified that if we want to display in the Koha forum, it is done by. So we need to enter those names in 100 and then subject for 600. If we want to explain or display in the contributor, so we must change it to 700. This is our OPEC. As a conclusion, it provides an extremely user-friendly interface and cost-effective for that. For all the library system as we all like the developing countries. Thank you for the opportunity for giving me to share my experience in this occasion.
Thank you, ma'am. This is a very real-life experience. Migration from districts to or Koha. If you have any question, you may put the question to ma'am. Any question regarding migration? So, you may proceed to next one. Dr. Joydeep Sinha, we know his dedication regarding this Koha, in Koha. Joydeep Chandra. So, please come. And this is also, I think, new attempt, a new endeavor regarding the Indian catalog and Koha. Please come.
Being an respected sir, being an organizer, I have to sacrifice myself every year, every time. Starting from 2016, then 17, then this time. There is a time constraint. So there is a project actually. Nice. Actually, there is a project of Indian cataloging. I have no credit about it. I am only the policy maker here, and the total project has been completed by, prepared by my two students, Vishwaranjan and Pachagopal. So credit for both of them. I only just make the policy, and what should be the policy of preparing union catalog of a library, web-based union catalog. And for this I just first acknowledge Professor PSM sir, because last year in Koha, he just prepared a paper on Koha based union catalog. But actual thing is that this is actually not a Koha based union catalog. Okay, we have not installed Koha here. This is totally on a discovery system named Viewfind. So what should be the policy? So as first policy is it area specific? For this we just started this project totally on the basis of the particular state, West Bengal. Okay, for first phase. So then what will be the structure? Is it Koha dependent or independent? If it is Koha dependent, then there is a problem is that you have to choose the Koha database. But actual situation is that there are so many libraries are not presently using Koha. Okay, so it is not actually Koha dependent. It is independent of Koha. Only prerequisite is that you have to use the MARC database actually. Okay, so there are so many libraries incorporated in the meantime. Some are using Koha and some are not using Koha. For example, Khidipur library, Khidipur college actually, they are using e-Gronthalaya. Okay, and for today's lecture we don't incorporate this. But actually the work is over and we have incorporated Khidipur College which is just using e-Gronthalaya, and we are also going to include one library, I think in Howrah, they are using Soul database. Okay. So then system requirement has been stated in our paper. And major decision is that is it static IP based or cloud based. For this project we are using cloud based. Okay, and for this we are just choose a cloud server of 2 GB RAM and 40 GB hard disk. This is actually Vultr cloud, and we are very accustomed with this. A major problem is that if you just start a particular project, the problem of failure is that in future that lack of data updation policy. Who will update the data? That is the actual problem. You see that there are so many Indian catalogs in India. Okay, but problem is that they are not be updated in time. Okay, so and mechanism has been made that this database can be directly updated from the source actually. Okay. So this type of mechanism has already been set, and there is another policy decision is that is it actually possible to show the current status of a document? Yes, it is possible actually. The availability of a document, is it available actually, or it is due on, or if it is due, then when is actually the due date? Okay, so I can show it now. Then another problem is that what will be the cost and other administrative issues. Cost is a big factor because when you just run a project under the platform of Bengal Library Association, so we have to think about the cost. Who will bear the cost? Because there is a cost of cloud actually, and as well as there is a cost of regular updation, because you have to employ a particular person and you have to give some money to him. That's the actual problem. Okay. So I just start it here. At present, there are 4 libraries: Gurudas College, Shohid Nurul Mahavidyalaya, actually it would be Gandhi Museum, and Heramchandra College. All are using our cloud. Okay, so we are the actually maintain the cloud of these 4 colleges, and just go to one college, anyone. So if we touch the screen actually, we can go to directly to the college website. We can directly go to the library OPAC. we can directly see the catalog or database incorporated in our WebDitNet project actually. Okay, so say this is our library OPAC. This is Google College library OPAC. You want to search document from this OPAC also. Then I try to find out some documents. So, the suggestion terms. There are so many terms regarding television. Okay. For example, you just find it. Query time is 0.05 seconds. It is very fast. It is very fast. Okay. You see the status, current status available. Location, Buddha's College Library. And regarding television, there are 17 books in Buddha's College Library, 3 books in Ramakrishna College Library, 1 book in Shohid Nurul Islam Mahavidyalaya. Okay. Total there are actually 21 results. And search time, query time is 0.05 seconds, which is very faster. See it. That particular book is available. That particular book has been checked out. So if you want to see the current status, the actual want to see the due date of this particular document, you go there. Checked out due on 15 to 2019. Already date is over, but actual the present status is that the book has been issued and it will be due and it will be returned within 15 to 2019. Okay. And there are so many other options, other suggestions. You can see here mark record also. Okay. Description, mark records as well as the location, and you also see the citations in different standards. APA citation, Chicago Manual of Style, AOL citation. This is the beauty of actual viewpoint. So again and again I say that it is not actually Koha based, and at present 4 libraries have been incorporated within our system, and DLA has an additional advantage because we have installed Koha about 100 libraries in West Bengal and in adjacent states. And we have planned to write letter to the principal of the concerned college that to give the database, okay, or give permission so that we can access it directly from their cloud, either their website, or either can use the MARC database from their college, so that we can incorporate all the things. And in this way, you can search many documents through call number, by language, by format, books, non-book, unknown means there are so many other formats, maybe periodical, maybe non-book materials. You can search the format also. Okay. So as there is no Bengali, no. So, there is an option for Bengali here. You can also search indigenous language by subject, author, title, or etc. So I think as there is time limit, I will stop it. Okay? If there are any question, you can ask me, no problem about it.
Thank you, Joydeep, for your new venture. If you have any question, please ask me. So in this session, there are two speakers. One regarding the migration from Lipsis to Koha. Another is new venture, that is preparation of union catalog. That is very good thing. Anyway, they have presented nicely, though brief, in our this session. So I am concluding this session too. Thank you all.
We now have another panel discussion to be chaired by Professor Tarun Kumar Mondal, Assistant Professor of DLIS, Jalapur University. We have 5 speakers here. Muhammad Anwar Hussain, Senior Assistant Librarian, International Islamic University, Chittagong, Bangladesh. Muhammad Mahbubul Alam, Librarian in Charge, RUET, Bangladesh. S.M. Humayun Kabir, Assistant Librarian, National Health Library and Documentation Care, Bangladesh. Abul Mahfuz Mazdar Ahmed, Librarian, Metropolitan College, Rajshahi, Bangladesh. And Muhammad Abul Khashem, Librarian, Syed Sirajuddin Hussain College, Bangladesh. We ask for a few seconds to the speakers to set up the stage before we continue.
SM Humayun Kabir, sir, please can you come up on stage for a minute?
I would like to call the speakers experience of library automation in the libraries of Bangladesh. On stage, Muhammad Anwar Hussain, Muhammad Mahbubul Alam, Abul Mafsur Mazda Ahmed, Muhammad Abul Hussain on stage please. And of course the chairperson Professor Tarun Kumar Mondal sir.
Financial risk.
Before we go to the session, we would like to offer our token of appreciation to Chairperson Professor Tarun Kumar Mondal. We will also offer a token of appreciation to Muhammad Anwar Hussain. Muhammad Mahabubul Alam sir. SM Humayun Kabir sir. Abul Mahfuz Mazda Ahmed sir. And finally to Muhammad Abul Hussain sir.
Good afternoon, friends. I am very much thankful to the organizers because they have invited me this year also to chair this session. In this session, we have 5 speakers, all from Bangladesh. What I know, that Bangladesh is doing very great job in the field of open movement. Open movement means open science, open access movement, open source software movement, etc. And they are doing very great job. But I know. So now we are very much eager to listen from them what they are doing on Koha, etc. I request Muhammad Anwar Hussain to come, sir, please here, give your delivery.
Thank you. আমি মোহাম্মদ আনোয়ার হোসেন, সিনিয়র অ্যাসিস্ট্যান্ট ডাইরেক্টর, ইন্টারন্যাশনাল ইসলামিক ইউনিভার্সিটি, চিটাগং, বাংলাদেশ। চট্টগ্রাম ডিভিশনের গুহার অগ্রগতি এবং উন্নতি, এটার উপরে আমার একটা আর্টিকেল যৌথ আকারে অ্যাকসেপ্ট হয়েছে। এর জন্য ধন্যবাদ জানাচ্ছি আজকে এই কনফারেন্স ব্যবস্থাপনায় যারা রয়েছেন তাদেরকে, বিশেষ করে এই কনফারেন্স আয়োজক বৃন্দর মধ্যে থেকে যাকে খুব ভালো করে চিনি, যার অগাধ আন্তরিকতা এবং সহযোগিতা নিয়ে আমরা সুদূর বাংলাদেশ থেকে এখানে এসে যোগদান করতে পেরেছি, আমাদের সেই শ্রদ্ধেয় ভাই জয়দীপ চন্দ্র, ওনাকে আমার আন্তরিক অভিনন্দন জানাচ্ছি বাংলাদেশের পক্ষ। এরপরে আরো যারা রয়েছেন, ফিকে স্যার, বিমল স্যার সহ অনেকে আমাদেরকে সহযোগিতা করছেন। আমি আজকে অটোমেশনের উপরে বেশি কথা একটু বলবো না, বিশেষ করে আমাদের সমস্যা নিয়ে। আমি যেহেতু একটা ডিভিশনাল কাউন্সিলর, বাংলাদেশে অ্যাসোসিয়েশনের প্রতিনিধি, আমি কিছু সমস্যার কথা বলবো এবং সেই সমস্যা উত্তরণে আমাদের করণীয় সে বিষয়গুলো আমি বলতে চাই। বিশেষ করে বাংলাদেশের পেশাজীবীরা সবসময় আমাদের কাছে একটি দাবি তারা উঠায় যে আমাদের মান মর্যাদা, আমাদের অবস্থান, আমরা গুহা সফটওয়্যার বেসড বা আমাদের প্রফেশনকে আমরা অনেক ডেভেলপ করলাম, অনেক ভালো একটা মানে আমরা নিয়ে গেলাম, কিন্তু আমার ব্যক্তিগত মানটাকে আমি সেখানে যথাযথ মর্যাদায় আমি অবস্থান করতে পারি নাই বা পারছি না, তাহলে আমার এই পেশায় আন্তরিকতা আমার থাকবে না। এটা ডেভেলপমেন্টের ক্ষেত্রে আমরা যে প্রসেসটা আমাদের থাকা দরকার সেটা থেকে আমরা অনেকেই নিজেদের মুখ ফিরিয়ে নিয়ে আসবো। এই জন্য আমি বেঙ্গল লাইব্রেরি অ্যাসোসিয়েশন পুরুলিয়ায়, সেখানেও আমার একটা ব্যাপার আমি প্রেজেন্ট করেছিলাম, তো সেখানেও এসেছিলাম। সেখানে আমি অনেক আপনাদের সাথে একটা মত বিনিময় করেছিলাম যে বাংলাদেশের অবস্থা এবং আমাদের ইন্ডিয়ার অবস্থা দেখেছি যে আমরা অনেক সমস্যা রয়েছে, আপনাদেরও কিছু সমস্যা রয়েছে। ওভারঅল এই সমস্যাগুলা উত্তরণের মধ্যে দিয়ে আমরা কিভাবে আমাদের নিজেদের মানকে আরো উন্নত একটা অবস্থানে নিয়ে যেতে পারি সেই বিষয়ের উপরে আমাদেরকে একটু ডিসকাস করা উচিত বলে আমি মনে করছি। আর পাশাপাশি আমাদের পেশাকে ডেভেলপমেন্টের জন্য আমাদের যা যা করণীয় আমরা সেটা করব। আমি এই প্রস্তাবনা রেখে আমি সংক্ষেপে আমার বাংলাদেশের বর্তমান অবস্থা সম্পর্কে আমি কিছু ব্রিফ করে আমি আমার কথা শেষ করছি। আমি যে বিভাগে বসবাস করছি, চট্টগ্রাম বিভাগ, সেখানে 10টি প্রাইভেট ইউনিভার্সিটি এবং 6টি পাবলিক ইউনিভার্সিটি রয়েছে। তার মধ্যে থেকে আমাদের 4টি প্রাইভেট ইউনিভার্সিটির কুহা ইমপ্লিমেন্ট হয়েছে এবং সেখানে কুহা সফটওয়্যারের মাধ্যমে আমাদের কার্যক্রম পরিচালনা হচ্ছে, এবং পাবলিক ইউনিভার্সিটির মধ্যে থেকে দুঃখজনক হলে সত্য যে চট্টগ্রাম বিশ্ববিদ্যালয় এখনো খুব পুরোপুরি কুহা সফটওয়্যার ইমপ্লিমেন্ট করতে তারা পারেনি, তবে সেখানে প্রসেসটা চালাচ্ছেন। আমাদের সুয়েট, যেটা চিটাগং ইঞ্জিনিয়ারিং সায়েন্স অ্যান্ড টেকনোলজি ইউনিভার্সিটি অফ ইঞ্জিনিয়ারিং সায়েন্স অ্যান্ড টেকনোলজি, সেখানে গুহা পুরোপুরি বাস্তবায়ন হয়েছে। এরপরে ভেটেনারি অ্যানিম্যাল সায়েন্স অ্যান্ড টেকনোলজি ইউনিভার্সিটি যেটা রয়েছে, সেখানেও পুরোপুরি গুহা ইমপ্লিমেন্ট হয়েছে। তবে প্রাইভেট ইউনিভার্সিটির মধ্যে থেকে আমি যে ইউনিভার্সিটিতে রয়েছি, চট্টগ্রামে সবচেয়ে বেস্ট এবং বাংলাদেশে টপ লেভেলের একটি ইউনিভার্সিটি, ইন্টারন্যাশনাল ইসলামিক ইউনিভার্সিটি। আমরা সেখানে পুরোপুরি না হলেও অনেকটা যে সফলভাবে আমরা এই সফটওয়্যারের ব্যবহার এবং কার্যক্রম আমরা পরিচালনা করছি। আমাদের স্কুল এবং কলেজ লেভেলে এর ছোঁয়া এখনো লাগেনি এবং স্কুলের যে লাইব্রেরি সেটা মাত্র কিছুদিন আগ থেকে সেখানে আমাদের গভর্নমেন্ট সেটা চালু করেছেন। তবে বাংলাদেশে লাইব্রেরি এই পেশার উপরে সরকার খুব ভালো একটি নজর দিয়েছে। 5ই ফেব্রুয়ারি এটাকে বাংলাদেশের সরকার বর্তমান মাননীয় প্রধানমন্ত্রী জননেত্রী শেখ হাসিনা তিনি লাইব্রেরি দিবস ঘোষণা করেছেন। এটা আমাদের মান মর্যাদা অনেকটা অগ্রগতি হচ্ছে বলে আমরা মনে করছি। আমরা প্রতি বছর খুব আনন্দের সাথে আমরা 5ই ফেব্রুয়ারি আমরা উদযাপন করছি। এরপরে আমি আর কথা না বাড়িয়ে যে সংক্ষিপ্ত এক্সপেরিয়েন্স এবং সংক্ষিপ্ত ব্রিফের মধ্যে দিয়ে আমার কথা এখানে শেষ করছি। বাংলাদেশের পক্ষ থেকে আপনাদেরকে অভিনন্দন এবং আপনাদের দাওয়াত রইল যে কোনো সময় বাংলাদেশে বেড়াতে আসবেন। আর চট্টগ্রাম হচ্ছে একেবারে পর্যটন একটি স্পট। রাঙ্গামাটি, খাগড়াছড়ি, কক্সবাজার, আপনাদের সবাইকে দাওয়াত, সবাইকে অভিনন্দন, শুকরিয়া।
Questions will be received at the end of the session. Now the next speaker, Muhammad Mahabul Alam, Librarian in charge, Ruwait, Bangladesh.
A sweet gift for all of us, Guha. Dear Honorable Chairperson, panel speaker of the dais and present in front of my library professionals, invited speakers, guests, student teachers, and other participants. Good afternoon, namaskar, and assalamu alaikum. I am very much grateful to the Bengal Library Associations, Guha organizer, and especially Dr. Joydeep Chandra to invited me as a panel speaker for the third time in India, 2016, 2017 and 2019. Yes, sir. Now I will explain about present status of Guha in Bangladesh. I'm a Spanish speaker, but I will explain from my paper very shortly. Please stay with me. This paper shared the automation experience of libraries in Bangladesh in relation to the selection and implementation of Koha library management system. The background information and the literature review provides the context for the decision to choose the independent role of the whole in-house solution. This paper follows an observatory method among 7 government organizations, 70 public libraries, 28 public universities and 24 private universities in Bangladesh. It discusses the definition and features of open source library management, especially Koha, along with advantages and disadvantages and limitations. This paper has provided a salient history as well as the present status of library automation system by Koha in Bangladesh. Libraries exist to meet the information needs of its users by the right information to the right person at the right time. For providing high quality personalized services to its users, information and communication technologies, ICTs are being used in libraries which may be classified into 3 broad groups. Broad groups: integrated library systems, information storage and discussions, and dissemination and administration office management tasks. By using Koha ILS, libraries can manage all libraries functions such as acquisition, circulation, cataloging, serial control patterns, service and reports, etc. The application of integrated library management system have a number of advantages to reduce manpower, cost of time. It also helps to reduce the chances of error. In a library system, the employees not only easy to track the existing records, orders, bill, etc., but also for the new purchasing, ordering, and cataloging of records. For maintaining totally library systems and users requirements, the open source and integrated library management software have become very useful at the modern time. State and status of Bangladesh. The People's Republic of Bangladesh is one of the world's most populated countries, with its people crammed into a delta of rivers that empties into the Bay of Bengal. Poverty is deep and widespread, but Bangladesh has in recent years reduced population growth and improved health, education and GDP growth. What is open source software? We know everything about this matter. I don't want to describe about anymore. Open source software for the library. We know also about this matter. I don't want to repetition. I just skip it. Some advantages of open source software: minimum cost, simplified license management, lower hardware cost, scaling, maintenance, escape vendor locking, ensure high quality software, user interface. Historical background of open source, Koha ILS. I don't also not want to discuss about this matter for time. Problems of using OSS Koha implementation for libraries in Bangladesh. Lot of problems in Bangladesh. I just want to explain one or two. Lack of IT infrastructure in the libraries of Bangladesh. Technical changes within short period. Lower the technical knowledge of library professionals on ILSs. Lower the adoption of OIS. Despite these challenges, library professionals of Bangladesh are enthusiastic about and willing to use new technologies. Features of Koha. Again, I don't want to explain it. Completely web-based interface, multi-level support, standard compliant, various Web 2.0 facilities, etc. We know everything. I don't want to explain. Current status of library education in professionals in Bangladesh. I just skip it. Need more time. Role of government of Bangladesh. I just want to say something. Bangladesh government is committed to making the digital Bangladesh hopefully within 5 years through Vision 2021 program. The slogan Digital Bangladesh is well accepted at the levels and is being implemented steadily. A remarkable number of large university libraries received grants for library automation and digitization. Besides, government is trying to develop IT infrastructure countrywide. Various projects is being implemented like the development of National ICT Infra Network for Bangladesh government, computer and language training lab establishment project among the educational institutions, and skills development projects for the IT engineers. After completing these projects, IT sector of Bangladesh will be changed. There are many ongoing projects at the development of libraries. University Grant Commission already started HACCP and BD projects through which libraries may be benefited in the digitization and automation. However, the government should extend its support to libraries by allocating sufficient funds, developing national plan and policy, understanding more digitization projects, introducing professional training and scholarships, creating an interesting national approach for managing automation and digitization. State and status of Koha in Bangladesh. There are 45 ministries which is the focal point of government administration. Out of 45 ministries, only 20 ministries have library which is mostly attached with the own management. Without 20 minutes library, only 3 libraries installed versus Koha. This is Ministry of Logistics, Ministry of Labor and Ministry of Agriculture. As much as possible. Total 70 public libraries in Bangladesh, but there is no any software and also installed with Koha, but they are trying as much as possible to install Koha. E-resources, electronic resources in service provided in libraries, library automation 92, repository 46, BIPC 36, etc. DOAS 4, PAMBIT 4. Open source and commercial software uses in Bangladesh. Library automation Koha, open source software in Bangladesh 59, Mirror 3, Slims 4, others 26, total 92. Open source Koha fully, partially uses in private, public universities and government organizations in Bangladesh. There are only 7 government organizations have Koha in Bangladesh. There are 28 public universities in Bangladesh. Out of 42 universities, they used only 28 universities Koha. And there are 24 private universities using Koha. There are 42 public universities and 95 private universities in Bangladesh. Each university has a library, but from those, only 52 universities uses open source software Koha and government organizations 7 only. Conclusion. Thank you all. And most welcome in Bangladesh. Thank you.
Thank you, Muhammad Mahbubul Alam. Now I will request S.M. Humayun Kobi, Assistant Librarian, National Health Library and Documentation Center, Bangladesh. Present.
আমার ভাইয়ের রক্তে রাঙানো 21শে ফেব্রুয়ারি আমি কি বলতে পারি। থ্যাংক ইউ the BLA authority and INCOHA authority to giving me the chance to stand here to say something about COHA status in Bangladesh. My paper is status of COHA list in medical and health libraries of Bangladesh. There are 5 writers here. I am S.M. Humayun Kobi, Assistant Librarian, National Health Library and Documentation Center and Organizing Secretary, Medical Library Association of Bangladesh. Monirul Islam, Bipin Bihari Kormokar, Nurul Islam Mahfuz and Tasnubha are the co-author with me. On behalf of another author, I present the paper here. Objective of the paper: to overlook the current library automation service in the medical and health institutional libraries of Bangladesh and measure professional satisfaction level and adaptation of them with library automation. Methodology: 20 medical libraries, 24 medical institutions, university, medical colleges, medical institutions with survey and prepare the literature. We delivered 40 copies of questionnaires in medical libraries, 24 copies of questionnaires are returned, and we analyze within 24, make it 100%. Demographic variabilities to age group, gender group, status of professionals and institutions, make it percentage based, and 3 medical universities: Bangabandhu Sheikh Mujib Medical University, Chittagong Medical University and Rajshahi Medical Universities. The findings: in 24 institutions, only 3 institutions using COHA, 4 institutions using, 3 are using another open source software and 1 is customized software. And 1 institution is fully automated, 4 is hybrid, and rest 19 is analog. The satisfaction level of library professionals towards their library service, 25% is non-satisfactory, 38 is satisfaction, and 37 is less satisfactory. The recommendations are for development automation in medical library field. The recommendations are Koha is such interface, and another field is very flexible. That's where we recommend to use the Koha. Koha is open source, and because of we are developing country where fund is not available, that's why if we use Koha, it is more effective for us. Medical and health library professionals should develop more positive attitude towards the library automation. Should be organized a training, seminar, symposium, workshop in the related ministry and another institutions also. Medical and health authority should allocate the budget, obviously. For transforming library activities from manual to automation, Koha is more appropriate for our country because of it is open source. I think we can do a lot because the present government is user friendly, because our government in 2017 declared 5 February is our National Library Day, and 2021 is our goal achievement year for digitization all purpose of countries, and exceptionally our Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina want to develop the library sector, and she arranged many more programs for the development of library. I think my knowledge is so poor about Koha. Then who are here, and you all are invited to my country to share your knowledge to develop our Koha systems in Bangladesh. You all are invited. Thank you.
Thank you, S.M. Humayun Kobi. Our next speaker is Abul Mahfuz Masder Ahmed, librarian, Metropolitan College, Rajshahi, Bangladesh.
চেয়ারপারসন এবং সম্মানিত পেশাজীবীবৃন্দ, গত 2 দিনে যত মানুষের কথা শুনলাম সবাই ইংরেজিতে বলছেন। ওইখানে বসে থেকে মনে হয়েছে একটু বাংলায় যদি কেউ বলতো, আমার প্রিয় বাংলা ভাষায় যদি কেউ বলতো, বুকটা ফেটে যাচ্ছে। আমি একটু জয়গীতাকে বললাম আমি একটু বাংলায় বলি, একটু বলুন। আমার বাংলাদেশে এখন ফেব্রুয়ারি মাস, ভাষার মাস। বাংলাদেশ নানা আয়োজনে এই ফেব্রুয়ারি মাসটা পালন করে। এটা আমার ভাগ্য বটে, আমরা ভাগ্য পালন করি। আমি বাংলাদেশের পক্ষ থেকে আপনাদের জন্য ফাগুনের শুভেচ্ছা নিয়ে এসেছি। প্রিয় বাঙালি, আমি একজন কলেজ লাইব্রেরিয়ান। আমার কলেজের নাম রাজশাহী মেট্রোপলিটন ডিগ্রি কলেজ। বাংলাদেশে এরকম ডিগ্রি কলেজের সংখ্যা 2000। আমরা আসলে ওই পূর্বে মানতাম আমরা ম্যানুয়াল পদ্ধতিতেই লাইব্রেরি সার্ভিস দিই। এখানে প্রায় সফটওয়্যার কোনো কলেজেই কোনো সফটওয়্যার ব্যবহার করা হয় না বলেই চলে। আমরা অনেকদিন ধরেই ইনকোয়ার বিষয়ে আমরা অনেক শুনছি, যারা আমাদের এখানে সেমিনারে ইতিপূর্বে এসছেন তারা ওখানে ইনকোয়ার ব্যাপারে কিছু কথা বলেন, কিন্তু কেউ কোনো পরিষ্কার ধারণা দেন না। আমার মনে হয়েছে যেটা বাংলাদেশের জন্য সেমিনারের থেকে একটা ওয়ার্কশপ দরকার। যদি ওখানে ওয়ার্কশপ করা যায়, যদি আমরা 200 কলেজ লাইব্রেরি ওখানে অ্যাটেন্ড করতে পারি, যদি এখান থেকে আপনারা কিছু মানুষ জ্ঞানীরা যদি যারা ওয়ার্ক নিয়ে কাজ করছে তারা যদি যান, তাহলে আমাদের বড্ড উপকার হবে। তাহলে আমরা পর্যায়ক্রমে আমাদের কলেজগুলোতে এই কোহা সফটওয়্যারটাকে আমরা ব্যবহার করতে পারি, আমরা কাজে লাগাতে পারি। শুধু এভাবে সেমিনার করলে আমরা আসবো, তারপর ওখানে যে আমরা কাজে লাগাতে পারবো না, এটা আমাদের জন্য একটু মনে হয় যে কেমন যেন। আমরা আসলে কাজে লাগাতে চাচ্ছি আমাদের জ্ঞানগুলোকে। আমরা তাতে অনেকখানি হয়তো আমাদের লাইব্রেরিটাকে ডেভেলপ করতে পারবো, সার্ভিসটাকে আগাম মানুষের জন্য নিয়ে আসতে পারবো। তো আমরা বেশি কথা বলবো না, অনেকেই সবাই সব অনেক কথা বলেছেন, আমরা সময় আপনাদের কাছে নিচ্ছি না। এই বাংলা ছেড়ে চলে যেতে হবে। আমি অল্প সময়ের জন্য এসেছি, বাংলা ছেড়ে আর এক বাংলায় সেখানে চলে যাব। আমাদের জীবনানন্দ দাস আমাদের কবি বলেছিলেন, আবার আসবো ফিরে ধানসিঁড়ি নদী তীরে বাংলা, হয়তো মানুষ নয় সংকোচিত শান্তিকে দেশে। কিন্তু আমার মনে হয় আমি যখন চলে যাবো ওপারে, বিধাতার কাছে শুধু প্রার্থনা করি, না করি না আবার আসবো ফিরে ধানসিঁড়ি নদী তীরে বাংলায়, কোনো সংকোচিত শালিক নয় বিজয়ী বাঙালির বেশে, হেমন্ত কুয়াশা ঘেরায় প্রিয় মানুষের দেশে। ধন্যবাদ সবাইকে।
ধন্যবাদ আবুল মাহবুব নাসির আহমেদ ভাই, আপনি কোহা থেকে আমাদের জীবনানন্দের কাছে নিয়ে গিয়েছিলেন। আমাদের নেক্সট স্পিকার ইজ মোহাম্মদ আবুল কাসেম, লাইব্রেরিয়ান, শহীদ সিরাজউদ্দিন হোসেন কলেজ, বাংলাদেশ। প্লিজ।
ফাগুনের পড়ন্ত বিকেলে, ভাষার মাস ফেব্রুয়ারির এই মাসে 52 সেই দামাল ছেলেদের প্রতি শ্রদ্ধা নিবেদন করে আজ চেয়ারপারসন সামনে ভূমিষ্ঠ আমার শ্রদ্ধেয় এবং পেশাজীবী ভাইরা, আমি ধন্যবাদ জানাই আমাকে এই ইন্দ্র কোহা সম্মেলনের দাওয়াত দেওয়ার জন্য। তো মাহমুদ ভাই বলে ফেলেছে আমরা সময় কম, বেশি সময় নেব না, এবং আমিও ইংরেজি না বাংলায় বলছি। তো আমরা এই কোহা সম্পর্কে অনেকদিন জানছি। সেই 14 সাল থেকে যখন ল্যাবের এজিএমে যেতাম ঢাকায়, তখন প্রেজেন্টেশনে কোহার অনেক পেপার্স পেতাম। কিন্তু যখন শুনতাম যে ইনস্টলেশন ফ্রি, সফটওয়্যার ফ্রি, ইনস্টলেশন মেনি খরচ, এই কারণে বাংলাদেশের প্রায় 5000 ডিগ্রি কলেজ, ইন্টারমিডিয়েট কলেজ সহ প্রায় 5000 কলেজ, প্রায় 25,000 স্কুল মাদ্রাসা রয়েছে। কিন্তু সেখানে এই কোহা সফটওয়্যার এত সহজ হলেও ইমপ্লিমেন্ট হচ্ছে না। এটা ইমপ্লিমেন্ট করার জন্যে আমার পূর্ববর্তী বক্তা যেভাবে বলে গেলেন, যদি সেমিনার নয় জেলায় জেলায় ওয়ার্কশপ করা যায়, এটা মানে স্কিল ম্যান পাওয়ার যদি তৈরি করা যায়, তাহলে মনে হয় এই কোহা সফটওয়্যারটা খুব ডেভেলপ করবে। এবং আমাদের যে স্লোগান, শেখ হাসিনা যে স্লোগান ডিজিটাল বাংলাদেশ গড়ার যে স্বপ্ন উনি দেখেছেন, এটা আমরা কোহার মাধ্যমে মনে হয় খুব তাড়াতাড়ি আমরা অর্জন করতে পারব। এই জন্যে
কোহা সফটওয়্যার এবং এই বিএলএ কর্তৃপক্ষকে ধন্যবাদ, এবং যদি আমাদের এই প্রস্তাবনা যদি অ্যাকসেপ্ট করেন তাহলে নিশ্চয়ই আমরা উপকৃত হব। তো এই বলে আমার বক্তব্য শেষ করছি। ধন্যবাদ অলকে।
ধন্যবাদ মোহাম্মদ আবুল কাসেম ভাই। Now we shall receive questions from the audience. If you have any questions, now you can raise it. Yes.
Question. My dear friend, are you trying to install Koha in your library?
Sir, please use the mic.
হ্যালো, প্রিয় বন্ধু হুমায়ুন, তোমার লাইব্রেরিতে তুমি কি কোহা ইনস্টল করার কোনো ব্যবস্থা করেছো?
Already we using Koha.
কোহা, ওকে।
Three medical library using Koha, including my National Health Library and Documentation Center.
Any other question? Perhaps there is no question, so we are going to conclude this session. Thank you very much.
প্লিজ আমি একটা ছোট্ট করে একটু ঘোষণা দিচ্ছি। আমার মাহবুব ভাইয়ের ছোট সন্তান রৌদ্র, হিজ মার্শাল আর্টিস্ট and silver and gold medalist. Rodro, please come here. Rodro, please.
রৌদ্র, তোমার পারদর্শিতা দেখানোর অনুরোধ করছি। তুমি কিছু দেখাও, এসেই যখন করেছো দেখাও। সমস্যা হবে না, দেখাও।
আরো পিছিয়ে যাও।
Thank you, martial artist.
That was a very energetic end to our conference, and now I would call Shri Anup Rajnathni, former Deputy Librarian, ISI, Kolkata and candidate of the conference, to present the brief report of Koha 2019.
সার্টিফিকেট তো মনে করে নিলে নিতে হবে, বাইরে থেকে দিয়ে
না না না, শুধু বেস্ট।
আচ্ছা বেস্ট।
সার্টিফিকেট আছে।
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Now we are in the end of the today's international seminar. I have to provide you some basic statistics. We have around 300 participants from 3 different countries, foreign countries, Sri Lanka, USA and Bangladesh, and more than 10 states of India. We had around 12 invited presentations. There was actually 13 presentations, one people didn't able to come. And out of 28 contributed papers, only 7 was presented. And there was some discussion today, so that is a good sign. Being a director, most probably I have very little opportunity to speak, but now I want to say something because I have another 2 minutes, I think. I think today there is some sense that as a proprietary system is a villain. Yesterday actually Professor Durgashankar Rao also raised a question. Is Koha really free? What is proprietary software? You have a problem, you are a big institution, you have the money, so you employ a particular company to develop your software. So you pay the total cost. Do you share that one? Today somebody in the morning mentioned that IIT Kanpur claimed they developed a library software. Did they share with any other body? If you go back to the old literature, you will see the report that Bhabha Atomic Research Institute around 1977-78 employed more than 10 programmers to develop their library system. Did they share it? So that was also a proprietary system. Then in West Bengal we have a Moitri history. Calibrate tried to develop a particular software through a particular company. I don't know what was the end of that particular project, but whether we shared that thing, no. Mostly it was never implemented. Then understanding the market, some company came, developed based on what Indian librarians wanted and expressed that these are the functionality should be there. And they spend a lot of money, so their business model is that you distribute the cost among the users. That way Lipsy, Slim and all other commercial products came. So that is also a proprietary system. What is the Koha? Is Koha development cost is nil? Certainly not. What is there? Now there is a business model, I'm sorry to say, which is called sponsoring. Get a sponsor, develop the things, and since sponsors are many, so there is no centralized ownership, distribute it. So actually Koha development is not free. Long back we used to say CDSRC is free. Is it so? Certainly not. We may get a copy of the CDSRC is free, but throughout the world all the countries paid certain money as a member of the UNESCO. Using that particular money they have developed. So it was not also free. So nothing is free. So that is one part of it. And from yesterday also, today he didn't say our anchor. Yesterday he said one thing twice. Go back and introspect. He said a very significant words. We are very much in favor of Koha, but did we really use any other software of similar nature? We are comparing particular software which was developed in the European country, and with that we are comparing something which was developed in India. Library service scenario is totally different in 2 different countries. Can anybody say he or she wanted the Web 2.0 facility should be in his or her proprietary software and company didn't able to provide it? No. And in Vidyamandira's paper, he himself actually expressed doubt about the certain statistics. Certainly, I have also same question. How many libraries use the acquisition? I have a doubt. Though I am not very familiar with the last 2 years with the Koha, but certainly acquisition system without any customization where you need the programming, you cannot even generate that order letter. So that is also there. So let us be very frank. What we are using is what is available directly. Till today, we have not contributed to any code to the central store without any. Yes, L2C2 has developed the SMS driver. Again, it is not free. It was actually sponsored. So it is not free. We have a very significant contribution with an SMS driver, but it is not free because somebody has contributed, some state has contributed a lot. And we lack, I think, what Bangladesh has demanded, I don't know whether it is really possible for BLA to go that far and arrange a training workshop or anything. But I think we have to think about the in-Koha organization, how we are going to do. I think if we arrange small workshop, that may be more beneficial than really asking people to talk on that. We may have a parallel session, okay. Yesterday that Shubhobrat's presentation, many people may not be interested. Nothing wrong in that, but few people may be very interested, so we may have a parallel session where very technical things, okay, if there are only 10 people, they may arrange. Somebody is interested about acquisition, they may go to the acquisition panel and get the workshop. So I think the joining is our main phase, so we have to discuss and find out whether that is possible or not. Thank you very much. Oh, this time we have introduced with a request from Mr. Vimal Kumar mainly, so it is his idea that let us give some certificate where who has contributed the paper. So it is not the invited paper that is considered, but this certificate is only we are giving depending on the content of the paper, not on the and presented here. So I call Dr. Chinmoy Mukhopadhyay. Okay, you can come. I think you don't co-author. Yeah. And Shobhata Chattopadhyay. And as the student paper, Sujan Shah.
Well, it seems we are at the extreme end of our conference. Before we proceed further, there are two things to notify. First of all, the certificate that will be distributed at 5 o'clock, the resource persons and the presenters, your certificates will be available in counter number 4, and others, you have to collect it from counters number 1, 2 and 3. It will be in alphabetical order, so you don't have to worry about the serials or anything. Now, coming to our concluding ceremony, we will have honorable dignitaries on the stage, Dr. Bimal Chandra Chattopadhyay, the President of Bengal Library Association, Swami Sastagyananda, Principal of Ramakrishna Mission Vidyamandira, Professor K.D. Mujumdar, General Secretary, Bengal Library Association, Sri Arup Raichaudhuri, Deputy Librarian, ISI, Kolkata and Conference Director, Dr. Joydeep Chando, Librarian, Gurudas College, Kolkata, and Organizing Secretary of this conference itself, Mr. Krishanade, Librarian of Ramakrishna Mission Vidyamandira, Virudmont, and Joint Organizing Secretary of INCOHA 2019. I request all the honorable dignitaries to please come up on stage. Well, let me repeat what we had said at the beginning of this conference. It was jointly organized by Bengal Library Association and Ramakrishna Mission Vidyamandira. So, we'll have first with us Professor K.P. Mojumdar, General Secretary of Bengal Library Association, to present us with his views. Sir, please come.
Respected our Shastraganandaji Maharaj, the principal of Ramakrishna Mission Vidyamandira, respected Dr. Bimal Chattopadhyay, President Bengal Library Association, Dr. Arun Rai Chaudhary, Sri Krishanudev, Dr. Jaydeep Chandra, and the participant guests, dignitaries who are present here. So we are here as 2 days. Yesterday and today we present. We have participated in this conference. So many students, experts, they participated. We have heard their views about implementation of Koha, use of Koha in different libraries and different schools, library sciences school, even in libraries of Bangladesh. And one proposal already discussed by Arun Rai Chaudhary, that the friends who have come from Bangladesh, they expressed their views about workshop of Koha. So perhaps we can think about it, but Rai Chaudhary said correctly how it can be solved. So it is a successful international conference. Many of our friends have come from Bangladesh. 2 of our colleagues come from Japan or Sri Lanka, and some of our friends come from other parts of Bengal other than West Bengal. So we cordially invite them to come to the next year also. Now at the last session, I convey hearty thanks to our respected principal sir. Actually under his leadership, not our leadership, we have successfully completed today this conference. So sir, we pay respect to him, to you and your team, sir. We could heartily thank to Krishanudev, the librarian of this institute. Really, he helped us very much. And also Shumanto, he also helped us, and many other staff, teachers, and many of our students, they helped us very much to success this conference. I heartily thanks to our Arun Rai Chaudhary, this conference director. He is our executive member also of Bengal Library Association, and is always related to different activities, not only this but other activities of the Bengal Library Association. I convey my hearty thanks to him. I convey hearty thanks to Dr. Jaydeep Chandra. He is the one of the rising leaders of our library profession. We are the not oldest but old, but they are the future. So we think under their leadership, the association will run in future, and also it will be a really remarkable association like other active associations. Not only
in our state, not only in India, in other places of our subcontinents. So again, I convey my thanks to all the participants who has come here. Namaskar. আপনারা ভালো থাকুন, আবার আসবেন, আমরা আবার আপনাদের আমন্ত্রণ জানাবো।
We now call upon Swami Shastrakyanandaji Maharaj, Principal of Ramakrishna Mission Vidyamandira, Belmont, to deliver his vote of thanks.
Namaskar. At the end of today's conference, we are here assembled today, whether we are on the verge of disperse today. And I think that all of us who have taken part in this international conference have been able to carry with us some new dimensions of our learning, with some inspiration to innovate in the subject. I would like to congratulate the entire team of Bengal Library Association who have come forward and requested us to collaborate in this seminar. Dr. K.V. Mojumdar is there, Bimal Babu, Professor Rai Chaudhary. I will tell another name at the end, and other the top members or the Karyakartas of Bengal Library Association. So really, on behalf of Vidyamandira and also on behalf of all participants, I feel I should congratulate them. I also want to thank all the participants, the resource persons, the invited guests and other listeners, people in the audience who have come over here to deliberate upon the issues on the topic of your choice, on the theme of your liking. And I think you have been benefited. So really, I feel elated to see such benefited ones at the end of one conference. Generally, we have seen the conferences, many places, where kids and food packets play the major role. But here, I think, instead of the physical food, the mental food played furthermore important role. So really, this is a real boon to you and to us also. I don't want to thank my librarian or my library staff or my students or my office staff, because they know they are here to do all these things. In our college, such seminars are very common. So common that people know what to do and what not to do at the same time, both the things. The teachers, students, everyone. Just within a gap of one day, another 2 days seminar will be there. Again, within a gap, another 1 day seminar will be there. And thus it goes on almost up to the end of March. So they are very much ready. But only one thing I feel myself very joyous to see, that although it's not a teaching department in the college, library, under the able leadership of our young librarian, smiling with smiling face and with a fragile health, he is always trying to lead the entire system in our college. I'm really proud of this department, library department. Also, it's not a teaching department. Within couple of years, they have been able to organize 2 such seminars. This is really, I don't praise them, but they increase my expectation from them. And I think they will be able to keep it with them. At the end, I want to mention the name of another person. I know he is from Bengal Library Association. And I know all of you know him, and he is Dr. Joydeep Chandu. If I pronounce the name right, yes. Joydeep Babu is at my behind. From the day one, he is the person who is tolerating all my anger, all my grievance, all my inquiries, questions, once and again, with endless number, and with smiling face. He wanted something on behalf of association or this conference. I told no. And the people who work with me, they know how difficult it is always to work with me. But he didn't know that. Now I think he has come to know it. And I think he will not repeat the same mistake. Anyhow, I have seen his enthusiasm. And I have seen his capability. It's really worth mentioning. It really gives me a lot of encouragement, and really I pay my heartfelt respect to Dr. Chandan, and I feel that if such a love, if such a dedication, if such a sincerity is available with us in our knowledge domain, in our work field, any place will become a real place for success. And I think he will achieve more success in his life without any crowning feather. I really respect him. I offer my respectful namaskar to Dr. Chandu especially. At the end, I am not a person of library and information science. But one thing, I am very much interested with this subject. Rather, I am very much interested with the application. From my student time, I am very much fond of going to libraries and working with them, although I don't know the science. Just on 20th February, I had a meeting at Delhi with NAC and UGC people. You know, NAC and UGC, they are now contemplating of different changes in assessing, in determining the qualities of institution, college, universities, institutes. And when we were in the discussion with different other people, there was a question that how a library or a higher education institute, be a college or a university or a research institute, should be assessed in the present day scenario. And actually there were questions regarding the archival approach of library system. The library, whether library should also play a role of archive, and whether library should enhance his role in having the databases, different types of databases, research databases and other. So there was a debate, there were discussions. I know there were one or two persons related with this particular science. That time I thought that perhaps we can think of our Bengal Library Association, it comes forward, and think of creating a digital database of our regional languages, regional literature, tribal language, tribal literature, folk languages and folk literature in different parts of the countries. When they are working with the software, I don't know whether it is possible with Koha or not, but what I feel that if this library and information science creates such a platform, such a domain, where these regional literature and its other documents can be preserved, and we can see it on the digital platform, it will be easy for us to go for research in these particular subjects. When we today search for a science article, we get it on Scopus, Web of Science, PubMed, ResearchGate, and so many innumerable databases, because they are available in English. But when we try to study on the regional vernaculars, really we don't get such things. I know National Digital Library is there. I know there are some platforms working, but still the number is less, and I think the work is much insufficient. With me in our college, I have almost 3,000 now old Bengali language literature journals. We are trying to digitize it. I think there are so many with many other institutes, and these play a great role in vernacular literature, vernacular research on vernacular literature. So if our Bengali Library Association takes a step to create such databases, through which we, even through paid databases, if we are able to see it, I think that will be a real innovative work, and that will make us stand in the same international platform where Scopus, Web of Science, PubMed, all these things are ICI, they are working. I don't know whether it is possible or not. If it is possible, if it can be done, I think that will be a an excellent contribution of this association. I pray to Ramakrishna, Sri Ramakrishna, Holy Mother and Swami Vivekananda, that all of you who are trying to introspect, retrospect and discuss on different aspects of library and information science in this changing world of knowledge, in this changing world of our wisdom digitization. I pray to Holy Trial that let your effort be more successful and you add to the glory of wisdom in the posterior days. Once again, I thank you all, and I thank specially to Bengali Library Association, its entire team, Bimal Babu, Mr. Mojumdar, Dr. Rai Chaudhuri, and once again to Dr. Jaideep Chandra, to give us this opportunity to collaborate with you. With this collaboration, Vidyamandira feels itself very much proud collaborating you in this seminar and having the august presence of so many delegates from different countries, from different states. It's really our fortune. Thank you.
With that, well, the conference, it seems, have been success for not anyone, but for us all. The sun even shines at dusk. So here we conclude today. Thank you.